What is up, meatbags? This is a special live stream, special Intellivision Amico open panel discussion. We got Ninja Kitty in here already. What's up, Ninja Kitty?
Not much. What's up with you?
Shit. Working hard. Got this nice surprise Friday night statement of facts drop. We're going to go over that. But first, if you're watching, the link is in the chat if you want to jump on in. We got some people that said they might show up later if we're still streaming. Just don't come in and start attacking people, making weird, outrageous comments. Keep it civil. If you can keep it civil, we'll put you on the panel and hear your opinion on the Intellivision Amico. Whether you love it, whether you hate it, whether you are going to come out here and tell us it is the greatest system ever, we will let you come on and speak as long as you're respectful. You could agree with that, can't you, Ninja Kitty?
Most certainly. We'll try to keep the Nazi talk to a minimum.
So have you looked over this statements of facts from Tommy Tellerico?
I looked over it quickly, but I think I need to do another more detailed breakdown of it.
Mr. 804 says statement of fact, no lag. No lag, none. I think we need to go point by point. There's 6 points, if I'm not mistaken, from the statements of fact, which is interesting because I believe the Ars Technica article had about 30 or 40 points.
Well, it had tons of points, and I assume you're going to go into a little bit later the comment that one person had left on the investors group page and how they replied.
We'll get to that.
So I noticed they didn't address a few of the bigger issues, but get into that later.
All right, let's see if we can get this bad boy working here. Because yes, my computer decided it wanted to start chugging. Always a great start to a stream when the computer is not working. All right, we got a talking teacher. Full-time caller.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up? Have you read this yet?
No, what is it?
It is statements of fact from Intellivision.com. Basically, it's their refuting of certain points in the Ars Technica article, the meltdown prediction.
Oh, is it like the usual, we're going to sell this to the retailers for such and such, markdown or something like that? Or their profit margin that was going on about?
I think that's one of the points in there.
Okay.
Even before you start, Tony, do you find it odd that they even created a statement of facts to refute to address that article?
Yeah, I do find it odd. I think
should be like the statement of alternate facts, like
Yeah, I think the idea that they had to create a whole document on their webpage to refute something speaks very ill of the overall company health. I mean, because most companies, the publicity sells it itself. You don't have to really go out there and refute every article, every YouTuber, every comment section. Your fans usually do that for you in a very delightful way, but not in television. No.
Yeah, playing defense is an art form to them. Like they really go hard at everybody, critics, and any kind of negative publicity at all, from what I've seen.
Oh yeah, they were born on defense. This is the official. It's from Intellivision.com/statement of facts, Jan 2022. I had to go directly to here. I don't know where you would find this page unless you got a direct link. It wasn't in the facts page. I'll tell you that much.
Did they post it on their Twitter account? Maybe they
did. They posted on their Twitter, and I know on the official corporate Reddit.
Well, they also sent the link on the investors group comment section.
Oh yes.
I've never seen a company treat their investors so poorly as Intellivision does.
Well, to be fair, they're not really investors. Republic slash Fig is a crowdfunding investment site, but what you're buying is not any equity in Intellivision. What you're buying is a profit sharing receipt, basically, that says you're entitled to X amount per dollar that they make in profit, distributed by Fig slash Republic, not Intellivision directly. So Intellivision gets their money. They owe Fig so much, they got to give it to Fig. Then Fig distributes the funds, the dividends. It's very convoluted.
Did you see some of the comments that were on Fig after they made the latest update on Fig?
Yeah, I did see some of them.
You can see that how much they invested each of them. It seemed like a lot of older folks. It seemed when I was reading it. But the one that kind of touched me the most was like the guy talking about money for his or her daughter. I'm like, oh God, you're ever gonna see that money again?
Yeah, a lot of people were sent there by Tika Tawari and or Neil Patel.
Yeah, Neil Patel.
Both of them are infamous for their get rich quick type investment, quote unquote schemes. I don't want to say schemes without the quote unquotes, as they are known to be very litigious.
I've heard of Patel before in my investment life, but not the other guy. So I'm familiar with him, but not so much the other gentleman. So, or maybe I shouldn't call him a gentleman because, yeah, it doesn't do a very gentlemanly things, I suppose. But anyway, yeah.
All right. So before we even get to their points, they had an opening paragraph. You know, they're setting the mood. It says on January 6th, 2022, the online technology review website Ars Technica published an article regarding Intellivision's forthcoming Amico game console. The author did not contact us to vet any of the information upon which the article was based. Okay.
I don't know why they always have to say that. Like there's a responsibility to contact you or something to push an article. You know, that's always a weird thing I hear companies say. You know.
It is, full disclosure. I've worked obviously on websites for other websites. I've done journalism in the past. So it is standard procedure to reach out and try to get a statement from companies when you're doing these type of articles. However, this particular article is not so much an original article as it is a roundup, a wrap up of previous articles done by other people, including Sam himself. So a lot of what he talks about, he'll reference something, and then there'll be a link to that article. Now, obviously, Intellivision never took any, they didn't have any problem with the previous articles. The Tech Raptor article, they weren't out there making statements of fact against Tech Raptor. They were making statements of fact against Ninja Kitty's video, my video, the Neil Patel video. So basically, all the things in the article that they're discussing here were already in other previous articles that Intellivision never had an issue with, or at least publicly that I know of, other than the Sam Mekovich, what the heck's the Intellivision leaky dev portal article.
Oh, the publicly available information that Tommy thought was not publicly available.
Yeah.
Okay.
Additionally, like EZG is saying, Sam is blocked on Twitter. However, to play devil's advocate, because here on this channel, where the true Amico News Authority exists, we don't take sides. We just call it down the middle the way it is. Even though Sam is blocked on Twitter, Twitter is not the only way to contact people. An email could have been sent out, if not by Sam, by Ars Technica itself. So to be fair, there was opportunity to contact them to say, hey, this is what what we got, the information we have from previous articles, other people. Would you like to add any statements on your behalf? Yada, yada, yada. Apparently, they didn't do that, or at least that's the claim. I have not heard Sam claim that he did, in fact, reach out to them. So I guess we could just assume that he didn't. Again, not necessary.
He did respond to this comment.
What did he say?
He's blocked by 2 or 3 different people from Intellivision, and I will try. I'm not sure if it was on Twitter.
Well, yeah. Well, if he's blocked on Twitter, like I said,
but he made a comment about this. It had to do something with him being blocked and them not being willing to respond to him.
Yeah. And didn't Tommy also threaten to sue Sam Mikovich a while back too over that? Yeah. So I can see how they're not so much inclined to give them the chance to, I get how it's like a standard, I guess in all journalism, right? To try to get a comment from the person the article's about, if it's controversial topic and whatnot. So,
like I said, I've dealt with situations like this where the person you're contacting either has you blocked on Twitter, isn't known to answer questions, and I always tell my guys, hey, reach out anyway. So when you do write the article, you could say, hey, I reached out, they didn't respond. This is what we got.
I'm going to correct my statement. I found the thing. It was not for this statement. Sam was talking to Guido Henkel, ask him if Breakout or Night Stalker has been updated since 2019. And that's when Guido says he can't give it. He can't tell any information. And then Sam responds by saying, "Have two people in intelligence blocked him." So I want to correct my information that was misinformation.
Correcting misinformation is what we do best here.
Correct.
We're going to assume that Sam didn't reach out. Ars Technica didn't reach out. Like I said, neither Sam nor Ars has refuted this point. We're just going to let it stand. It's not necessary. It is a good practice, not a necessary practice. All right, we're going to continue on. Unfortunately, the information relied upon in the article contains several errors of fact. The following corrections are submitted for the public good. The public good, baby. Opening statement. We can all agree that Intellivision has read the Sam Mikovich meltdown article, right? Correct. Can you guys agree to that?
Yes,
I would assume they have they read it. Sorry, before they wrote this, I would assume. Okay. Yeah.
So they said that there is. Let me get the correct wording here. The information relied upon in the article contains several errors of fact. Okay. They didn't list how many errors, every error, what are the errors. They said several. And after reading the article, after discovering that there's several errors of fact in the article, they chose to only address 6 points in the article. So can we assume that the other points not addressed in this statement of facts means that they're correct?
I guess you could take it as a concession of those points because they're not trying to address them, or maybe they just feel like that it's not that important. I don't know. It's hard to say, really.
How would you take it?
I would agree, because otherwise they would say, here are some of the corrections or a few of the corrections.
Additionally, even if they said here are some of the corrections, the fact that they chose to highlight these specific ones would, at least to me, say that these are the most important or the most glaring mistakes in the article. Would you agree to that?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to the first. The first point says the article states this early 2021 peak revealed less than $100 in combined parts per retail box, well below the system's current $250 pre-order price. Over 100% profit is unusual for a gaming console. All right. And it says that should have been in quotes and like separated, at least by color or like indentation.
Well, the Founders Edition and whatnot.
No, but I'm just saying this right here. That this should have all been like highlighted or bolded to kind of separate it so your eye doesn't assume that this is
Oh,
all.
because it's a quote, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
they didn't. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Right. So here's their. It should at least been like question, answer, or like first point. Response.
Italicized or something, just
Yeah.
to set it apart. Yeah.
You know, little tip, Tommy, because I know you're watching. You know, make it easier for people to read.
Tommy
Just
was
the
not
ease
the
of
one
use.
who wrote this, though.
Yeah, and I think we've established that a television doesn't really, have a Grammarly or any other kind of, grammar software or, formatting,
Or
software.
even just
So,
just having someone look it over
proofread it.
before it.
Get a copy editor, man. Like,
But I thought they had at least 2 or 3 journalist buddies that are shilling for the system.
They do.
I mean, they should have called Damon McFerrin from Nintendo Life. I'm sure he could have took time out of his day to, edit it maybe.
Okay, so the first part where I'm going to take issue with this, okay? Come on, computer. All right. So we see this right here, right? This is the quote. What if I were to tell you that this is an incorrect quote?
I would be shocked.
I would be shocked and chagrined.
My jaw would just drop to the ground like a cartoon.
Jaws hitting the ground. All right, so it says this early 2021 peak revealed less than $100 in combined parts per retail box, well below the system's current $250 pre-order price. Over 100% profit is unusual for a gaming device. Now, the article then has a comma, as that device category often sells at a lower price to entice the longer tail of licensed game sales. Now, again, if you had Grammarly, you would put a ellipses there to note that there's more in that quote, but that's not important to what you're discussing. Why is it important? Because it might change the context of what you're discussing. In this case, it doesn't. It's just me being nitpicky, but that's the way I am. It's my show. I'm allowed to be nitpicky. Unless Ninja Kitty overthrows me.
Not yet.
All right, so where let's see. It says $100 is far below our cost of goods, which have never been that low, which have only increased over the last 2 years, especially during the current global chip shortage. The 2021 peak mentioned by the author references an unauthorized access of outdated confidential documents on our private developer website. They mentioned that's actually untrue right here. It wasn't a private developer website. That would make you believe that is a separate website from the main Intellivision website, right?
Because you could Google it and find it, right? That's what I believe. That's how Sam found it. He Googled it or something. I don't know.
No, Sam found it because somebody was. Hey, Carl's in here now. What happened was somebody was looking up controllers. Okay, because I was there when it was breached. It was quote unquote breached. What up, Carl? What happened was someone was looking up controllers because they wanted to look at better images for the controllers on DuckDuckGo. And it was there was an image, and they're like, "Oh, I've never seen this image of the controller before." So they clicked on it, and it led them to a link to the Intellivision developer portal, which was a part of the main Intellivision website. So at Intellivision.com was like Intellivision.com/developer-portal or something like that.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a private website. It wasn't a separate website as being implied by the statement here. It was the same website. It was just a hidden link that no one knew existed.
Which is the hidden branch of the Illuminati.
I feel like Tommy likes to project that they have this advanced security on everything they have. That's the whole NFT thing, and then also this thing they keep doubling down on, that secure, server for this documents that Sam got. they like to project that they're in control of everything all the time.
Yeah.
The way it's
Wait,
worded,
so-
it makes it seem like people were like straight out of the movie Hackers, and it was a huge attack just to break through their defenses instead of
They
them
hacked
being
the
inept
Gibson.
and just inept and not putting anything behind any type of security.
I'm sorry,
Well, to
but
be
when it comes to overall computer movies, I prefer The Lawnmower Man.
That is a good movie.
Just like that meme of like Ralph Wiggum from The Simpsons, like I'm in, like he's like a hacker. Yeah, that's sort of what I think about when I think about this. But
Yeah, to be fair, again, because we are playing devil's advocate, because we want the truth, and only the truth here. The very first page on the developer's site was actually password protected. The other pages were just able to be accessed without going through the first page. So,
Now, Tony, what is
to-
this thing you call fairness and truth? I know I've only read about these in books, but
and here, what's that link you put in the private chat, Carl?
that just a bunch of gibberish just to get your attention.
I was like, what the hell is that?
Yeah,
I just figured, well, they'll see this and they'll notice that I'm trying to get their attention.
Well,
I saw it, man. It worked. Yeah.
When I'm moving the page, that means I'm not on the StreamYards, so I can't see who pops in. So, forgive me, Carl, for taking so long. Quick seppuku.
It's not a big deal. It's cool.
Later
Don't worry about it.
Ritual suicide. Blinded Braille will be my second. He will chop my head off to make sure that my spirit leaves through my neck cavity and not my ass.
I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, you could use a tusk of a mammoth for that or something, I guess.
Yeah, I wish we did have Sam Mikovich here, because I would ask him if, when he wrote this, if the $100 was just meant to imply the base console itself, or the base console and the two controllers, because we know the controllers are overstuffed with tech, and that's where the main price is coming from.
Is it possible that those two controllers combined cost more than the console itself? Is that possible?
They do.
It's possible.
I just was wondering
it's
that one day a
possible.
while ago. I'm like, yeah, it probably does actually, based on what we know about the innards of the system.
All right, so now we have to backtrack just a little bit, just a little, right? Because it was unauthorized access of outdated confidential documents. Okay, so again, to be fair, we have to look at when Sam Mikovich wrote his original article. Okay, his original article was written on 6/2021. Okay, why is that important? Well, because the developer portal had an updates page which tracked all the updates to the development portal. And wouldn't you know it, I actually saved a copy of that. The last update before the developer portal was hidden behind the big boulder in Tellerico's mansion was May 20th.
Can I ask an
2021.
ignorant question?
Always,
Just because I
Carl.
wasn't here. Who's
Yes,
in
you
the
can.
panel besides Ninja Kitty?
Oh, that's a talkie teacher. The Ashley
Oh,
Knight.
okay. Oh, okay.
Hi,
All
Carl.
right,
Nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm just curious because I was talking to a buddy, but when the chat hit, so
Doesn't a talkie teacher sound like a less high Tommy Lee Amico?
yeah. I thought
Maybe
it
I really am.
was.
He sounds like a
You
sober
sound like a less. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, less high Tommy Yamiko.
Less high.
Damn.
fucker.
He's still a little high. Just like,
Yeah, a little.
It's all right. It's
The
cool.
question though for Italki teacher, are you German?
I do have some German
I
blood,
was
yes.
the German.
So Carl accepts you.
Oh, fantastic.
All right.
Oh, are you kidding? I'm the.
Du
If there, if,
Sprache Deutsch.
are you kidding? If there's anyone who
Whoa.
is the least least like their ancestry, that'd be me. I'm the least. I'm totally not German, and
Next question. How many pairs of shoes do you have, Itaki?
Do I own?
yeah.
Yes.
How many pairs of equipment?
It count everything, like winter stuff as well. I think like 10 probably.
Ooh.
Baseline. Carl may not accept you.
Fashion was never really my thing, man.
I don't know. No
It's a question we
promises,
have to
but
ask
you're cool in my
everybody.
book.
Go on, Tony. Sorry.
I need to buy Tony's book. I just remembered to also do that soon when I get
You do got to buy the book. All right. So to get back on track, they said that the developer portal was outdated. However, the article was written on 6/29/2021, and the developer portal was last updated on 5/20/2021. So, was it outdated? In your opinion?
Maybe. I used to be a. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, you know how they're always slow to update their normal web page. Maybe for their developers, they're like 4 or 5 months behind.
You know, interesting little fact. I used to hobby in web design. I used to even write my websites by HTML. That's how old I am, folks.
All right. To get to Ninja Kitty's point, I will go through the last, 5 update dates. May 20th, 2021, March 29th, 2021, March 27th, 2021, November 24th, 2020, and August 11th, 2020. The last 5 update dates. So there's not a update schedule, a regular type of like monthly update or every 2 months or something. It just seems to be haphazard whenever they needed to update it. And the last need for update was 5/20/2021, which was 1 month prior to Sam Mekovich gaining access to the developer portal. So, in my opinion, it was not outdated. It was up to date on the day the article was written.
By the way, his name sounds kind of like Machovec or something like that, in my opinion. But
Mike Garcia,
he does have a cool.
Mike says, "Update is a meaningless word. Was it active and maintained?" I can't say.
Oh man.
The update could have been something as simple as they put a new picture in there, or it doesn't have a list of what the updates entail. Unfortunately,
oh man, they've been really bad about that lately, and Bethesda, and
so these are updates to like their website or to what? I'm
the
just
developer portal.
Right. Okay.
To their partners who they have partnerships with.
Okay.
So no, like the third-party developers. But if do they speak English? Do they have
the German ones?
Yeah, like
they probably do. Yeah, given what I know about Germany, yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. So I don't think it was outdated. I think that it was at least up to date as far as they were concerned. If no one found the developer portal, they would never claim it was outdated. Why they would have a outdated developer portal being actively updated every couple of months? Have it for they could have just shut it down. They could have just deleted it from the internet. No one knew about it until it was stumbled upon. Obviously, their developers were using it in some capacity. The information was as good as they needed it to be, in my humble opinion.
Also, Ninja Kitty, you're wrong. It's Amico Drome.
Mike Garcia says gaslighting and doubling down. Yeah. This is a very common tactic that I see, whether it's PR speak or fanboy speak.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Say a bunch of things that normal people can't refute, so they just have to assume, well, the company's saying it's outdated, so there's no way to refute it, so obviously it's true, right? Unfortunately for them, you have people like me who have the ability to refute these points, which is why I am number 2 or number 3 on the haters list.
Sounds oddly Trumpian to me.
It's definitely Orwellian doublespeak for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like a cult to me. Continue, Tony. Sorry.
All right. To go on, it says they mentioned existing Android devices, which at the time developers could use to test their game builds for basic functionality. Okay. This again is something that most people will not be able to refute because most people don't have access to developer portal or the old developer portal or what was there. Actually, on the developer portal at the time that this was first brought up by Sam Mekovich, what the developer portal said was, here are similar devices that you could use to test out your game that run at basically the same speed as the Amico. They even had a list of, well, this particular one runs slower on this, a little faster on that, slower on this. So it was like 3 or 4 devices. They were basically saying, here's some Android phones and here's some other stuff, and you could buy a kit, like this off the web or whatever, that is basically an Amico. And it didn't say anything about testing basic functionality. It said this will run your game at pretty much the same speed and everything as the Amico.
So you're saying they didn't have official dev kits?
That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure that they were basically saying, hey, we don't have dev kits. Use these in lieu of dev kits.
So they had no dev kits, and they were planning to launch whenever that first date was.
10/10/2020?
Yeah. And then
Ninja Kitty, you could work for them.
I could. But I don't want to.
Oh, come on. They have great benefits, right?
Supposedly
I cost too much.
Supposedly they have good benefits from what I saw one of the job
I make
postings.
more money making funny videos of them than I would actually working for them.
All right. I think here's where we're really going to get into the double speak, gentlemen.
All right. No.
It says those testing devices lack many of the special features of Amico, such as a specially designed base unit, 2 feature-packed touchscreen controllers, and LED lighting, not to mention 6 packing games. The packing games have nothing to do with the developer test kits. Why would you need 6 packing games to test your other games? Why would 6 packing games be figured into the price of the parts needed to make the Amico?
Just because, dude. Just because. It's just like a talking point that they always throw out that they need to, that they say that they tell everybody to repeat it all the time, repeat it, so it's hammered into someone's head.
Yeah.
Sounds like a cult. Sounds like cult speak.
Here's more.
It's ingrained in their mind, so they have to keep saying it.
More of that famous doublespeak. It says, this explains why those mobile test devices could be purchased for a much lower cost than the cost of manufacturing a full Amico system. Well, Sam didn't say it cost $100 to manufacture an Amico. He said it was $100 for the parts that make up the Amico, which is 2 totally different things. Because remember, you could purchase the parts and then still have to pay money to manufacture and put them together.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's not the same thing. Yeah.
So okay. Go on.
I was going to say they're conflating 2 different things here to try to make it seem like Sam was incorrect as to how much it cost.
I kind of got a question of my own, actually. Would it be cheaper to make your own Raspberry Pi gaming console?
Probably.
You can make it cheaper, yes. I have, like an emulation machine you could.
Well, whatever. I mean,
well, then again, they just play Flash games, so technically my Raspberry Pi can play Flash games that are more fun than this. So, yes, to answer your question, Carl, you can.
Yeah, Mr.
Well, there you
804
go.
says.
Confirmed.
Mr. 804 says when Space Sticks came out, they did the "We Are Building Dev Kits" videos. That's true. They were building dev kits at one point. He says, remember when the Amico was $1.99 in the classic era. Additionally, the CEO of the company, Mr. Thomas Tellerico himself,
Tom.
said in an Atari Age post that the Amico makes more profit than any other game console. It was like, what was it, 7 times as much profit as any other game console. And that's why retailers loved them, because they were making so much money in profit.
But they haven't sold any Amicos yet, Tommy. So what you know? I don't know what you mean by they love it so much they haven't sold any yet. So how does?
Well, because it is standard to basically. So whatever your retail price is, that's obviously not the price, the wholesale price.
Oh yeah. I just mean like they haven't bought these from you yet because they haven't been manufactured, and so how can they love them if they haven't bought them or sold them to people?
Well, when he said it, it was still coming out at 10/10 2020. So.
I just find that like a really odd statement for him to say that.
Oh man,
yeah, he was implying that they were at least. So if they were selling for $250, that the retailers were making like $100 profit somewhere in that area, which would then go that it only took $150 to manufacture, which would then say that there is about $100 worth of parts in the Amico.
And I've said it before, the guy who designed the user interface needs to be shot out of a cannon.
P.O. Box Christmas said, how could the Avengers of video games ever let us down? I think it was the Dark Avengers. That's what it was.
That was very easy, dude.
How can 6 centuries of video game experience also let us down, too?
6 centuries of video game experience means nothing if it doesn't deliver. Oh, yeah.
Carl's feeling it.
Oh, yeah. Drinking my tea, baby.
I'm trying to get this quote here so we could see exactly how much it was profit that they were saying.
$1 trillion.
Unfortunately for us, Atari Age was they booted the Intellivision off of that. So
it happened. It had happened.
So there's no easy way
Human
for me to
nature.
reference this. I'm trying to go to amicogames.com, the #1 source for Amico news.
While Tony's looking for that, I'm going to read the comment that I liked here from P.O. Box saying, Tommy should also factor in all of the broken car parts sitting in the Amico warehouse. Gotta have them. Bet Ars Technica wasn't smart enough to think of that. You definitely have to factor in the funny Burger Time car that they made, or whatever it was, a hot dog car? Can't remember what it was. That thing's hilarious. Have you guys seen it?
No, I have not seen that. No.
Nope.
It's in one of my videos.
Sounds. I could swear I've heard about it though. I don't know why.
They made an Intellivision Amico. I'm not sure if it was a destruction derby type car, but it looked hilarious. I think it was for Burger Time.
Priorities, Tommy. Priorities, right?
Tommy is too busy trying to prove he's Italian. He's probably more Canadian than Ninja Kitty.
Probably not, but
I was gonna say when talking about car parts, like insert mafia joke here.
I like that.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah.
To answer your question, Carl, most of us up here in Canada are over the height of 5'6", so no.
Oh, good point.
Are you guys really that tall?
Yes.
Yes, I'm actually in Canada too, and I'm 6'2", so some of us are. Yeah.
I'm 5'11", somewhere about there.
That's Better than average, Carl. Better than average.
I guess so.
I think 5'6" is the average for a man in North America. Maybe.
Cool.
Why
Tommy,
are so many
not in-
Canadians interested in the Amico? That's what I want to know.
Well, I mean, they live in the north with all that snow.
I feel like
And they have
some
hockey.
yeah, hockey.
Somehow hockey is involved, yeah.
A lot of the retailers in Canada have shown more interest. I find that a lot of like ones in America and the Amico. I find because Best Buy Canada had it up pretty fast, and then Amazon Canada has had it up for a while. So I don't know. We like tacky things.
I assume is slightly more known in Canada because he was on TV for so long with Victor Lucas.
Oh yeah, Electric Playground. Yeah,
he's not a celebrity though. He's not like people are like, oh yeah, I remember because late 90s, it was on TV.
I mean,
people remember.
I mean, people remember Morgan Webb, but that doesn't mean she's a celebrity.
Well, Morgan Webb is hot.
Well, yeah, that's not my point though.
I mean, she's more memorable.
I am not the judge of Tommy Tallarico's attractiveness or not, because that's not my thing. So I'll leave that up to other people.
I mean, I'm secure enough in my heterosexuality where I could if I cared that much, but I don't. So
what you're saying
I
is,
don't care either.
On Saturday we have to rate Tommy Tallarico's attractiveness.
So get
prove how insecure you are.
I mean, he will never be. He will never have the attractiveness rating of Kevin Sorbo. Let's put it that way.
That's so random.
Like I said, I do have a Tommy Tallarico in the buff picture that we can look at and rate on attractiveness.
No.
If that's what you want.
No.
Why
rate Tommy's Tallarico from 1 to 10.
Oh man.
You sure,
I feel like a lot of people
I can bring it up right now, and you can let me know exactly how attractive he is.
Just by looking at his face, I could tell he's below.
Below.
I mean,
what,
not to toot my iron horn, but I'm more attractive than him. And I'm fluffier.
Tommy's in his 50s now, right? Is he? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Right,
physically,
so
mentally, no.
We're gonna stop sharing this screen. We're gonna share another screen so Carl can tell us exactly.
No, I'm not looking. Nope.
All right.
Is it time for the hog reveal of the Tallarico?
No. All right. So as you can see here, this is from the Amico game development portal. It is a screenshot that somebody saved and sent to me, which makes it not confidential material. See, doesn't say that anywhere on the screenshot. As you can see, it says you can effectively test your game's performance on an Android phone that use a similar SoC as the Amico, 8-ARM, A53 cores at 1.8 gigahertz, Adreno TM506 GPU. Phones with 8 arms, A53 cores at 1.8 gigahertz, and Adreno TM506 GPU will likely be comparable to Amico hardware, such as most of the phones listed on this webpage of phones with Adreno 6 GPUs. Comparable hardwares, then we go here. It says all these Motorola Moto G7 is one of them. Samsung Galaxy One 8 2018 phone is one of them. Then it says here at the bottom, we found that the ZTE ZMAX Pro Z981 Snapdragon 617 Adreno TM405 is a good benchmark test and runs just a little slower than the Amico hardware.
Ew.
And that was on the official.
Oh, man.
So I don't know.
ZTE phones? Oh, that's bad.
So again,
I'm not familiar with all the phones on that list, but some of them I do. I am familiar with. But
so according to this statement of fact, as we said, it says those testing devices, was it basic functionality? Didn't say anything about basic functionality, did it?
Oh, yeah. For what you said.
It just said, here's comparable devices you could use to test your games. Didn't say you could use to test your games for basic functionality. Didn't say you could use it to test your games to make sure that they look right or fit the screen or something. Other than, obviously, the LEDs, which are on the console base, which you couldn't test because they don't have LEDs on the comparable hardware. But a cell phone has a touch screen, a gyroscope, all that other good stuff, a microphone, a camera. So really, the LEDs would probably be the only thing that you couldn't test on one of those comparable pieces of hardware. Ashkin says, I first heard about the Intellivision Amico through the CU podcast. Pat and Ian. Yeah, a lot of people have. They have more views on their Amico coverage than the Amico has on Amico coverage.
That's sad.
So, I mean, that first point, would you say that Intellivision successfully refuted the first point, or do you think that Intellivision didn't really do anything on this? Don't all talk at once.
I don't
Say
know what to
again?
say.
I'm too polite. People go.
Say
I'm
again, please.
I'm not
Okay.
polite. I'll go first.
The Intellivision Amico statements of fact were basically trying to say that the $100 combined parts for the retail box and 100% profit was incorrect, and then they went and gave the reason why they said it was incorrect. Do you feel like they made a coherent argument?
Well,
Did
I
they make a cogent
mean,
argument?
it's like
So
I've
start
said
throwing out
before.
$5 words.
It's like I said before. You can say you can flap your arms and fly like a bird. It doesn't mean it's true.
Carl says he don't believe them, basically. Days Gaming. This is not the official Haters News Network. You know what I figured out today, guys? I figured something out. The Amico, what do you call themselves? The Amico News Authority. That's ANA. He's trying to steal our acronym for Amico No Access. I'm on to you, DJC. I'm on to you. There's only
Yeah,
one
Comprehensive.
ANA.
DJC can think
On
whatever he
YouTube.
wants.
Only one ANA, and it's not Amico News Access. It's not Amico News
Damn
Authority.
Skippy.
It's Amico No Access, damn it.
Maybe
what's
we
up?
should start a
None of
DJs. Maybe we should start a DJC channel.
None of us need to look like we dress like bikers and pull people over and steal their cars.
P.O. Box Christmas says, I don't think Intellivision did a good job of refuting anything yet. I would agree with that. And just because I mentioned it, and I always feel like if I mention something, I got to show it. So we are going to show the Tommy Tellerico in the buff. I hope you're prepared.
All right, fine.
Hope you're ready for it.
Do it.
Fine, whatever.
You know what? Actually, I don't have it on my computer anymore.
God damn.
Oh,
Ah,
damn.
crap.
Ah.
Tony, do you want me to
Shit.
upload a picture?
Oh, no, wait. I found it. Never mind. It's in the secret folder.
Oh, the hater folder.
Now, I will remind you, I did not create this image. This came from an actual episode of the what the hell is this show? Help me out here.
Electric
What the fuck
Playground.
show was he on?
Electric Playground. Reviews on the
Yeah,
right.
Electric Playground.
Ew.
Yeah, he's like Carl.
Oh,
I don't
That was
dress
for
like
Electric
that.
Playground.
What's on his nipple?
So there you
It
can
looks weird.
judge.
I'm flabbier
It's a
than
weird
that, I
looking
hate to
nipple.
tell you.
I wonder if they burned that couch after that episode. They just-
They not only had to burn it, but they had to call in a Catholic priest and use some holy water.
I'm just saying, that's a weird looking nipple. It's got like a. Just saying.
I mean, if you really want, you can do shirtless video with me. I guess it's not that big of a deal.
Peel Box Christmas says there's one of him in an angel outfit too. That's bad. Yeah, I
Ew.
used that as a thumbnail on one of my videos, and someone was saying that I was stalking Tommy. That why did I have naked pictures?
Well,
I'm
I
like,
mean,
dude.
know.
I'm like, just
Man,
look up
people.
Electric Playground. They have like compilations of stupid segments he did, and that just happened to be one of them.
I feel like that he's more famous for that show than actually being a music composer, at least than the younger people anyway. Because that's what I knew him from, was from that show, not from necessarily you know.
Man, what
games.
is it with Canadians and the Amico? Damn. Jeez, you guys got to get a life.
Ooh, don't say that, Carl. That's our audience.
Oh man, who knew
It's
all
like,
of our
it's winter half the year, Carl. What's not much to do other than, you know, watch like you know, products as like barrel towards the cliff, you know.
all of our audience is Canadian and or female.
Mike Garcia says sexy young TT, and GoGo13 says strategic Vectrix. Beef Jerky didn't like that picture, though, apparently. He said, WTF? Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Now, P.O. Box Christmas says that pic was taken Smash Eye View. I see what you did there.
I mean, I've kind of done that pose before, but...
Ooh. Carl does the George Costanza on the couch.
I'm flabbier and I look better, too.
All right.
You're killing independent Tommy.
You know, the whole video is now no good. We made fun of TT for a little bit. Now everything that we said is false and inaccurate because we're big meanies.
I'm okay with that. People mean to me all the time.
At least we got the price right, though. They can't come after us for the price.
All right. The second point that they want to refute here is it says the article states, see, they put ellipses here. They know what ellipses are. So I'm calling you back out on that earlier. No ellipses at the end. Game snippets from the console's earliest gameplay sizzle reels have yet to receive additional reveals or gameplay demonstration. Okay. It says the reference sizzle reels links to our August 19, 2019 Intellivision Amico Gamescom trailer, which showed short snippets of several games in development, including Moon Patrol, Night Stalker, Missile Command, Sideswipers / Colossal Crash, Tank Battle / Armor Battle, Astro Smash, Shark, and Breakout. Okay, so these are the games they list. They list, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games. They list 8 games. Would you believe that there was more than 8 games in that sizzle reel?
Yes.
Yes, there was. I believe.
Okay, why not? Sure.
You didn't see the sizzle reel from the Gamescom trailer, Carlo?
No, I had better things to do.
There's nothing better than looking up obscure.
Oh yeah,
facts.
I'd rather be urinating or showering than look at any Gamescom thing from Intellivision.
Well, see, Carl, that's where your mistake is. You should urinate in the shower. That way you kill 2 birds, 1 stone.
While watching the Gamescom trailer.
Yeah, while watching the Gamescom trailer.
I might get crotch rot. It might give me crotch rot or something.
All right, so the first, what is it, like 2 minutes of this trailer? It's a 2 minute and 21 second trailer. And the first 1 minute and 50 seconds is Tommy talking.
Now wait a minute.
Amazing.
Now wait a minute. I'm checking the Geneva Convention, and it says you cannot show it to us on grounds of it is cruel and inhumane punishment.
Well, fortunately for me, I am broadcasting from international waters, and the Geneva Convention does not hold any sort of precedence or sway over what I do. And as such, we will be looking at the Gamescom trailer.
Oh, fine. Damn.
Because remember, we're trying to be fair. We're trying to be fair. This is what we're doing, okay?
Right.
They made a
oh
statement.
man, I can't.
They mentioned 8 games as if 8 games was all that was shown, right? So it's only fair to see how
I
many games.
guess.
This is the same trailer they reused this year, right?
Here's what I'm saying, Carl. if they showed 10 games, I think it would be fair that they only listed 8 of them, right? Because
Right?
it's basically
Yeah.
both of
Okay.
them. But if there's, say, 20 games shown, then 8 is less than half. And I don't think that's a fair judgment as to whether or not.
I mean, if you think it needs to be, if you think it needs to be shown, then show it.
Uh-oh.
I
We
mean-
just debunked the Tommy Amico Italki teacher theory.
Hey.
Tommy, Mr.
Hey!
Amico himself is here.
He's making a list. He's checking it twice.
Fucking it up twice.
Can you hear me?
No. It's fucking
Loud
it
and
up
clear.
twice.
Are you on the list?
I'm always on the list.
I'm driving right now. I'm like Rab. I'm on the road. I'm the Rab of this show, so I'm out mobile.
You're the rat that smokes pot.
All right.
Yeah, Rab smokes pot.
Oh, he does?
I don't smoke pot while I drive. I swear I don't.
All right.
All right, we're gonna mute.
I'm
Mute everybody. I
mute
guess.
what?
The screen audio. I'm gonna put the playback at 50%. That way we can capture, because it's like some of these videos are gonna go back, like 1 or 2 seconds. I want to make sure we count exactly how many games are shown at the Gamescom trailer. All right, so feel free to count along with us. Sesame Street, Amico
At the
learning
risk
happening
of
right
our
now.
sanity. At the risk of our sanity.
All right, here we go. Moon Patrol, that's 1.
Okay.
Spy
Okay.
Planes
2,
2. Night Stalkers
3.
This Running Man game is 4. We haven't seen anything from this since Gamescom. So
Running
keep that in
Man
mind.
game.
This is Missile Command.
I'm just gonna.
Now wait a minute. I got a question here about. Can a
Asher
movie have the
Smash.
same name as a game?
Yeah,
Yes.
there are 2 different
Yeah.
That's
categories of entertainment.
Super Mario
Yes.
Brothers.
Different copyright category as well. That's what. You can't
Oh, okay.
sue someone for using
Uh,
the name.
I don't know. I got a movie coming out called Angry Birds, and it's just about these
Ew.
generic birds. They're just a little angry. It's got nothing to do with the other Angry Birds. Don't worry about it.
All right, guys.
All right, whatever.
I get confused easily, and I'm going to lose count. I think we're up to 5.
All right. Okay.
I think this is 6 here. This is Astral Smash.
This
right?
is 6. This is Asteroids, I believe. Haven't
it's
seen
okay,
anything from this. So 6.
What you gotta put is
Yeah, see, that's
it's
Asteroids.
8 Angry Birds XXX.
All right. This is Sideswipers. So that's 7 games. This is the Armor Battle. This is 8 games.
Tank. It's called Tank.
9 was Astro Smash, which was briefly shown. 10 is Shark here. 11 is Breakout.
10 Commandments that we've reached.
12. Wait, we missed that. 12 was this weird clown thing that, again, have not shown anything for this weird clown.
That's an ICP. That's an ICP game, right?
No.
That's not.
Hey.
damn
Hey.
No,
silly.
it's not licensed.
Maybe it's an
Yeah, right
it game.
Yeah, that's Pennywise.
It's Flying Circus. It looks like a basic shoot, like an Angry Birds type, where you shoot something out of a thing.
It's Monty Python's Flying Circus.
No, I know what it is.
Gentlemen,
The clown
I'm trying to
game.
count.
They finally gave the Northampton clown his own game.
Oh. I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's a Facebook thing,
14
basically.
is Snafu. I'm
Oh.
gonna start muting people, goddammit. 15 is Capture Boards. 16 is all.
Hey, wait,
racing, and
snafu.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of thinking.
17. So
You're not at
17
eating?
games were shown, and they only mentioned 8 on the statements of fact.
Ocho.
Right.
The claim is that we did not see a lot of these games. Games are missing. It says Game snippets from the console's earliest gameplay sizzle reels have yet to receive additional reveals or gameplay demonstrations. The Running Man
That's
game,
true.
Snafu, the Circus game, the Auto Racing game, Cats with Swords.
There's Cats with Swords. That's the one they talk about on the Amico After Dark and DJC's show. The Cats with Swords one. They bring it up all the time.
What about Evil Knievel too? That wasn't in there.
That wasn't in the sizzle reel. We're just talking about the games that were in this particular sizzle reel.
Cool.
It's Evil Knievel.
6 or 7 games that we haven't had any updates from the official source. So almost half of the games shown in the sizzle reel were not updated. So again, they're kind of omitting facts to try to skew things to make it seem like Sam's wrong. And he's not wrong. There's a lot of games. A good portion of the games shown have not been mentioned again. But we continue.
Yes, that's correct. That is very correct.
Says,
they bring it up on the Pro Amigo podcast. They talk about it. They say, where are these games?
Right. So it says these games have received multiple additional reveals or demonstrations since 2019. They can all be found on the Intellivision Amico YouTube channel, including deep dive videos in 2021 of Tank Battle, Armor Battle, Astro Smash, Shark, and Missile Command. So he brings up the 4 videos they made at the end of last year. Again, it does not refute the point that was made. The article specifically mentions games by known indie developers like Choice Provisions and Other Ocean, as lacking further reveals. Choice Provisions is the author of Breakout. Author? No, it should be like the creator or the developer of Breakout. They're not writing a book. Authors write books or articles or stuff. Is there a story?
They write the code 0110110.
Which was further revealed and demonstrated in a YouTube video in August 2020, and even more in another video in February 2021. This is correct. Breakout did have 2 videos, and it had a playable demo, which they mentioned later. Other Ocean is the author of Night Stalker, which was further demonstrated in a YouTube video in January 2021. I believe it was the same footage because it would be a small footage.
Game named after a serial killer.
Richard Ramirez.
No, I'm mistaken. I'm incorrect. Let me correct my misinformation. The Intellivision Amico Night Stalker's first look gameplay demo was 4 minutes and 23 seconds. It's about 4 minutes. 4 minutes thereabout to the new game because they show some of the old.
Can we get the Night Stalker himself to review Night Stalker?
I don't think he's still alive. Pretty sure he's not.
Okay.
Which Night Stalker? Because there's Richard Ramirez. He's dead. But there's the old fuck they caught a couple years ago.
They could get him
was
to
also
review
known
Night
as
Stalker.
the original Night Stalker. Sometimes.
Yeah. They could get review that. They could get that guy to review it.
You said there was 4 minutes of gameplay, but that's okay because I think most people are only going to play this game for about 4 fucking minutes. So, no big deal.
I said once that the reason most people won't be interested in the Amico isn't the price. It's they don't have the attention span to play a game like Astro Smash for more than for that long.
Yeah,
I think.
I mean, unless you're doing it on your phone and you have absolutely nothing else to do.
Yeah. Personally, I think Night Stalker. I know a lot of people are excited about that one. I think it looks too busy. The walls are moving, and I can't tell what the hell's going on.
Only special people care about Night Stalker.
What do you mean special?
Well, it has to be nice. So I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, be nice, Carl.
Only serial killers.
I'm not going to tell you.
Serial killers care about it.
All right, guys.
I promise I'll be nice, so I can't tell you. Sorry.
Let's finish up this point. It says, additionally, we released a playable demo of Breakout for PC on October 10, 2020, and a playable level 1 demo. It should have been a playable demo of level 1 of Very bad English.
Skyrim Stalker, really?
I just want you to remember, this was written by 2 executives that make way more money than me that can't write a simple English sentence. Just saying.
Yeah, and people care, and people are continuing to give them more money. As we
here's
fucking
what's
speak.
funny. Here's what's funny. It says they mentioned the demo of Moon Patrol on our mobile Amico Club app in January, right? They failed to mention that the Amico Club app was basically abandoned after the Moon Patrol demo came out. It was supposed to be an app that had multiple demos. Demos were supposed to be releasing at a regular clip to allow people to play the games to build up hype towards the 2020 launch. But quickly, the Amico Club app was just tossed into the bin of broken promises of the Intellivision Amico.
Oops.
So like everything else.
But they explained that, didn't they? Tony?
The Amico scrap heap.
The people on the app team moved to the UI team, I thought.
Yeah, they did. The people from the app team.
That explains it.
They can explain it, but they still did it. That was the point. The point was that they promised you demos on the Amico Club app, which I believe only had about like 2,000 downloads on Apple or something like that.
Ugh.
To answer Joshua's question, it's Carl.
Wait,
Carl,
what?
stop breathing into the mic.
That's just what it is.
There we go.
Joshua who? Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Snyder.
Yes, that's hot. He got lost. That's Carl. He does ASMR. He's like,
whoa.
Amico.
Large Marge sent somebody.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away.
I am a mouth breather, and I'm proud of it.
So, on the second point that Sam brought up that Intellivision is trying to refute, do you agree that they did not show footage of certain games from the Gamescom trailer?
Yes, it seems about 10 they didn't show.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, if we saw Cats with Swords, we would have noticed that.
Yeah,
Cats with Swords, it was canceled.
No, it was changed. Tommy said that Cats with Swords was changed from what was originally going to be a fighting game to an adventure game to never being mentioned.
They changed it it turned into Night Stalker.
They're not allowed to have adventure games.
I did a whole video on Cats with Swords. Link somewhere on my channel, find it. But basically, the original game, quote unquote, was not even a game. It was a quick demo to demonstrate the potential of a game that was posted on Facebook that was then somehow acquired by Intellivision.
What the fuck?
By legal or illegal means? Like,
I don't know. I don't know.
You mean like they bought a trailer?
I don't know. I reached out to the.
They bought like a 2-second clip.
That's basically because you can go to the defunct website, and it was going to be a phone game where you swipe. It was going to be a single swipe game. Basically, like it would say, "Go," you swipe, and whoever swiped first would win the battle or whatever. It was going to be super simple. I don't know who this is. Is this really Tommy Tellerico? Because I'm not going to put him on if it isn't him. If this isn't Tommy, change your name to something else.
Just let it on so we can find out who did it. It's probably Saggy.
Whoever it was is gone now because I put him on and they left.
Oh, man.
Oh, well.
Jason Santiago.
Did you think that you're just going to click the link and you just automatically go on? That's not how it works. You got to go to the back studio.
Yeah.
And then I got to approve you to be on the screen.
It takes me forever to get in. What makes you think you're going to get in any faster?
Yeah.
Listen, when I do a live stream, I'll let you on and you can cuss me out and do whatever, okay?
I mean, again, if that was really Tommy and he wants to get on, all he's got to do is let us know in the chat or something that he's here. It's Joe Biden. Joe Biden's here. What's up, Mr. Biden?
Let him on.
He's gone.
Hey.
I guess he fell asleep probably, you know. It's a Joe.
Sleepy Joe. We got all the celebrities. Yeah, I agree with everybody on the panel's assessment. They did show some games, obviously, but the heart of the article, the context was that certain games were not shown, and that is 100% correct. Certain games were shown once and never shown again. As far as Cats with Swords, like I said, it was a 1 or 2 second clip. Is this the real Days Gaming?
Yes, it is.
No,
All right.
Was that you?
Hey!
Go Dogs!
Joe Biden?
Go Dogs!
Go Dogs.
Hey, what up?
What's going
I'm
on,
gonna let
everybody?
Chester Cheetah on. He's
By
probably
the way,
Mr. Cheetah.
We're blowing it up in here.
blow it up.
All right, I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
It's a party machine. Party time.
We got too many. They can only hold 4 people on the Amico at once. Remember?
We got Uncle Dazed Gaming.
Now 3 people are on their cell phone playing.
Then Tommy Ouya to distribute the pot.
Mr. Chester
Yeah,
Cheetah,
yeah.
would you like to identify yourself?
Listen, if you play Amico with your phone, your controller will be more powerful than the console. Think about that. It'll be a gaming first.
Oh, I know.
It would.
Yeah.
It would.
We are breaking new ground with Amico. That's why people like it.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny?
Is gone.
The battery's gonna die in like 5 months.
And you know what else? If you bought your TV, if you bought your television in the last couple of years, your TV will have games and a computer inside it that's more powerful than the actual Amico you're playing the games on.
Oh, it's even worse than that. They'll have a PC stick that's more powerful than the Amico.
I mean, the smart TV Android system inside is going to be smarter than the Amico. You can plug the Amico into it.
To bring it back around, again, because I didn't get to finish my story. You guys can
Sorry.
All right.
Cats with Swords was a small demo, not playable demo, just a small proof of concept. I don't know whether or not it never got funded, it never got made. I don't know how Intellivision got it. Maybe they saw it on Facebook. We're like, hey, that looks interesting. Let's buy the game. Who knows? Buy the trailer. Whatever it is that they did. However,
a cat with a sword. How cool is that?
Yeah. However,
I wish I could be a cat with a sword.
A ninja.
I'm gonna start kicking people. The artist behind Cats with Swords then created a 3D model of Cats with Swords, which was a completely different game. Way more advanced than anything Amico can handle. So I don't think it's coming to the Amico anytime soon.
That's like that NFT thing with Earthworm Jim.
Exactly.
The creator just went and made his own thing, right?
Probably made more money than selling the game on the Amico, right?
Is that where they're trying to sell the run cycle?
Yeah, exactly. It was independently being sold by the artist.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Which the NFT being sold, I got 2 conflicting explanations. One, that whoever bought the NFT would own the run cycle, and therefore Intellivision wouldn't be able to use it. And then someone else said that they would own the run cycle, but they wouldn't actually own anything.
That's correct. Digital Foundry
Right.
talked not about Earthworm Jim, but they talked about NFTs. So basically, it means nothing to the game. Like, they don't own any part of the game or animation of the game. It's just that singular animated GIF, and that's it.
It's like a receipt.
Like master copy.
I own this one copy or whatever.
Yeah.
And
It's,
someone like
it's like,
me
oh,
could
this is the
just-
original copy.
Yeah.
But everyone else could just copy that picture and use it and not give a shit.
It happens in music. It happens in music. Like, you have the master vinyl pressing, right? And it has a different sticker on it. And everyone just has a copy of that same master vinyl pressing. It's not really a big deal. But theoretically, it's different.
But what I'm saying is some people are claiming that NFT, like I said, I don't really know. I'm ignorant to this. Some people are saying like if you buy an NFT of a particular image, that you own the copyright of that image.
No, that's
No,
actually
that's
not how it works.
They work.
But
No.
it's like
Not
it's
financial
like with
advice.
records.
So
No.
then, what would be the
But here's
point
what I
of
was thinking
buying an
about.
NFT?
That's why people
nothing.
complain about it. That's why people complain. It's baseball cards. It's baseball
do
cards.
if you
It's just
want.
like this
Go
is the
ahead.
rare original one.
Yeah.
All right, let me talk about something similar, almost the same different. Okay, Tallarico worked on some games, right? And then he sold the songs he made for those games separately on his own albums. That's kind of like what these guys are doing, where they made this run cycle animation for a game. Now they're going to sell it separately as its own little thing,
Right.
which
but
is just
see,
a
here's
weird
the thing.
concept. But
Here's the thing: Tommy owns the copyright for those.
yeah, it's not the copyright. It's not the copyright. It's just that you're buying like a baseball card of it. It's like a digital baseball card. It's just, here's your image. This is number 1, so it's rare, and we're only going to sell number 1 today. But if we sell number 200 later, maybe we will.
There's a bit more. Tony, you want to hear something?
Yeah.
This is the sales pitch. You own that run animation of Earthworm Jim, and in theory, other games can import your running animation.
Would you like to be on the stream, Andrew? No. Exactly. So go away.
That's awesome.
I'm sitting down here in my living room. My son's trying to be an ass. I was like, "You want to be on the stream?"
Let him on.
He started running, so I embarrassed him.
Oh man. You were talking about NFTs.
So you're supposed to be able to use your animation in other games, and this is where it gets dumb, because clearly other games are not going to import your NFTs. So that's why the whole NFT thing is just dumb.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason that you would own the copyright. They can't import it if you own the copyright to Earthworm Jim. They really couldn't legally.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't. This is way beyond my understanding.
Yeah, NFTs are confusing. That's why it's fucking weird that there's Amico NFT shit, because Amico isn't supposed to be confusing. That's why they're heavily associated with NFT is fucking bullshit.
All right. Before we get into the NFT deep dive, I want to say this. There's a button on StreamYard that will play a sound when guests enter the backstage area, and I just fucking figured it out right now.
Yeah, there you go.
Carl
Learn
won't
something
be
new every day
around for ages anymore.
Is there a sound that notifies you about the private chat?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, because I
did see what you wrote in the private chat.
Okay.
Frogpornhub.com. It's actually pornfrog.com. Pornfrog.com.
Oh, Kermie!
Or Frog Hub. You can just go to Frog Hub.
We don't want to miss Piggy noise.
Love you too. Good night.
Love you, Kermie!
Love you, Kermie. Good night.
How did you throw your day to sound like a different person? Because I was told that haters are lonely old men who have no lives or families, and they live in their.
I thought that was the customer base for the Amico, not the haters.
That's an accurate depiction there.
All right, so we got to get to so far. It looks like they have not refuted anything. If anything, they've only said a bunch of empty words that meant nothing.
Well, there's still 4 more points though, right?
There are.
It's gotta be fair, right?
Yeah. They could turn it around. I have faith in the Amico.
Can I just interrupt for a second?
Always.
Days, there's a request from P.O. Box Christmas in the chat. It says, "Tell Andrew that P.O. Box just said you just got dazed."
Oh, that's a good one.
I'll tell him next time I see him. I'll tell him next time I see him. He took off upstairs.
Dazed gaming. You should get a taser and just go around tasing people and just be like, "You got dazed."
You got dazed.
Oh my god.
Point 3.
Blinded Brill is laughing at this panel. Yeah, we do our thing. We do a thing. Point 3, which is a small point, really small for the first time. The article states the Amico's near final. Oh, this is wrong too. If you're going to put quotes in a quote, that should be single quotation marks, not double. So you put double. And there should be 3 here because you put near final in quotation. So it should be double quotation, single, then double quotation. Proper English is a thing. The article states the Amico's near final OS didn't appear until the very end of 2021. Okay, so it says, we first demonstrated our Amico OS in a YouTube video on August 5th, 2020, over a year and a half ago. Some art UI elements have evolved since then, but the basic OS functionality has remained. Again, Sam's point was the near final OS, which is what they called it, wasn't demonstrated until the end of 2021, which is exactly what was done.
Yeah, the near final.
We were told countless times that the OS being shown previous was old. This was not the OS. So nothing.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Nothing in this point even made any sense. You guys, the Intellivision team is the one who decided to say that the other OSs were not near final, that they were outdated, old OSs didn't matter.
Holy shit.
You then said, here's the near final OS, and you put it out in a video in 2021, and now you're trying to say that Sam is somehow wrong by quoting what you guys have said. Jesus fucking Christ.
Got him!
This is like the easiest point. All they had to say was, while the near final OS was demonstrated in 2021, we did actually show previous versions of that OS on such and such date. And that's it. It's not even you're not refuting the point, you're just clarifying. You could have just clarified the point, like, hey, we showed previous versions that evolved into the near final OS. Just to
What's happened? What happened?
Nothing happened, Carl. That's the problem.
The balls look bad. It's a shit OS. It doesn't matter anyway.
It's like a late 90s DVD menu or
yeah, exactly.
Oh my god.
That's exactly
Chinese
it.
porno menu.
Oh,
fucking
Dang.
DVD, my ass. You remember VCD? You ever heard of VCD? That's a VCD menu, guys. That's nothing.
Someone said it looked like a Vita menu.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I remember seeing that.
Chinese bootleg Vita menu.
Like the color looks like the Vita menu, but like it doesn't like have quite the like the same like look to it.
Yeah,
like,
it looks like an
graphics.
It looks like an AliExpress.
Yeah. Like Soldier
AliExpress
Boy
Vita.
console or
So what
something
you're
like that
saying
menu.
is that the Amico has bigger balls than the Vita.
Yeah, it got
More
Elmo balls.
I thought it
insult
looked
to the
nice.
Vita.
Yeah, it's insult to the
Hello?
Vita. I would agree with that comment.
Hello, this
Yeah,
is me.
what you want to be like is
How
the
can I help
Vita.
you?
Francois is
Was
great.
great.
I agree. I'm waiting for him
Francois.
to pull off his mask.
The Pope-
reveal his Andy
The
Kaufman.
Pope told me. It's
It's
me.
it's a whole,
I have
like,
followed
thing.
the Pope to the Vatican to buy my Amico. The Pope will bless my Amico today. It is the day. It is just a fun time for families. And everyone should just see these good things, okay?
That's like really good impersonation.
That's because Tommy Uyamiko is actually
Is
Francois
Francois.
Tremblay.
It's me, Francois!
That's too
I got
good.
the women's here with me.
I know.
I'm
I never
farting
blink
around the
anybody
world.
named
Hey lady, blink twice if you're in danger.
And praise you for
Um,
the Holy Amico Church.
what the hell was that other character that Andy Kaufman did? The one that was really rude.
Tony Clifton.
Oh, I don't.
I'm Tony Clifton.
Yeah.
I'm Tommy
Yeah.
Tony
Uyamiko.
Clifton. There you go.
If you let
Tommy
me, Tommy
Uyamiko
Uyamiko
is-
in the house.
Uyamiko is the Tony Clifton
Clifton.
to Francois
You're on to me!
Tremblay's Andy Kaufman.
God.
Ah, crap! You're on to me. You figured it out. All right. Now this is the real Andy Kaufman here, and I'm going to tell you, boys and girls, that since you figured me out, you're all great boys and girls, and I have to go now. My time has come to be on this podcast, and I hope you all have an Amico day. And please check out my album. And it's a free album, so you should all enjoy it and just have a great time. Good night, everyone.
All right, take it easy, Tom.
See you, dude.
Good night.
Dorkalicious
See ya.
says, when are you going to get a screwdriver and open the Amico shell? I got to get a long one. You need a long screwdriver. It's got weird screws in it. Amico is still driving. Hopefully he does not crash.
I think he's having trouble with his gearbox there. That sounds like.
All right, so we're going to go to... does the panel think that the third point was successfully argued on the behalf of Intellivision? Was the near final OS
very,
not
very
shown?
badly, but I they could have done it in a much better way than they did.
I think they ran out of steam, and we're just typing whatever they first thought and put no
So
effort
we need
into that
something.
answer.
Put something there.
Yeah, it's
It's
filler.
good enough. No one's going to read
Placeholder.
this far anyway. Fuck it.
Wow.
I don't know. I haven't read it really all the way through. I need to read this whole document.
So I think 3 out of 3 points.
Are you going to
they
read
failed.
it in your hammock?
It's too cold.
All right. Point number 4. The article mentions Amico's unfinished projects like Shark and Missile Command.
Oh boy.
While those titles remain unpublished, naturally as the console has not launched, both Shark and Missile Command are finished. The general public has played both of these games extensively at our live demonstration events, and they have also been demonstrated in detail in our deep dive videos. Well, okay, there's a lot to unpack here. So much to unpack.
Yes.
Okay, first off,
It's amazing.
general public playing the game demos does not mean that the games are finished. As we know, the
No.
general public played lots of games, at least 6 games. Not all of them are finished. So
But-
that does not...
But
Go ahead, Carl.
but Turbo Joe says it's finished, and he never lies, right?
Right. Secondly, they said that there's deep dive videos for these 2 particular games. However, there was also a deep dive video for a very unfinished tank battle. So
Okay, now
It was so unfinished. We had to borrow footage from other games.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
let's
they're
be
certainly not
honest.
going to put that in the update.
No, of course not.
Let's be honest. Fellatio is not the same as a deep dive.
Okay. So
Whoa.
Carl knows from experience.
I think everyone knows from experience.
moving on. My point is that being in a deep dive video does not, again, necessarily mean the game is finished. As we've seen,
No.
they've done deep dive videos on unfinished games. So neither one of these points refutes whether or not Shark and Missile Command is finished. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he also say in the Slopes interview that no game is ever truly finished?
He did. Say
Yes. I was there live for that. Yes, he definitely did say that.
Didn't
must have been working.
Didn't George Lucas say that about his movies? That they're never truly finished. That's why he keeps editing them.
that. What's up, Gary?
It's the Gare Bear.
Mike
What's up,
Garcia
Gary?
says, "Low, good point. They've doubled down into prototype land." Yeah. So the last point that they try to make, it says Missile Command already has its official PEGI rating, as PEGI publicly tweeted on October 10, 2021, and ESRB rating. Gentlemen, did you know that you could submit games to both PEGI and the ESRB without actually having a final build of the game?
Are you kidding me?
But with
Oh
the
my
Miko, it's
God.
more like
Shut the
both
front
the
door.
Miko. It's more like a pegging rating.
Jesus Christ.
Because
Getting-
as people know who actually
dive
look into
thinking?
these things, maybe not the Intellivision fan who's going to read this and just believe You can actually submit.
No, it
game.
sounds legit. It sounds official. I mean, it's just the
Right.
way that you spin the language.
Yeah.
You submit your game. You could submit it, and then even if it's not finished, you just have to submit a build of the game. You just tell them it's a final build, right? Oh, there's a final build. And then if you need to change anything, you just submit the portion that you changed, just so they can make sure that whatever rating they gave would remain consistent.
I've heard this is
good point. Good point.
I've heard the SRB does this as well.
Yeah. So, and you'll notice, which is funny here, because they've mentioned PEGI and the ESRB. Why didn't they mention the USK rating, which is the German rating board? Because they also got a German rating on the game. So they dropped the ball. You could have had three ratings on your little thing.
Whoa. Yeah.
Really
that would have looked more official.
Germany's your main market too, man. Yeah.
Germany is the one that usually
Germany and Canada.
Germany is usually the one that keeps games. And if you get their seal of approval, it's official, basically.
And furthermore, because I've had this discussion with Amico fans before, in order to be considered a finished game, you have to. This is what you're proud to put out there. This is the product you're willing to sell. That's all that's really required for you to call it a finished game. Whether it have bugs, errors, missing levels. I mean, you decided it's finished, then it's finished, right? You can't argue with that. It's just that simple. However, when Sam and other people like us are talking about whether or not the games are finished, we are saying that there are bugs that have to be done. Everything has to be tightened up. When we say finished, we mean 100% done as far as bug catching, removing all the placeholder assets, making sure all the music and sound effects are in, all the levels are in. Basically, everything you need to do to sell the game, put it on the Amico, and then never have to touch it again. That's what we mean when we say finished.
Right.
Tommy's saying that no game is ever truly finished. I guess if you're someone who wants to keep adding stuff to your game or changing stuff, George.
He sounds like Todd Howard.
Yeah. And again, we're going to go to. I'm going to take a look at the official, the article to see, because remember, this is a partial quote here. That's what the ellipses is for. So we want to see what the official quote is, what the whole.
Yeah. That's what's weird is they're not using full sentences. It's like just picking and choosing parts of it to sound the way they want it to.
Selectively picking what they want to show to control the narrative? No. They never do that.
Conspiracy theories.
Did you know their games just work?
They just
work.
Did you know?
Wait, never mind. Different games.
If you hold the controller, it melts into your hands.
Oh,
literally,
like a stick of butter.
It is that good.
Okay, so here is the official quote. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Hit me.
The official. So, yeah, we don't need to scream. Okay, so the quote that they put is Amico's unfinished projects like Shark and Missile Command. That's what they put. The official quote goes like this. Naturally, its system is supported by a massive slate of polished, popular series far surpassing the Amico's unfinished projects like Shark and Missile Command. Or Amico ports existing Android and web-based games like Evel Knievel and Sesame Street.
Yeah, they're not denying the entire statement, just this one part.
Yeah.
It definitely sounds like they're writing fiction.
And whether or not the two particular games named in the sentence are finished or not
Mhm.
It does not actually speak to the context or the overall narrative that Sam Mekovich was trying to make with his statement. So while it's nice that they pointed out that Shark and Missile Command are quote unquote finished, that does nothing for the point that Sam was making, is to compare the Switch library of games to the Amico library of games.
Right.
I mean, if Sam put Amico's unfinished projects like, give me two, I don't even know what the hell,
Moon Patrol.
Dolphin Quest and Cats with Swords, then the statement would be fine, right? Then they wouldn't be refuting it. They'd have no problem. It's just the fact that those two particular games in the sentence might be finished. No. Wait, what do you think? Did they actually make a cogent argument this time? Did they succeed in refuting that these two games were unfinished?
No, not at all.
This is no way to prove that one way or another, right? You know, because you have to be on the inside to know the status of those games, right? You know, but so it's just like but there's like a lot of like spin there. You know, they spun like a globe like really fast in that that paragraph.
Just like in the UI, spinning globes.
Yeah.
Chappie got a comment. He says he makes it sound crazy that games will be published without the console being launched. Aren't games already published without the console being launched? No, because as it says that you're not actually getting a license to any of the games in the physical quote unquote media. You're getting
Products.
just a physical product with a promise that eventually the games will be available in the store for you to redeem.
They might. You never know.
However, there have been consoles where the console was launching in a week and the game happened to come out a couple of days before. So technically, yeah, there has been games published prior to the official console launch. But generally, no, that never happens.
They might, right, Dazed? You never know.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, they'll be there one day.
All right. All right.
While what they wrote there in no way proved that these games are finished, Sam didn't provide any proof that the games were unfinished, those two particular games he named. So I'm going to say that this is like 50-50, but maybe like 50.1.
Neutral outcome. No one wins this one. Yeah.
There's like there's a bust. Let's call this one a draw.
That sounds reasonable.
Well, what's a bust? What's a bust?
We're
Just
not
a
here
question.
to shit on the Amico. We're fair.
Is the Amico a bust?
Hasn't come out yet.
Well, not yet.
We don't know.
It'll come out in 2025 and beyond.
And beyond.
Beyond.
All right.
For all time.
The fifth point. We're almost there, gentlemen. We're getting in the home stretch.
Okay.
Oh,
the
wow.
fifth point says, the article states, Amico's UI forces users to pick through icons of every game, whether the title has been purchased.
This is sleazy.
Okay.
This is a definite. There's no way that they can not show this because it's totally true. You can look and see that you have to scroll through all these. I compared it. I said something. I don't either. Someone else said it or I said it. I don't remember about that. It's like candy at the checkout lane for kids at the end. You know, just getting them to scream. Say, why don't I have that game, Daddy?
Not true.
Why don't I have that game, Big Daddy?
Big Daddy.
Jesus Christ, Carl.
Down boy.
Why don't I have that?
I just want to interrupt for a second. Has anyone else knows Carl's been using a lot more innuendo since he's shown that Tommy Tallarico half naked picture? I'm just saying.
Oh yeah.
No, no, I'm just in a.
He's got Italian sausage on the mind.
I'm just in a really good mood. I'm just in a really good mood today. That's all.
3.5 inches
Friday.
until
It is
Rico.
Friday.
Yeah, maybe the Friday
Freaky
is the
Friday.
reason.
I know. I still have to work in the morning, so I just wanted to hang out for a little bit. I saw y'all were doing this.
Well, we appreciate you coming over.
Are you guys still streaming tomorrow?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll still be in. I'm gonna hang out for a little bit though. Let's keep going through this thing. This part's
Cool.
Read the next part, Tony. It's pretty funny.
Oh,
It says,
no.
the author may have gained a false impression from our demonstration of the quote-unquote store section of our Amico UI, which shows all games, including owned games. However, the Amico UI features multiple categories, including the store, that group related games together for ease of browsing, including a quote-unquote My Games category that contains only purchased games. This is shown in a quote-unquote sneak peek YouTube video of our UI from December 2021. Other category groups by genre. That's how you pronounce that word, by the way. That's genre.
Yeah.
No, it's genre.
Gene Ray.
Genre? My genre.
Genre.
Gene Ray.
Genre sounds like an anime. It's like from a 1995 anime called Genre.
Oh, yeah.
A
super bloody one, too.
Jesus.
Okay.
Go on.
So, here's where I'm going to, once again, go to the video evidence, right? Because they made a statement. They're saying it's a statement of fact, right?
Yeah, let's see the video. Let's see. Did they have a thing that shows it's grouped in My Games?
Right. Only the store section shows all the games. All the other sections only show partial stuff, right?
Video evidence.
Okay, so it says multiple. It says, I'll read it again. However, the Amico UI features multiple categories, including the store, that group games together for ease of browsing, including a My Games category that contains only purchase games. Okay, so other category group games by genre, such as sports, action, family, etc. So the claim is that you have to go through all the games, even the ones you don't own, to get to the ones you do own, right? That's the claim. So
now let's so let me ask Days Gaming something. You're a parent. Would you like that?
No, I wouldn't.
Is, at the 2-minute and 6-second mark, we clearly see the sports category. This is not the store category. This is the sports category.
Sports.
We got cornhole, which you own, which is why it's filled in. Skiing, which you own, which is why it's filled in. 2 other games that I can't read because it's fucking terrible.
Nitro Derby.
Yeah.
You know what?
And Evil Knievel, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, you've broken the internet now.
Cornhole is a terrible name for a video game.
Yeah, it is.
But Evil Knievel and Nitro Derby, which you don't own in the sports category, are not filled in, which means you have to go through. These games are all shown.
And look, there's another category above. You can see Snafu is a game above that you don't own in whatever category that is.
That is the party category.
Oh,
so again,
yes.
If you go to the categories,
where does it say My Games?
Is My
Party
Games.
and sports have the same things in them. That's sad.
A little redundant there, Tommy.
Huh?
Huh? Oh, I was saying it's very redundant that they have the the sports in their the party category that are all the same games.
And then they're right below it. It's like literally the same games.
I was
that's like really pathetic.
Yeah, I was like, Tommy, it's kind of redundant, you know.
Exactly. Like, oh, I didn't pick it here. Oh no, I will pick it here down here.
I mean, I can't complain since I'm pretty sure the Xbox does the same thing.
It does not do the same thing.
Not that pathetically. Like maybe there's a little bit of crossover, but that's so bad.
Some games will be in multiple genres or be in completely or be in genres that are completely opposite of what they actually are. Like, for example, Immortal Redneck is in turn-based gaming on Game Pass.
Okay. Potion Sword Run says there's a fake Potion Sword Run in here. I'm done talking. There's no way for me to know who is fake and who is real.
Yeah, you have to
unless you
contact
just-
them from in real life, like
Yeah.
somewhere, like be like, dude, I'm the one that's making these comments. You know, it's annoying, but it's sometimes you have to do that.
Yeah. Before you used to be able just to click on the person's fucking profile and it would
Yeah,
take
it's
you
really
to the fucking
pathetic
YouTube
that they don't
page.
do that.
I heard that's back for mods now. A couple streamers that I know, not unrelated to Amico at all, but they brought that feature back for like the mods and on like live streams at least anyway.
Oh well,
Hmm.
one of my mods, I think Gen X is a mod. Is he a mod? I don't know.
No.
If there's a mod in the chat, and I check out whether or not which Potion Sword Run is the real. I just
We need to get
blocked that
Gen X
phony-
in there.
ban the one that made the troll comment. You're not being rude. It is a biggie because I don't like people fucking around. Which is the one that made the troll comment? Is this the one? Is this the phony one?
You think you would be rich with all that info you think you know about NFT? Yeah, that's
one with the
definitely a
lighter shade of
fake.
red?
He's not going to be saying that.
The two shades of red look identical. You think?
Hmm?
Maybe true.
Hmm.
Well, I have groundbreaking news though.
What's that?
Uh-oh.
I'm selling my Smash GT Earthworm Jim NFT for 10 grand. Gen X
Right,
wants in.
I'm
I'll give him
blocking
first
this
dibs.
user.
That's way,
Well, you
way
sell your Smash.
overpriced.
Way
Potion Sword Run.
overpriced.
It is not overpriced.
Yes.
Okay,
NFTs are hot now.
if Potion Sword Run
Hot garbage.
is in the chat still, say something to make sure that I
Ooh,
didn't ban the
10,001.
wrong one.
My next one will be my Pee Wee Herman Tallarico. Pee Wee Tallarico NFT.
It's like NFTs,
Mhm.
no fucking thanks.
No fucking trophy.
Anyways,
No
that
fucking trophy.
UI there,
There's the My Games
That-
category.
that's garbage. Yeah, that's the only one that doesn't show the store, but if you just press down, like it's not like separated at all.
Yeah.
If they had like a My Games when you boot up and then
It's like they're telling a half truth to try to refute like what he's saying, even though it's true that they have the different categories and your games appear in your game folder, right? A category, but then if you go down to the action or whatever else, the ones you don't own are there as well. So it's kind of and not kind of thing. So
All right, I just made
What a sorry lineup
Potion
of
Sword Run a
games
moderator.
under My Games.
Gen X Gamers a mod. We're gonna make everybody a fucking mod.
I'm not a
You get a
mod.
mod. You get a mod. All the people that I know, you're mods. And now I'm back. All right. So the My Games category. Now, they said that there was a store category. So let's see. I'm gonna try to scroll through this video to see if I can see the store. I see My Games, time talking to somebody, featured, party sports action, My Games, some biplanes crap, settings. There we go. There's the store. No, a little further. Come on. Don't
come
dance.
on.
Fucker.
Welcome,
That's right there.
welcome to Gabbing with Geeks, where we collect NFTs.
oh, I just seen it. Shit, you just had it a second ago.
I know. Cause I gotta fucking slow it down
Okay.
because they're saying that you showed it off like for a second as you drove past it. You fucking jackass.
There it is.
And even at half speed, that motherfucker went too fast.
Well, when they're scrolling through the thing, they skip. They spliced out some clips because they cut out the part where it said grandparents. Like there's more categories. It's weird.
I wonder how many times they
So
pulled this down and edited it and re-uploaded it.
Who knows?
Here's the better
So this
question.
is the store category. Wait,
Okay.
wait, because I need to say this before I forget what the fuck I'm talking about. And you guys always interrupt me.
Go for it.
In the categories that were not the store, they showed you the game you owned was a dark circle. The game you didn't own was a light circle. Right? So
Right.
now in the store category, the one where you actually want to go to see what you can buy, everything is filled in dark as if you own it all. But we know that they didn't own Evel Knievel. So why is Evel Knievel filled in? This would make somebody confused and think they could play it. Oh, that's the store. I'm going to play Evel Knievel.
Just some kid. Yeah, like some kid just clicks on that. Like, I own that game, Daddy. And just, then he's paying $10.
56K warning, 1080p. You sure Tony's PC can handle it? We're not sure. It's shaking. Smoke is coming out of it.
Out the sides.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. The titles on the games look like shit. You can't even read it the way it bends around the ball.
No.
Yeah, some of the longer titles.
And look, it is weird. Like, look, you see how the titles, like by the end, you can barely read them.
And
What
I
they
asked,
just get smaller and smaller.
The Vita
I
balls were a
like
lot
even
better.
They should have put
and
the
I
name
asked Tommy
underneath.
Tallarico about the accessibility months ago, and he completely lied about it.
RoboBlue says it looks like the store doesn't even exist yet, and they threw it on the regular interface to hide that. That's quite possible.
Ooh.
A little advice for the Intellivision team: I would take the names off of the ball and put it underneath the ball.
Yeah.
You have dead space
I
there.
mean,
Just move it down a little bit. Here, let me show you. Here's the name. Just move it down
right
here.
below.
Then you could read it.
And maybe change the color from white.
Yeah. Also,
I think the text
you
would
got
look.
these balls going down on an angle here, and these balls are going up on an angle.
Yeah.
Which is squishing the space.
Yeah. I'm doing a live
here.
stream.
Tommy just got dazed.
No, that's my stepson, Chance.
Hello.
He got dazed. Everybody's getting dazed.
Yeah.
420.
Yeah, it's a weird perspective, isn't it? Like
it's garbage.
Just like that.
They need to garbage the whole thing.
It looks like a child did it.
Dazed gamer and gaming and his favorite team in the world, Alabama.
Ooh.
No.
So, again, this store category, which was briefly shown.
Oh man, it's so awful. And I remember, and I asked mustache guy because I can't. Yeah, thank you, because I can't give a damn about his name. I actually asked him, why didn't you put more detail into this? It says it was just a quick video.
I feel like that describes the Amico in a nutshell right there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I did notice something real quick. I think we didn't see. I'm glad we're making this video because I didn't really go over the UI video too good last time.
You like the favorites being about.
That goes way too fucking fast.
You know, I do have some input about the interface here. Instead of just having a circle all the way right, use one of those an image of one of those old predictas. The TVs with the yeah. That would look great. Maybe space age it up a little bit.
I see what you're saying. Like you play it, like you're bringing it in, like you would be playing it on that TV.
Yeah,
like it brings it in. Yeah, that makes more sense, Carl. Way more than stupid globes.
Oh, it's such an
Look at that Elmo one.
These are Sesame Street games. Sesame Street Animal Pack 1, Elmo's Pack 1, Letters
that
Pack 1.
That one looks dumb. Pack 1.
Cookie Monster Pack 1, Numbers Pack 1, and Food Pack 1.
Beautiful.
So basically,
all games that you can probably play for free somewhere.
You can.
not just that, but I mean, I
Yeah.
know Intellivision has no DLC, but these are basically in the most roughest form. This is basically 6 expansion packs for the same product because they're all Sesame Street.
Now, Tony, you're wrong. Intellivision does have. It's called pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Are they a wrestling or a
That's
boxing
the
company
deluxe
now?
package.
Wrestling, you name it.
All right, so this is the featured category, which is not the store. It doesn't say featured in the store. It just says featured. And from the featured menu, you can see we can actually buy the game.
Okay, now let's stop here for a minute. That image with the, I mean, I like that a lot better than a lot of the imagery I've been seeing on the right side, because it just doesn't look good at times. And even then, given it's still an ugly globe.
Right.
Also, as people noted, 1 to 4 players, but you only show 3 controllers. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
That's all that exists right now.
That's definitely a nitpick, but that's sad. I mean, that's just unacceptable. Makes you look like you're stupid. 3, 4.
I don't.
Did he just
They could
miss the
show
double
one
jump in the
controller and
preview there?
put 1 to 4 players.
Yeah.
See,
Any
that's
of
not so
you
hard to see.
any of you ever see those 50-inch tablets that they're made for families?
You like put them on the wall or something like that?
They're giant tablets basically, and they're this interface kind of reminds me of that,
Tablets
and not in a good way. Huh?
I said giant called depositories.
I mean, my point is, it just kind of reminds me of that in terms of ugliness.
All right, so on the case of whether or not the Amico UI forces users to pick through icons of every game on sale, whether the title has been purchased, would you say that is accurate or inaccurate?
I can't say in this one. I'll leave it to the others because I can't really see it that well. Can't see it that well. So
I lost you for a minute. What'd you say?
According to Sam Mekovich, you have to go through all the games in order to whether you own them or not.
Oh, yes.
Television says that's not true.
That one little category they showed, yeah, sure, you're my games, but as soon as you start going down, action, sports, whatever, yeah, that's where all the games are blanked out. Of course, any kid's gonna I want to complete that set. I want all the action games.
Well, no kid's gonna say that, but theoretically,
some 40-year-old kid is gonna say, "Mom,
that's what they're hoping for.
I'll put you at home, Mom, if you don't buy me this game."
Yeah. What they're trying to do is they're trying to take a very partial truth, is what they're trying to say here, right? Oh, that the categories in this one category, it's not like the rest of what Sam was talking about, but then overall, he's actually right. But they're like, no, in this one instance, he's not. So the whole thing is invalid,
Yeah, it's almost Again, they're bringing up good defenses, but still, it's just like I don't know. Like you can look at it one way, or you can look at it the other way. I choose to look at it that it looks kind of scummy with all the blanked out images for people to buy.
Yeah, it's just like. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Tony.
I was gonna say if it was like a store, and then like within the store was the action category, the family category within the store, I would agree with Amico. But it's not. There's a store category, and then there's categories for everything else that have both purchased and unpurchased games. They're not being truthful in what they're saying. It's not just the My Games and the store categories that have differences. It is every category except for My Games that shows everything but the purchased.
It's like a statement that gives enough for something for like DJC to say on his Amico News Authority. You know, like that's a statement that he can say, and it sounds good and it seems accurate.
Yeah. 56K Warning says filter requires some coding knowledge. That's a nightmare. As someone who owns a shit ton of digital games on multiple systems, it's a pain scrolling through all of that at times.
Yeah.
It's especially a pain when you have, like on the Amico, there's only so many games, and they're like in 12 different categories. It's like, what's even the point of having categories?
Yeah.
See, if you want to compare like the Switch, because I Tommy likes to compare the Amigo to the Switch all the time. You have like your like all the kind of Netflix style like little panels you can scroll across it. But if you have a lot of them, there's like a little circle you can hit, and kind of open up a second screen where you can see like smaller versions of them, and it's a lot easier to find what you're looking for. They need to do something like that, probably something to filter it down so you can find stuff faster instead of like having all these categories. You know, it's a mess, right?
I didn't see Flying Tigers. I like Flying Tigers. They should release a sample on Steam. I think Flying Tigers was in one of the bubbles. Not 100% on it. I'm pretty sure it was. As we know, Flying Tigers might be based on a unfinished, unpublished mobile game.
That's nothing new for the Amigo, but published or unpublished mobile games, that is. Anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you a secret. If they manage to have an Amico Skyrim, I'm probably going to end up having to buy it.
They will never have an Amico Skyrim.
Not that big of a Skyrim whale. What can I say?
You heard that, Tommy? You want one more sale? Don't put Skyrim on anything.
A mobile version.
I heard on a podcast that he said that he was going to add Skyrim.
Ooh.
For real.
I'm not going to. It's got to actually be there, not, you know.
I think he meant the Amazon Alexa version of Skyrim. That's what he meant. Yeah. Amigo can run that, right?
You laugh, but I've played that before.
Oh, I believe you, Carl. I believe you. Yes.
Take it easy, Gen X Gamer. I hope whatever it is you got to attend to gives you much joy.
Bye, Gen X Gamer.
Have a good one.
I'm pretty sure he's just going to be watching the stock go up and down of different companies.
Oh, man.
That's his thing he's got to do tonight.
I don't know.
No, he's going to go buy my NFT.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We're down to the final point. Can the Intellivision Amico team pull out a win? I think they're 0 for 5 so far. One was close.
One I thought we gave them 50-50 on. Half.
Call that one a tie.
They have a 0.5.
Yeah.
So the last point here says the article presents Amico as a retro console, stating in its subheading a decent retro console idea for 2018.
Oh my god!
It goes on to use this framing to compare Amico on price point and game catalog size to other offerings in the retro console market. Okay, first off, this is incorrect. This part here. Because it compares them to the Playdate, which is not a retro console. It compares them to the Switch, which is also not a retro console. They do compare them to the other stuff like the VCS and I think Polymega, but that is not the only thing. So this is another half-truth. Secondly, this part right here, a decent retro console idea for 2018 can be 100% true even if they're not a retro console in 2021. Perhaps in 2018, Sam Mekovich had the impression that it was going to be a retro console.
A lot of people did.
And the reason a lot of people did was because at the Portland Retro Game Expo 2018 is when the Amico was announced, in which Tommy talked about all the nice retro games that were coming back on the Amico.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how they would get the impression that it was a retro-themed console.
Doesn't Intellivision Entertainment LLC, as this company is called, do they own like the rights to any of the television games from like 45 years ago at this point, or is that just whatever the publishers own those rights?
There is some discrepancy as to whether or not Intellivision Entertainment owns the rights to any of the games, or if they own a share in the rights to the games. I don't know exactly what Keith Robinson's share was in the overall company. I know that's what Tommy used to make the new company and then hire the old company guys for the new company. There is a real good argument to be made just based on everything we've seen that they don't hold the rights to those games, because I highly doubt that Intellivision would allow Evercade to use their games instead of just putting them on this console.
Right, yeah. That is weird.
Especially since Tommy originally said that the original Intellivision games would be available day one on this console.
Yes. Yeah. And
so maybe
that's
Tommy
intriguing.
just thought that by hiring the other guys and having Keith share that he could just convince them to put the games on there. And they're like, dude, no, you still got to pay us. We still want our cut. There's still a licensing fee. You don't actually own the games.
Speaking before you have anything.
Yeah.
Shored up.
Because, I mean, most companies that make updates, whether it's Pitfall, they'll include the original version because they have the rights to both. And Tommy's like, no, we're not going to include the original versions of any of the new versions. So again, that tells me that they don't have the rights.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, Mike Garcia.
Retro console with no retro games.
Mike Garcia says the whole quote is a decent retro console idea for 2018, but delays and questions have changed our tune.
Yeah,
so again,
that makes sense. That's a normal quote.
Yeah. Obsessive says they need money. Tommy's cheap. Yeah, so let's go on and see how.
In 2018, that was a good idea. That's what he's talking about. But so much has changed since then that it no longer is going to make sense. It's not as hot as it would have been. Now it's just so delayed. It's just cold.
2018 was the year the Super NES Mini came out, and or was that the year before that? I can't remember.
People are getting their fix, for that kind of a thing.
Yeah. What up, 1 inch biceps?
What's up, dude?
So we're gonna go and read their defense.
Somewhat 1 inch.
This is why they say that Sam was wrong. It says Amico's game catalog does overlap the retro. It should be with. You missed a with, right there. Overlap with
Amico's game catalog does overlap the retro.
May the Amico be with you.
Tables are kind of part of this company's charm now. It's part of their marketing strategy.
Yeah, you'll never forget that you read this because you'll remember the mistakes they made. It's good strategy. Yeah. Good job. But our vision and mission have, from the beginning, targeted a broader spectrum of games and a vastly broader demographic that includes many more segments than just retro. Okay, so this should have been a broader segment of gamers because you're not targeting games. Games aren't going to buy your console, so why would you be targeting games? It should be gamers. Spell check didn't catch it because it's spelled correctly.
Yep, from the beginning, targeted a broader spectrum of games and a vastly broader demographic. Oh, those games, yeah, they're going to buy a lot of them from you.
Games are going to buy games. That's how he's going to win. We get the games to buy the games. Fucking, you can't lose.
I can forgive anybody that thinks the people that run this company are very they must have failed English class or something like that. Like they're illiterate or something. But
all right.
I can forgive.
No Square Gamers chiming in with some extra information. No Square Gamer says, for what it's worth, images of the Evercade Intellivision cartridge give copyright credit to Intellivision Entertainment.
Whoa. Is that just the images, though?
Yeah, it could be because of the name. Because the new company has copyrighted the old names of the games.
But the games themselves.
Yeah.
They don't have just the image. Yeah, it's weird.
It still could go either way, I think, in my opinion. It's looking a little more like maybe they do own the games, and they just don't want to put them out for some reason.
It's a huge opportunity, though. Why would you miss that?
Yeah, that's a weird decision, you know. Well, weird is the word, just bad, I guess.
I would.
That's bad.
Here's Tommy. You could have this one for free. I'm always giving you free ideas. But the Founders Editions, which are wood grain and harken back to the old retro game days, should just include all the classic games for free.
Maybe they can't.
And just say that everyone else has to buy them. But your founders get those additional games. And
yes, for all the hardships they've endured and all the delays, they should get something.
Well, they did get something. They got
Tommy
soundtracks.
needs to give a lot of rides to get those
besides that garbage MP3s.
Hey, Tony, maybe Evercade has a deal where they have like 1 year agreement where they, Intellivision can't put out their games for free because they're trying to sell Evercade cartridges.
Maybe.
All the Amico delays make so much sense now based on that comment.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Says Amico's game. We read that. Where are we at? Okay, our initial engagement has been with retro gamers because they are early adopters and already recognize our Intellivision brand. However, Amico's appeal by design extends far beyond our valued retro gamers.
There's a lot of There's a lot. Look at all those commas. However, comma, Amico's appeal, comma, by design, comma. Is that right? This seems like a load of commas.
Man,
that's because they're writing very bad.
I will give Tommy one thing though, man. That guy is confidence personified. Our brand is widely known by many people, or whatever we said there, and the appeal is so.
Tommy did not write this though.
See this right here. It should actually. If you want to get rid of all those commas,
it sounds like Tommy though.
No. Tommy, he adds a lot more extras. I think I said in my last video, he used like words like plethora, and he would ham it up far more than this.
This is one of those like where are the day calendars that he likes to pull stuff from every.
This is written by. I can recognize this. It's written by probably John, because I do a lot of I'm a programmer by trade, and that's how programmers write. Because when you program, you use a lot of commas, and how they use their the other things, how they wrote this out. It's probably John who wrote this.
Oh, the quotation marks, yeah.
The quotes.
It's probably John wrote this like what Tommy was telling him to write, but he wrote it in his language.
No, Tom would ham it up way more than this.
Yeah, but he like dumbed it down so it didn't sound so bad.
You can pick out what Tom writes because it's just like your eyes start rolling like within the first 5 words that are written down. You're like,
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
This doesn't make me want to puke. So,
1 Inch Biceps reminds us that nobody in here better be calling the original Xbox the OG Xbox, or Ben Silverpong's going to get you. Yeah, Ben has been old man yelling at clouds lately. I don't know what's up with Ben.
What is he? I haven't really watched any of his stuff recently. Is that what he's doing? Yelling about Xbox?
Well, he said that. Why are people calling it the OG Xbox? It's original Xbox, not OG. It's not OG. That's dumb. Don't be dumb. Say original.
Well, sir, what is your preferred terminology then for the Xbox?
I think my Xbox identifies as OG. That's what I'm saying.
Identify. Oh, okay.
Wow. I asked him, and he said,
we got to read this.
Forget about it.
However,
much more smoky, hazy voice. Go on.
However, Amico's appeal by design extends far beyond our valued retro gaming supporters, who already recognize that families with kids will be the broader beneficiaries of Amico's family-friendly approach to video gaming.
Sure.
Our mission with Amico is to provide family-friendly multiplayer games that are easy to pick up and suitable for different ages and skill levels to play together. All of our games, whether brand new, adapted, that's a new word, or retro reimagined, are crafted to include multiplayer cosplay and to provide simple, affordable family entertainment that the whole family. Wow, it just keeps saying family.
Family entertainment that the family. It's all about family.
It's cult speak. I told you.
can enjoy with no ads and no in-game.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is what he's saying. It's not necessarily that Tommy is telling him what to say. This is just the message that has been presented to, and John is spitting it out and how he understands it. This is his language.
I feel like another Italian wrote this. Dom Toretto. Yeah.
Yes.
Sensible. We've been at this for 2 hours and 15 minutes, just about. So here's my problem.
What's your problem?
They always use this term retro reimagined. Okay, they're not games that are being reimagined into a retro version, right? It's not like they're taking Skyrim and turning it into a retro Skyrim, or like Grand Theft Auto into retro. And they're not taking retro games and changing them into something different, like a reimagining. In the Heights is a reimagining of Romeo and Juliet because it's different. Lord of the Rings is not a reimagining of the Lord of the Rings books. It's just a different version.
It's a story about it. Yeah,
it's an adaptation of source material,
like in that world.
So taking Shark and just making it look different but play essentially the same is not a reimagining. You didn't reimagine anything. You just kind of tweaked it. It's a
just threw it. You just put lipstick on a pig.
We Amico-fied it or something like that.
Obsessive says I agree with Tony on this. Yeah, retro but 3D. No, it's not even that. I mean,
this doesn't do 3D graphics.
Yeah, I agree. They're remakes. They're not remasters because they're changing graphics. So it's just remakes of old games. They're not reimagined. A reimagining would be like
reskinned and like maybe a few new little bells and whistles, but yeah, it's nothing.
Hey, I'm gonna stick up for them here.
Uh-oh.
In the original Missile Command, could you have 4 people playing and shooting random missiles at each other in a confusing mess? No.
That's not a reimagining though. That's an addition. You've added a new feature.
I guess the original Missile Command also wouldn't give you an epileptic seizure as well too.
Yeah, with like the gigantic reticles.
That just so much going on there, man. It's like
if you took Missile Command, right, and turned it into a side-scrolling shooter, that would be a reimagining.
Yeah,
right? Because it's a different genre of game from the original.
Well, what if you take Missile Command and turn it into a pile of shit?
You could start it out.
Well, Tommy has a history of like misusing terms a lot. I'm sure every reader knows that, right? Yeah,
a re-shitification.
The Amico-ification or something like that, maybe.
A shitification.
Well, you can call what they did to Finnegan.
Finnegan Fox.
Yeah. What was originally like Fox and Forest? Yeah, they
made it look worse, and then made it easier.
I will say this: Finnegan Fox has one thing that I actually like versus the original Fox and Forest. In the original Fox and Forest, you could not shoot when you were moving, and you could not shoot.
Oh, really? Wow! +1 for the Amico.
Yeah, the Finnegan Fox, you can jump and shoot, and you can move and shoot because it's not a platformer. It's more like a it's deliberate. You got to go a little bit.
Yeah, it's not a run. It's not a run and gun. It's just like a slow and steady.
Didn't Fox and Forest have like a cell shaded kind of like look to it originally, and then they kind of
it was pixel art.
Oh, pixel art, okay. Now it's cell shaded, kind of.
Yeah,
that's funny.
No, now it's smooth. It's like they just took
they smoothed it out. Yeah, okay, yeah.
That's lagification.
We should coin some kind of like term for this when they change a game, like Amico-ification of a game or something like that, or Amico-fying. I don't know.
Yeah, they Amico-fied it.
There you go. Heard it here, folks. Copyright.
There you
go. Geek Spot.
The No Swear Gamer says, "Does reimagine mean I wonder what these classic games would be like with lag?" Yeah, I always thought, in my opinion, again, and it's just my opinion, but why didn't they just make sequels? Make Astro Smash 2. Then you could do whatever the fuck you want with it.
Exactly. Yeah, man, that is so much better.
But that would take
what they did with like Galaga. Like how they redid Galaga. what was it, 1990 or something?
87, I thought.
Or yeah, I don't know. I don't
Something.
remember. It's the
Some shit.
what the yeah, but yeah, exactly. Do something like that. It doesn't have to be like do a sequel, not a reimagining.
Obsessive compulsive gamer says Intellified. That's what they're
Okay.
saying.
That works too.
Yeah. I like dropping an Amico. Sounds better.
I took an Amico on this game.
Yeah.
By making a sequel, you would not have to worry about anybody comparing it to the original because obviously it's a sequel now, right? It's not going to be the same.
Yeah, it can be anything.
And you don't have to like write stories because all these games don't have stories, right? So
yeah, and then you could add different features. Like when you were playing Astro Smash, you're like, hey, what if I could shoot faster? What if I didn't have to do just 3 bullets on the screen because the fucking Intellivision would explode if there was 4 fucking bullets on the screen?
Yeah,
like fries your TV too.
And of course, it ends sincerely. Phil Adam, John Alvarado,
Senior Management,
Intellivision Entertainment.
Did they misspell Intellivision? Nope, they got it right.
Right? You know, they have positions within the company that they could have just put what their actual, positions were.
That would be like a note that, like, if you worked in an office somewhere, they like left it, like it's like clean up your shit, management, senior management, like in the kitchen or something.
Oh, you know what? Maybe this was a post-it note that they left for Tommy.
Yeah.
And he just printed it out. Like, fuck it, put it on the website.
Yeah. Well, that was an interesting article.
Mind blowing.
Oh, not article, but a statement of a release, like their official release statement.
I would give the spin like 10 out of 10 because they really spun it faster than.
They spun it. They're spinning it. Yeah. It's good.
I give it a solid 2 Amigos.
It's definitely good enough to convince all of their wackadoodle fan base. It's enough to keep them believing.
Keep the faith.
Yeah.
You gotta keep the faith. Yeah, I don't think that they've disproven anything. I mean, obviously, the fans will just whatever they say, they go with it. If Tommy tells them that it's he can turn water into wine, they'll agree.
Exactly.
Not here. We don't do that. We look at the facts. We look at what was made, what statements were made, and tell it like it is. Sometimes it's not good. Sometimes it is good. I mean, what am I gonna do? I can't do shit. I could just say the things that is on the screens, and fuck it, let the chips fall.
It's just those are the facts. You just lay them out and try to look at them the easiest way you can, not spin it.
Here. That's what the problem is. Now, again, I did invite Retro Bro, Saggy Melons. I tweeted at Retro Advisory Board, and I did say this is open panel for anybody, whether they like it or hate it, to come on. They could have came on and gave their interpretation of what we just discussed. But of course, can't be here because we are the no-no zone. You don't want anybody here.
We're the no spin zone.
Ooh. I don't like that they're putting chemicals in the water and turning the fucking frogs gay.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
That brought Carl back, just that one statement.
Yeah.
We have to go to court and admit that our show's a complete fabrication.
I didn't know I was muted. That's... Anyway, like I was saying,
Carl's been talking the whole time. He didn't realize he muted himself.
Yeah.
He had this brilliant analysis of the 6 Amico points, and we missed it. It's lost to the ether now. Damn it.
Dropping the Amico off to the game store.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, I got to drop the Amico off into the game store.
Yep.
Yeah.
6 weeks later, you take it to the garbage dump.
Goodwill. That's where I'm hoping to get my good. That's where I'm hoping to get one. Is a Goodwill. That would be
guys
incredible.
act
That
like
would be
it's
incredible.
actually-
That would be amazing to go to a Goodwill like in 2 or 3 years, and there be an Amico on the shelf.
I keep telling you the release date will be 2025 or beyond.
No. Mr. Beefy says, well, I'm sure they don't want to hear Tommy get mad at them for talking, so I get them not wanting to come on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
heard-
they are afraid that they're gonna find a pony head on their pillow or something because Tommy's too cheap to afford a horse.
We have been too irresponsible. Now we must hear from a sensible person.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
What's up, sensible? Who's now muted himself. I did that introduction for you. I did all that fucking to do.
Hello.
He said, hello there.
Hello, haters.
You're a little
Howdy.
low. You gotta.
You introduced me. Oh yeah.
You got turned up.
Putting the family to bed. I don't usually do this sort of thing.
Yeah. I don't either a lot.
Yeah, I haven't done anything all week. I'm very disappointed in myself. Been lazy. Fell asleep. Was late for an hour. I was like over an hour late for work the other day because I fucking passed out watching Seinfeld.
I think we all been there before, Tony. So no worries.
Yeah, it happens.
Didn't you upload videos?
No, I just cut up the last week's Game with Geeks.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, you did.
scheduled all
Hey, it's
the
something. It's something.
That
at
was
least
much
it's
appreciated,
content.
though. I was able to digest it over a few days. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did anyone check
And
out
we
Carl's
had
videos?
20% female audience.
Oh,
last
I
week.
deleted it on Tony's request, and I was okay with that. I got the exposure I wanted, and I'm fine with that.
The exposure to Tommy's nudity.
Oh, you were really hanging out there, Carl. I saw the exposure. It was a lot of skin.
If the Amico comes
yeah.
out, all these channels will die.
Not mine. I'll adapt, baby.
I don't think that's the real him.
I think it is him. But all these channels, I think most of the channels will fade away. I mean,
Oh, you're talking about okay, like the Amico, the pro Amico people.
The Amico kids. Yeah, well, I think some of them are retro gamers, and they're all attracted to it because of the old name. That much is clear. It's not about the family fun. Even Mullis and other people with little kids like that. It's always been about the old 50-year-old system.
yeah, he's a quiet talker. Sensible person is whispering.
Oh, you can't hear me? I need to fix that. Hang on.
I think it's a grift for some of them. Like, I don't think some of them a lot not that well. You can pick and choose who it is that they're just doing it for views or whatever, and they don't really give a shit about the Amico at all. And then they'll move on to something else.
Yeah, it's definitely a grift.
You think so? What are they getting out of it? Just love and hugs from Tommy, right?
Well, I think it was originally what they were going to get out of it was the promises of being in from the ground floor on this groundbreaking, evolutionary, amazing system. If they bought the whole thing, they bought it.
But so some of them dropped out when it became blindingly obvious.
I think DJC is getting paid.
DJC invested $1,000 in the Amico
just for the laughs. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he's getting paid. Like I would think Panda Sub's getting paid too because they're like putting his videos on their main releases.
No, I don't think they're getting paid, and here's why.
Stupid ass phone.
Well, sorry, Carl.
I said phone, not Tony.
I can't understand. I don't know. I just can't understand their videos. Okay, so tell me why.
Well, here it is. Like I was gonna say. Okay, if I make a pro Amico video, I know that Tommy will promote it, and I'll get more than average views. And the hope is that I'll get enough subs to eventually monetize, and then break away from the Amico discussion and be able to do my own.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like
it hasn't worked out for anyone.
You're wrong about that. I tried that before. You won't get more than average views. Won't happen.
Well, I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying that that's the play. That's what they're going for.
That was their hope, yeah. Some of them seemed like auditions. Some of the early people, like Super Jeremy, the school principal, and the guy with the big belt buckle, what was his name? The bacon ice cream, retro rich guy who had his house flooded. They were like trying out for something. They were like propositioning Tommy or working for a contest or something. That Anthem guy with the mask and the little kids. And
Anthem Two Tails.
That's the guy. He was really pushing hard on it, and it had sort of a High School Musical audition feel to me.
Well, I agree. I think everybody wanted to be the OEBP. They wanted the OEBP position. He got the most push. He got the most backing.
And even he gave up.
He worked really hard, though. He was doing like 3 videos a day.
Yeah, but like I said, what happened? He surpassed 1,000.
Yeah.
Eventually broke away.
He peaked.
Yeah.
They've all peaked. I mean, there's nowhere to go but down with this thing.
I mean, Pete obviously did that. He changed the name of his channel. He just like ran. I mean, he still has to make a few Amico related releases, but yeah, I mean, like he got it and took
That's
off.
because he got some exposure from Evercade.
True.
So
yeah.
he moved on to like Evercade on their official Twitter, posted his podcast with Bacon Ice Cream Guy. So I think he tried to move on. But just like many of us men, we always keep an eye on our first true love, which he is with Tommy.
Harkens back for the days of old.
So you can see him. He wants to go back, but he knows it's the wrong thing to do, but he just can't help himself.
Well, Pete can't compete. He can't match up to Panda Sub's quality in video. I mean, he tried Omni Pete.
He's the younger new model.
That was a massive failure. He had an opportunity to do something, but that just didn't work. That character.
How many videos has the Panda Sub actually done? He's like retro advisory board. He wants to,
like a handful,
He
not
reaches
many.
he reaches for the stars, but he takes like 4 weeks to finish anything.
I mean, the thing is, character acting is stupid. It doesn't work.
Unless you're good, but these guys aren't good.
His videos,
no,
it is a lot of effort. Is it worth the effort though?
And I
It's not. Like you just got to understand that what you're releasing doesn't have to be perfect.
And I don't know if I've said this before, but I swear, Pete reminds me of Jim Parsons. The guy who played Sheldon.
No, don't even say that. Sheldon is a fucking role model for me. Don't even.
Whoa!
He was so bad of a character that they had to build a whole role around Jim Parsons.
That wasn't
That's
a bad.
Have you seen
the original? The first episode, he's nothing like.
But that's the point. Jim Parsons is so good at being Jim Parsons that he can't do anything else.
Unfortunately, Carl is no longer going to be on the stream.
Oh, look at that. I like that. Look at that Smash Bros. Clone with all the haters and cultists. That would be great. Like a real janky version of it.
I actually think if somebody has programming ability, we need to make a knockoff of Mega Man, starring the haters as the bosses, and then Pete as the Mega Man character.
Ooh.
And instead of getting powers from the haters, we all kidnap a quote-unquote cultist. So, like, when he rescues Turbo Joe, he gets the Turbo Joe speed boost.
Yeah.
He gets rage attack.
When he rescues Cyrus, he gets the virus ability.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
I just need a programmer. I got it all in the head.
Retro bro, he gets like the bicep like punch or something.
1 Inch Biceps says pushing and pulling. Great song by the late legendary Kamala.
No, Retro Bro, his power would be lying.
Carl.
It's the truth.
Carl,
how could that work?
I'm not fighting.
How could that work in a game? How would that power materialize in a game?
But I'm not fighting, but he was caught lying. Don't look at me. Look at the videos.
It's the power to turn a hater into an Amico shell or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like you persuade like the enemy.
Yeah.
And it turn it, and it becomes like your pet.
Yeah. It's
okay,
like you're.
G10 says, I think some of them were also hoping to get paid or hired. I think some of them.
That's why I don't know, man. It seems like why wouldn't Tommy reach out to Panda Sub, who's pro Amico, he's friendly, and he's got some talent? Like, would he not just like commission a few videos from him or some positive things? You don't think that's something Tommy would do?
I think that
because
Photoshop guy is on the payroll. What's his name? The Slappy Marston. I call him Slappy McCardon.
Here's why.
Yeah.
Here's why I don't think Tommy would do it. Because Tommy has the kind of personality that he expects it.
He expects you to just do it for free publicity. Yeah. God, that's so sad.
Pay homage to me, little people.
That is so sad.
And maybe that's why Snestastic and Pete stepped back for a minute. Maybe Tommy came begging for them to come back into the fold. Who knows? Who knows? These guys won't ever tell the truth. We can ask them.
I do know that Tommy's not paying them. They remember this is from a public statement from one of the big fans. How they don't even get interviews with the developers. That they want these interviews, right? They want to talk to the developers and do interviews and stuff, but Tommy doesn't even let them do that. He doesn't even trust his quote unquote shills to interview the developers and make a good promotional material for the console.
Well, you can't control what they would say or ask, I suppose.
Yeah, you could. He could be like, here's a list of approved questions you're allowed to ask.
No, they're idiots and Tommy's incompetent then. I mean, we knew this.
Because I know personally, if I was trying to do something on YouTube, trying to be whether a games journalist or some kind of commentator, and Tommy's my quote unquote friend, I'd be like, Tommy, these guys work for you. Let me talk to them. Let me get them on my show. Let me find out about Finnegan Fox or fucking Astro Smash or something. But they don't. Me, who has no fucking contact and everybody in the Amico sphere hates me, somehow everybody wants to fucking be on the show and talk to me. And I got interviews with the devs and all kind of shit. But these guys who are
that's true. I hate
Tommy.
Yeah, they have like more subs
you guys hate Tony too, right?
What's that?
Everybody here hates Tony, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good.
He sucks.
I don't like that Tony guy myself.
No, self-esteem is important, Tony.
No, but you could tell because a lot of them are bitter at the way the industry has changed. A lot of them are bitter at the way gaming journalism has evolved over time. They want to be the elites. I've said this before. They want to be the elites. They want to be the authority. Unfortunately, it's not like that.
And most importantly, a lot of the Amico fans emulate, so they wouldn't recognize the lag.
Yeah. Tommy Amico says there have been 2 full Panda Sub videos and then like some teasers. Potion Sword Run says I'm going to start releasing black screen talks. Yeah, go for it. I don't think anybody should make videos with any sort of effort. This should not have any sort of effort. YouTube originally was not about making fucking content with all kind of flashy lights and shit. It was just, hey, I'm at the fucking zoo. Look at the fucking monkeys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that. Like 2005, 2006, 2007. Yeah.
One of my favorite Amico haters is the British guy who likes to feed the ducks. I talk about his
Rambling Man.
Rambling Man, yeah.
Rambling Man, yeah.
We just need to make a list of all of the
Potion Sword Run says he just got off work. He doesn't want to jump on. When am I going to get on the tube? Potion Sword Run. You always got Darius and this Canadian guy, and you got fucking Tommy.
But isn't it supposed to be evil to make lists about people?
Just goddamn Canes, man, always taking up people's jobs, you know.
Yeah, just put a frog in one of the backgrounds of your tube videos. We would know what it means.
Yeah, well, I mean, the truth is, you'll at least get exposure. Nobody will. Few people will ever talk about me, so I'm forgotten as hell. So
Carl, stop being a Debbie Downer. Everyone loves you. Everyone talks about
it's
you.
true.
Yes,
I
Carl,
call
you're
it
not
as I see it.
forgotten.
What I would say to the Amico content, like the content creators for the Amico, is this: why would you put effort into your videos about the Amico when Tommy doesn't put any effort into to the actual console? So, you know, why?
Right. I agree 100%.
Oh.
I'm learning some skills to do things I wouldn't normally do because I've got some downtime in the pandemic, and it's kind of fun. But yeah,
So, of course, our good friends over at the Intellivision _ Amico.
Amico age.
Yeah,
You know,
the haters hate.
the hater dungeon.
What was it? A hate site?
Hate site. Hate subreddit.
Hate
A
hate
propaganda
crimes. They're
rat.
committing hate. They're committing hate crimes over there.
It's called propaganda.
No, it's counter programming the propaganda on r/Amico, Carl.
They're committing gamer like a genocide over there in that Reddit.
It's speaking truth to power. I like that. I like the Reddit a lot. It's full of jackals right now. You can post if somebody puts something on the Tumblr, you can bet it's going to show up on Resetera and Reddit like in half an hour or less.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of analysis on there. They're so smart. The people watching this are smarter than the people making the Amico at this point.
Yeah, I will say that I'm very grateful for them providing me with easy content because I don't have to look nothing up. I just go to the Amico subreddit and be like, "Oh,
yeah,
look,
that's it.
They found
look,
all this
there's
shit."
always something neat. Yeah.
Patrick's looking at that. I think Sam does too.
Yeah. Speaking
Sam
of which,
is in there. Yes.
We got this thing here. Hopefully, you guys can see it. It's kind of small.
Yep.
Can you zoom it a bit?
Yeah.
No,
that's the way old.
Just read it, please.
Read what it says, maybe.
I will read it. This was a position that was being offered by Intellivision. It is a product manager in television entertainment full-time from September 2020 to the present, 1 year, 5 months. No, I guess this is someone's job position. Sorry. Salt Lake City, Utah. He said that he identified 14% cost saving in hardware manufacturing components and established criteria for each milestone on operating system and game software product roadmaps as means to measure developmental progress. Now, this gentleman started in 2020 of September of 2020. Damn,
that would have been 1 month before the thing's original launch date.
Right. So how was he able to establish criteria for each milestone on operating system if it was going to launch in October 2020 and it was finished? Remember, it was complete. We were told it was complete. It was done, 100%, ready to go on the launch pad.
That's too much facts, dude. That's too many facts.
I mean, again,
so that would be that's on LinkedIn probably. There's probably a name associated with it. It's classy of the person to leave that off. But this is like they presented this as proof. Maybe he was replacing somebody else who was doing the job before. But yeah, this doesn't look good, and they'll never address it. You know, they will not. They will dance around this. If you ask them a direct question, they'll say, "I remember when I met Muhammad Ali."
Yeah,
Sylvester Stallone.
They just sweep that under the rug and start talking about Willy Wonka
because they're Rocky Balboa.
Oh man. His favorite movie is a shitty one. That just says a lot.
Not to insult Carl's poor taste in movies, but
that was super true.
First off, I would like to say that the person who established the Intellivision _ Amico subreddit put in rules so that we didn't have people get doxxed. Said, hey, you got to cut out people's names. Don't attack anybody personally. You'll get banned if you cause trouble. That person was some guy named Tony TGD. He started the subreddit. Kind of an asshole, but you know. So that's why there's no name associated with this. Now, secondly, there is no problem with the company coming out and saying, guys, we're behind. We can't get it done. We're trying. We're struggling. We need your support and your help and your good wishes because it's just not coming together. There's nothing wrong with that. We'd support you. We'd say, hey, fucking you came out and you admitted it. We'll get behind you.
No, Tommy can never show weakness though, because he never loses, and he's got
But
a
it's not
Napoleon
weakness.
complex.
That's what people need to understand. Tommy
Yeah, but that's how he acts. You know,
There's a lot of parallels between. There's a lot of parallels between Tommy and the leader of North Korea. All three of them. You know?
dear leader.
Yeah, I'm sure he bowled 300 game one time. You know,
Yeah,
or he always does something like that. You know?
300
he bowled a perfect cornhole,
and he flies by shooting rainbows out of his ass. So something like that.
Actually, you're incorrect. I heard from a reliable source that Tommy once bowled a 301 game.
Wow,
wow.
he's even better than Kim Jong-un. Jeez.
Wow, that's
Tommy,
over promise and over deliver.
On his last strike, he hit the pin so hard that one of them flew into the next lane, and that's how he got his extra pin.
Wow,
301.
I believe it.
I mean, what can I say about cornhole? It's got an awful name.
Cornhole does have an awful name.
I mean, we all know what cornhole actually is. So why they pick that name? They could have chosen any other name that cornhole was actually associated with, but they chose name.
Isn't it a game with a beanbag, Carl? What else does it mean?
I believe there's another video version of it.
Go down
either on PC or another console. It's just called Bags. That's Bags. Bags. Let's play Bags.
That's what we play here in the Midwest. We play Bags.
Bags.
Is that where you just teabag your friends?
Do you drink Coke or soda or pop?
I mean, I'm not going to tell you what cornhole actually is. So,
just say
moving on.
A hole and be done with it, Carl. Stop teasing us. Moving on.
I mean, basically, it's a kind of anal sex.
Moving on.
Oh, gonna take you around behind the shed and play some cornhole.
Tommy, are you trying to tell us something there, buddy?
Yeah,
subliminal messaging there.
Not that there's anything wrong with it. Next. Thank you. Next.
What are the other types?
Well, apparently there are other more appropriate names for that game.
Gentlemen, this is not Gabbing with Geeks. We not appropriate time. I'm not going to edit this one out, so come on.
All right. That's fine.
All right, this was a comment from an investor, quote unquote, on Republic. He said, "Would you please address how you are going to remedy the concerning issues noted in the ars.technica or arstechnica.com meltdown article regarding Amico? Price point. This early 2021 peak revealed less than $100 in combined parts per retail box, well below the system's current $250 pre-order price. Over 100% profit is unusual for a gaming console, as the device category often sells at a lower price to entice the longer tail of licensed game sales." That was addressed in the facts, dropping facts shit. The second thing he asks is, Amico is slated to come with 6 packing games, but the quality of those games, as revealed thus far, doesn't appear to justify that cost cap. Amico's packing tally falls well short of the 24 games coming with the whimsical portable system Playdate, which retails for $7 less. Not addressed at all by Tommy or
because they pick and choose. They know that they can't challenge all these facts because they're so damning. So they just pick and choose highlights so that they can have that rebuttal, and then everyone's like, "Oh yes, agreed."
Do you think that that investor question is legit, or do you think it was a softball? The timing is suspicious. It went up like a little bit after. No, was it before? It was after the facts post from Phil and John, but then Tommy commented on it like minutes later. In sort of the shill way that Intellivision puts up a video, and then Pete and the gang immediately have reactions like instantly.
Yeah. According to
there's so much.
Sam Red 81.
Yeah.
On Reddit, who I believe is Sam Mekovich.
That's him. Yeah.
The timestamp on the Republic post is well after the Intellivision letter went live this morning. That Republic post only asks questions that are answered by the Intellivision letter that went live this morning. Not quite, because there are a couple of things that weren't answered. So.
Mm-hmm.
But it does
we'll never know. They'll never tell the truth. This isn't a public company. SEC will ask them, and they'll just bury it and pretend it never happened. But it's curious, and there's so much astroturfing around this. I don't believe anything they say anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Just to go quickly through these questions, he asked about the console market being shifted from retro gaming with the arcade one-ups and all that. He asked about the Nintendo Switch's library compared to the unfinished games that we mentioned, Shark and Missile Command. He asked about the OS forcing users to pick through the icons of every game. And Amico games we've seen the most in the past year have decidedly cheap college project vibe, which they didn't address at all. So there's a couple of things they didn't actually address. There was a few things that were addressed in those facts posts hours before this particular Republic question went live.
The way I see it is, if Sam writes this blistering article and all they can do is say, "Nuh-uh, we showed a video of Breakout last year," but they don't refute anything else, it's kind of tacitly admitting that the rest of it is true.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I find funny. The Sam Mekovich article didn't just go up. So why is this investor now, so far after the Sam article went up and after the Intellivision Facts article went up, asking these questions? It does seem highly suspect.
You think it's a softball too?
Yeah. And because they're not really even questions so much as here's a quote from the article. Not even a question on it, like here's a quote, something, about the quote. It's just here's the quote.
I do wonder if it's representative of other things that we don't see. Like maybe they got some private questions from big spenders. Then again, if you put your money into a garbage joint like Republic, after reading all of those risk statements and it's saying basically your money is gone, you don't have any recourse, you don't really get a vote in this. These investors aren't going to be the types to chase this guy down. It's not like Elizabeth Holmes situation.
Tommy Amico says he's a sussy baka.
I'm too old for that. What does that mean? I like the sound of it.
Stupid and suspect.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because I think baka is like dummy.
Yeah, it's Japanese word for stupid or dumb. Yeah.
Thank you.
Because you often hear the phrase "baka gaijin," which is like stupid foreigner.
Is that what it is?
I thought that was their nickname for me. Oh man.
Okay, so this is another post because these guys go above and fucking beyond fucking the subreddit here. Love these guys. Francois Tremblay, Mr. Tremblay. He made a weird post on
yeah, you
Facebook
don't say.
group.
Everything he does is weird.
Yeah, he's like I don't know. I don't know what he is.
He put like a towel on his head and talked about the prophecy.
Did he? When was this?
I can't
Francois
tell if
is what aliens think you act like.
Performance or performance
Yeah.
artist or idiot.
He's a bot.
Oh, I love it
all
when
right, so
these
here
guys
it is.
highlight the
So
old
this
Atari
is
age
a
posts.
Yeah, this is an old Atari age post from Tommy Tellerico. It was posted April 20th, 2020. He says, I listened to most of it and can now certainly say they have no idea what the hell they're talking about when it comes to the modern video game industries outside of Nintendo. He's talking about Pat Ian's CU podcast. As you'll note, Francois Tremblay saw this image and said, hey, that would look like a good game that someone can put on the Amico. It's like somebody's developer project or something, you know.
Wow.
It is a screenshot from Halo. If you can't see on the screen, it's a Halo.
Wow.
Where's the other picture that has the Halo part? Weren't there two pictures?
Yeah, there was two pictures. Okay, so this is from Grudge Q. He says, only having one USB-C port for expansion kind of limits things, but has any console really had more than one expansion port? Grudge Q, being a huge Amico fan, a moderator of the corporate Amico, he says he doesn't know that, you know, has any game had more than one expansion port? And of course, the person who did this nice little write-up says consoles with more than one expansion / USB port: GameCube, PS2, PS3, Xbox 360, Wii U, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, Xbox Series X, and the PS. So I mean, just a couple.
Sega Genesis, which you can add a Sega CD to it. You can add a 32X to it. You can put a Game Genie on it. You can have a Tower of Power. Yeah, that's a dumb statement.
Hey guys, I gotta hit the sack.
Oh, have a good night.
You can sleep when you're dead, man.
Too hard.
Yeah,
unless you're into that.
I gotta work in the morning, or I'd hang out. But yeah, so I'll be around tomorrow when you guys start 8 normal time.
Well, we're just gonna go all night.
Yeah,
just pop right now.
Oh, I'll just hop on when I wake up. All right. Good night, y'all.
Yeah.
See ya.
All right. Take it easy, Days. I'm going to leave sensible person in charge for the next 5 minutes. I gotta go take something to Sidekick Max. So take it away.
Gotta go see a man about a horse. All right. Oh boy, I don't know what to do here. Let's see. There's a shirt. There's a share button.
Yes, back to the psychology of Tellerico.
What does the big guy do? RT USA when he has to go pee, he could just go birds, and then he puts on some music, right?
I don't watch him, so I can't. He's hard to listen to.
I watched one of them, and I listened to it. I just put my headphones in and walk around because they go on for hours. And that was when I made that video where there was a good tight 5 minutes in there when he's really cursing Tommy out for threatening to blacklist people and threaten their careers. And he got the righteous indignation. You dare to do this? You're gonna do this? Fuck you! And then somebody puts a $1 in the chat. And he goes, "Oh, thank you very much. That's very good." So you can tell it's
more, please.
Yeah, it's all everything. Everybody is fake and everything is performed.
I have a question for you, gentlemen. Do you guys listen to every week to Pat and Ian?
I do. Yeah.
Usually, and I've always been listening to the Amico stuff the last couple of months.
I've been watching Pat's videos since 2010, basically, way before the podcast, and yeah, I just found him because James put him over. James Rolfe, that is the Angry Video Game Nerd. Fairly early on, I think he got a lot of his probably subs from that.
Do you think they treat the Amico fair? Are they too harsh? I think they're pretty.
I think giving it attention at all is more than any other media outlet wants to do.
Someone made a playlist of actually all the videos that they've ever made. It's over 50 now. Now it's going back. Now, I started listening to it or watching them all, and the first 10 are basically the first 2.5 years, and then all of the other 40 something are the last
every maybe week for last year.
Yeah, I know it really picked up, but I don't know if they just saw the views they were getting off of it, or they just there's more to talk about. I don't know. But
I think it's a unique niche that they can get in there. No one else is talking about it. Certainly, no one is analyzing it. With the Atari box, it was sort of the same sort of thing. There was some media coverage, but it was mostly like regurgitating press releases and saying, "Time will tell if this thing can actually compete."
There were like other channels I watched that talked about the VCS, actually quite bigger ones too than Pat. I guess that's the power of Atari versus Intellivision's brand recognitions, I suppose.
But there wasn't much going on with the Atari. It wasn't nearly as interesting because it didn't have the colorful characters.
Well, it didn't have the drama.
The lies.
All right, what did I miss?
We're talking about your love life, so.
Hell yeah, Gary's here. What's up, Gary?
It's not what you have; it's how you use it that matters.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
We're talking about Pat and Ian.
And we're talking about their increasing coverage of this and the fact that nobody else is doing it, and that they're kind of speaking truth to power because nobody else is bothering with it.
Well, we've already talked about this. Obviously, Tommy, he pissed off a few people, and Pat and Ian are two, and the other person was Sam Makovich. Yeah, so ever since he did that
of ridiculously too.
Oh yeah. Rich had a stream the other night too. So I mean, obviously that's exactly what he did. He pissed off a few people, and Pat and Ian were covering it slightly, and then they didn't really care about it. And then once he went through with the clowns and you guys are idiots thing, it was kind of like, okay, it's war. So
Frank Cifaldi's in there too, and he works with Mike Mika. So I wonder if there's a story there, but he's not going to tell it, I imagine.
Gary, how's the kidneys?
It's still rough, man. I'm still it's like comes in waves, and I can't really get rid of it. I'm gonna have to go to the ER because I think it is I think it's too big of a stone to pass.
Oof.
It's either that or it's something else. And when I eat, I can feel it it's messing with my bladder or my stomach, and then I feel heart fluttering. I'm all fucked up, man.
You need the jaws of life.
You said the stones are too big to pass?
I that would be my only guess because
my condolences to your girlfriend.
It's not been pretty.
Stones so big that Matt Jarbo wants to collect them for his backyard.
He's got a narrow urethra.
Did you guys go over this part of Tommy's quote here?
No. Not really, no.
No, hit it.
Okay, so we'll go over it. Again, he is talking about the CU podcast, and they didn't highlight this section, but we're going to read it anyway. He says, I'm not even exaggerating.
Tony, what's the date on this thing you're reading? I can't. It's too small to see.
April 20th, 2020.
420.
Okay, so well over
Gary.
a year ago, almost 2 years ago.
Yeah. All right, so he says, I'm not even exaggerating. Literally almost everything that came out of their mouths was factually incorrect. And the laziness and Nintendo bias is so off the charts, it's unbelievable. All they needed to do was take 5 seconds to Google how many units did Ouya sell to find the actual answer. But instead, they just assumed the worst and just made up whatever they thought would fit their narrative. Their number was in the tens of thousands when the data shows over 1 million. So according to Tommy, they sold over 1 million Ouyas.
I'll be so glad when the Amico is done with. That way I can stop hearing the word narrative.
The Ouya, according to TechCrunch, sold about 200,000. There was about 200,000 users on the Ouya platform. And for the hardware users, we tend to, out of goodwill, as we didn't acquire the hardware assets, keep the lights on for their gaming services for at least 12 months as we encourage them to migrate to Razer services. So there were 200,000 users, not necessarily 200,000 Ouyas. I don't know if the users were separate.
I think they had around 60,000 backers or something, a little less than that, maybe 57,000.
And they sold in retail too, and they called every account a developer, which was funny because theoretically every unit could be used for development.
What I don't get is how did the Ouya fail if they sold 1 million units?
They didn't.
They didn't. Tommy's wrong again. Tommy is like dyslexic or something.
Okay.
Yeah, Tommy just created the million in order to refute Pat's numbers, which were admittedly low. Instead of just giving the real number and saying it was 200,000, because they were saying that the Amicos are going to sell less than the Ouya. So Tommy had to create a huge number in order to, because they're going to sell like 50 million Ouya Amicos or something.
Yeah. Well, that's what Michael Packer said, like a million.
So Pat does this sometimes. He shoots from the hip, and he doesn't always do his research. I remember when Stuart Varney from Fox Business News was talking to Fred Chenet from Atari, and they're like, I don't know his name. Let's call him British Jim. It's like you can take 5 seconds to look it up, Pat. But he doesn't do that. He does it to to keep the show moving and to be silly and funny. But what Tommy will do is he'll latch onto, and that's what this statement of fact thing does too. It latches onto one little irrelevant detail or typo or nitpick, and then says, oh, well, if this is wrong, the whole thing must be questionable. The whole thing must be wrong. And in this case, Tommy wasn't even factually accurate. It's pretty great.
I guess my retort to what Tommy said there is this would be like, Tommy, in regards to what the Ouya sold or didn't sell, it's going to be a lot less than the Amicos ever going to sell, okay? So let's just not get into that.
A lot less? It was a lot more, I'd say.
I think that's what he meant. I think he meant the Amico is going to sell.
The other way around.
Yeah, sorry. Okay,
sorry.
I fucked up.
We know
what
what
you
you
meant, though.
He's a little confused, but he got the spirit.
Yeah. Don't feel bad.
F1 JV says, remember Tommy in July 2020 still saying they could make the 10/10/2020 launch date, and Relic believing them then to now that 30,000 a month manufacturing lines ready to go. Do you remember in January of 2022 when they said they could still make the Q1 2022 soft launch date, when in fact they have not started manufacturing a single Amico?
They still haven't said they're not making it.
Oh, and everybody's running with the 30 days. Like they can't seem to grasp 30 days or so.
At this point,
for information. They're formulating a plan in order to come up with a plan to tell you the plan that they're going to plan to do.
That's beautiful.
The Germans are known for their redundancies, so they're planning.
They're hatching a Dumb and Dumber scheme.
Has Tommy ever said where it's going to be manufactured for, like
China?
China, okay.
At this point, their only hope is are virgin sacrifices and nothing more.
Well, there's plenty of those in Amico land, but he's also done these sort of let's inject bleach in our skin kind of brainstorms. Like, we could go to Mexico, we could go to the United States. It'll just cost us more. There was a lot when he was putting his diary on Atari Age. There was a lot of free association and thinking out loud about that sort of thing. You could see his sort of wish casting. I can only imagine what the logistics people in the company would be like. Like, no, we're not going to do that. It would be 10 times the cost, Tommy. No, we're not going to do that. But if they are. One more thing. I'm sorry, Tony. Tommy's supposedly going to sign those early editions like in person from the factory. Do you think that's still going to happen?
No, because I don't think it's going to manufacture this year.
Ooh.
All right.
Now, what's up, Isaiah? Israel, long time no see around these parts. Yeah, Mr. TF Bones SF. They were really slightly positive. They were at least interested, curious. They were Amico curious, as memes like to say.
I think Ian said, because I went back and started rewatching like the older videos because those are like 2 or 3 years old at this point. He said, I should theoretically be interested in this console. That's what he said one time in one of the videos.
Yeah.
But then he went into why he
said too.
Oh yeah. I guess you kind of remember what he said 3-4 years ago. But hey, if they were making a sequel to 50-year-old version, they should make the main character and a television Amico employee or owner at least.
Oh man, it would be so nice if they did an Amico edition of 50 Shades of Grey.
How so? Because there'd be cornhole in that.
Mr. 804.
Oh, obviously.
Mr. 804 says formal production has begun. when formal manufacturing begins, then that might be something.
I mean, to be realistic, if they said 30 days or so, I really think the news is going to hit probably mid-February, late February. This thing has to be done and ready. At least the founders have to be out by like June, July. It's the only thing that makes sense. And I've said it before, and I think we can probably all agree that the 10/10/2022 date has to be hit. If it doesn't come out this year, I mean, how are these guys going to spin it? I think we're gonna lose a few more soldiers on the other side if this thing is going to get pushed to 2023. This is just.
How do you think they keep the doors open if they're running out of money and they're bleeding it? They have no income, and
they can open up offices too. Like what are they getting
well,
money
that's
from?
like Hans's office at home.
Are they really opening up those offices?
Sumit's office in Dubai. I mean, that's his home. I mean, they're not renting things or anything like that.
Oh, well, we did find out that the office in San Francisco is being rented by a juice company in the same building. Unless
it's relatively simple.
Out of the juice bar.
Yeah, we had the scoop on that a month ago.
Yeah.
Well, it's relatively simple. They have OnlyFans pages.
Well, here's the thing. I think when Tommy says they got 60 employees, he counts the CEO, the chief creative officer, Tommy Tellerico, the audio guy, Tommy Tellerico, Mr. Tellerico.
Oh, and each one gets 6 figures. Good job, Tommy.
Sir Tellerico.
Sir Tellerico and Tommy.
Thomas Tellerico.
TT.
Tony, that's a silly comment. That's a silly comment. I know the real reason. He has 60 employees because he has partnerships. So when he goes to Crayola, he has 20 employees there because they have a partnership. Goes to Utah, he has 10, 20 employees.
There you go.
He goes to Starbucks here. There's at least 10 people in there. He goes to Jamba Juice. He gets a partnership with his Jamba Juice.
A partnership with the coffee shop, with the guys who cut the grass. Paperboy.
Don't forget John's mustache counts as one too.
Mr. T Bonus SF says, is that 30 days will have an update as true as when Tommy told DJ Slopes definitely have a ship date announcement in 2 weeks, 100%. I remember when Tommy said that the Founders Edition would be out 100% by last year.
All together now. Tommy says lots of
people still were buying that up until Christmas this year. I saw that one.
Well, Tony, when we have to really cover the play date highly when it does arrive here. When I get mine, we're really gonna have to push the fact that the play date is out and the Amico is not.
But the batteries will explode.
No, Carl, that was just one batch of bad batteries. It's all fixed now.
Yeah.
Well, okay. To be fair, play devil's advocate like you always do, Tony. They haven't had an update since they brought in those 120 units, 3 boxes full of play dates. So they really haven't. I mean, they said everything was on track and that everything was ramping up, but there hasn't been an update since. But I do have faith in Panic. I think they'll deliver a good product.
Gary, there's one difference though. It's not crowdfunded.
You're right.
Did anybody else here get one? Besides, I got one too.
I do.
Well, I don't have one, but I have one.
And
order.
I think I order one. Yeah, sorry.
I'm not because Gary still has to convince me to buy one.
I got one in my order is 8,000 and something. So I am in the first batch, but I'm towards the end of the first batch.
Yeah, I'm like way down the list.
Look at my order number.
I only got it like I ordered about maybe 6 weeks ago at this point, I think. Yeah.
I'm like 84. I'm like 8,400. So from I did my math, we were told Q1, but I would expect at least to be somewhere like mid. If they're on track and they do ship these first quarter, I should be like probably mid to late February, I want to say. But they need to start rolling. They need an update here soon.
I'm in the high thousands, and I'm behind you, but that's okay. It comes when it comes. It's not going to be like cutting edge graphics or anything, but it would be nice to talk about it with everybody when it first comes out.
No, I mean, look at it just to compare to the Amico. You got guys like who handled 1080, the snowboarding game. He's doing a game on the Playdate. And I don't know if you guys have really researched all the different games that are coming out. But
welcome to Gary's Playdate All Access.
It is absolutely awesome. The amount of people and who they got putting, working on games for this thing, unlike the Amico. I mean, who can you really say is creating something? I mean, there's some guys here and there.
We're gonna have to wait and see. The Amico looked really good on paper too, and we had the guy from Moon Patrol on board. We had Mike Mika on board, and all these consultants and Jay Allard. I do believe that Playdate's going to deliver something because we've seen it, and real people have had it in their hands and written really glowing reports about it. It was all over the place, all at the same time when that embargo lifted.
Well, that's why I said when it comes out, I hope that Tony allows me to show it off as much as I can on the stream and the show. So,
yeah,
and it's a stupid little toy, and that's okay. Nobody's promised that it was going to change gaming and make grandma want to play with you. It's just it's a hipster Game Boy for Mac nerds, and that's okay. That's why I'm getting it.
All right, Playdate, you owe us some advertising money for all this shilling they did on my show. 1 Inch Bicep says, I think it'll be out this year or it's dead. We all agree that if it does not come out this year, it is.
Yeah, it has to be.
But I don't think it's
already dead.
It might miss another year.
It's like
for that. I just think
the Amico is like a zombie walking around. It needs to be put down and buried again. But
yeah, because as Mr. T here reminds us, they have pilot plastics. Remember, this thing was supposed to launch 10/10/2020. Pilot plastics should have been done a long time ago if they were just waiting for parts. Pilot plastics has nothing to do with chip shortages, has nothing to do with software, hardware. It's just the plastic that you're going to use to mold your fucking Amico shell. This should have been taken care of long ago, 2 years ago or more. The fact that they just barely did that, what was it, like a month and a half ago? Come on. Can somebody this is one of the questions that I want one of the pro Amico people to come on and tell me, how is it that they were set to release on 10/10/2020 without having pilot plastics all buttoned up, without having the final plastics done 2 years ago?
Tommy did the video where he was telling everybody in the audience that was watching that they were doing slight revisions on it, like adding weights to the console to make it feel less cheap.
What's up, No Square Gamer?
Hey, I see you're still doing this, man. This is crazy. You guys have been on board.
This is a short runtime for this podcast. Usually it's like 5 hours.
Yeah, because that's what people want to hear. We're adding weight so it'll feel less cheap.
My goodness, I mean, all Amico for this long. That's crazy. So let me ask you. I only heard the tail end about 30 minutes ago or so, and then I had to get some other stuff done. So what do you make of the $100 in parts claim that Ars Technica said? Is that legit, or do you think that's underestimating?
You can derive that from things that Tommy and others have said about the profit margin for this, plus the specs that were in that document dump that somebody found with a DuckDuckGo search.
Uh-oh.
I think
Am I really going to be the only one with a camera?
Oh, there's arms. Look at that. Yeah, you are. We're all anonymous cowards.
Oh, it's getting crowded in here.
I didn't have a profile pic until like an hour and a half ago.
So I don't know if you heard Retro Bro, but No Square Gamer was asking about the $100 number that Sam Mekovich put on the parts for the Amico. Do you have some insight that you want to share about that?
Dude, I have no idea how much this thing fucking costs. It's got to be more than that, because I mean, we kind of talked about this on Amico After Dark a little bit, and that seems like extremely low. And I don't even know how Sam came up with that, honestly. He really didn't offer any insight on that.
Well, he came up with it based on the developer portal that he perused, and the parts listed there, because was a list of specs as to what was in the Amico. I think he based it off of those parts.
Yeah, I mean, listen, even if it was at 100, I mean, okay, you're still getting 6 games and 2 controllers. I mean, at the end of the day, it's price is subjective. Like for those people that think it's going to be too expensive at 250, like, I mean, I'm like, no one's going to change their mind there. Like, you've already made up your mind that it's too expensive. So, like, I don't know what,
right.
I don't know
but
what
that
to tell
wasn't
people.
the argument. That wasn't the argument Sam was making.
What was the argument? They can't make a profit, or they're only limited to make X amount of profit?
No, it was that the bill of materials was much lower than the value of the components used.
Yeah, I just had a train pass by. So the argument Sam was making was that normal consoles don't have that high of a profit margin, and that they're usually
normal
cheaper.
Normal consoles can take a loss because they're
Right.
Microsoft and Sony.
Right, but the point he was making, that normal consoles don't have that high of a profit margin because they have software sales in order to entice third-party developers to jump on board, because they know it's going to have a longer life because there's more consoles out there in the wild. The parts, I don't think they're $100 anymore. They might have been.
They're certainly not anymore, probably.
Although the fact that they may have adjusted the the components since that information was current,
But I'm pretty sure it's more than $100 for manufacturing, which was the issue that I took with Intellivision's rebuttal, was that they basically conflated the cost of manufacturing with the cost of parts that Sam had quoted. Also, Intellivision didn't actually offer a number. They didn't say, no, it doesn't cost $100. It costs $150 or $200 for parts, which kind of leads me to believe that maybe 100 is close to the actual number.
Well, I wouldn't expect them to say the cost, because people, no matter what they say, that's like a lose situation for them if it's not close to the 250. But I agree, I'm guessing that maybe at the time of the article, the parts were $100, just the parts, not the manufacturing, not putting it together. And of course now it's higher, but to kind of pick at that part of the, I don't know. I almost wonder, thinking out loud, seeing that statement of facts, I almost wonder if that was a smart move for them to even put that out, to be honest with you, because
of course it wasn't. Mr. Tallarica was running his mouth like thousands of words a day on the Atari age. That they did him such a favor by hiding all of his claims and promises and dreams and wish casting.
It's like, if you can't be bothered to like proofread your text, like grammar check it and spell check it and leaving out words and stuff like that. Like, if you can't even do that, why even respond?
I mean, how hard is it to bring your article to a buddy, at least, to say, hey, can you spell check this for me? It doesn't take much effort to do that.
It's like grade school 101. Proofreading.
So before we go on, obviously Retro Bro is on the pro side, favorable side. I don't want anyone attacking him. He's not here to be put on trial or to be hanged by his toes.
Hey, I ended my stream to come over here, Tony.
I didn't even know you were streaming.
Much appreciated, Retro Bro.
I was like, oh, Tony's streaming. I said I'd come on, so at least I'd try.
Well, and much props to that. I'm curious your thoughts. Do you think the statement was a good thing, a bad thing, a mixed bag?
I talked about that on my stream because I'm debating. I may not have time for Amico After Dark tomorrow because I've got some stuff going on. So I kind of wanted to get it out of the way on my channel. But I think them addressing. First of all, they're in a little bit of a different situation here because Ars Technica is a major publication. And if Ars Technica is putting out information that Intellivision believes is factually wrong and investors start to ask them questions about it, I think it's Intellivision's, due diligence to at least put out a response other than just, message their investors. I mean, because we don't know what goes on between them and their investors as far as back and forth goes.
So, John, do you think it was an effective message, though?
It depends on who you ask. I mean, maybe for
I mean, I'm
the
asking you.
investors.
Do you think?
No, right. And that's what I mean.
Yeah.
For a lot of the people on the the critical or side, no, because it's just more gas for the fire. But maybe for an investor, maybe that might help settle some nerves a little bit. I don't know. To me, I look at it as like, okay, Ars Technica is a major publication. Maybe something should be said at this point, instead of going back and forth on Twitter, which is what they shouldn't have done, and they didn't do. So I'm glad they didn't do that.
Yeah, Guido's doing that, but the others are quiet. Yeah, you make a good point that getting something out there to defend themselves, even if an investor doesn't read the fine print or follow the details back and forth, they can see the evidence that this thing is out there, and they're trying to get the record straight. I don't know. It seems political to me. Like a lot of people don't.
That's super political.
Between the beneath the surface of sound bites and surface things, and they just have an impression. Oh yeah, they seem to know what they're doing. Look, statement of facts. Maybe it'll be effective to some people in that regard. AmicoGames.com had about 40 posts today.
Yeah. Do you think, Tony, you may have talked about this earlier. I know someone on Republic asked a question regarding the article. I don't know the timing. Do you think this statement was put together after the article was catching fire? I know that like Pat and Ian talked about it, or do you think it was a response to the investor questions that this statement of truth was put together?
The investor question was actually posted after the post by Intellivision went live.
Okay, so they were already they already had this. I mean, if you wanted to play, and I'm not saying I have no idea, but if you wanted to play devil's advocate, you could it almost looked like it was a setup for them to release that article. The question, the way it came out, like, hey, there's this article and there's all these questions, but of course the article didn't address all the questions that the investor had.
Yeah. Right. NSG, we had the same. We said the same thing about half an hour ago. This timing was very strange, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, they probably
so we got Little B's on the panel now. Hopefully, haven't had him on here before, but hopefully he behaves. But I did have a quick question because Retro Bro hopped on. He is pro Amico. The console was supposed to launch on 10/10/2020. We were just discussing this. If they just decided on their final plastics a couple months ago, how were they ever supposed to launch on 10/10/2020?
Well, it's probably. What was the question? They decided on the final.
Right. A couple of months ago, they put out a email blast, and we're talking about that. They just picked out the final plastics for the base unit.
Yeah. When you say they picked out the final plastics, like what does that mean? Like they ordered them, or
they ordered and they decided which plastics they were going to use in order to mold the Amicos.
So I'd imagine that there's some sort of like process that goes on depending on how far you are from launch. If they didn't need to order the plastics a year ago because they knew they weren't going to launch, then why order them? That's exactly my thinking.
What I'm getting at.
But it doesn't mean they weren't done though, Tony. You know what I mean? Like because you're going to spin this as like, oh, they weren't done. There's no way they were ready. Like because I already know where you're going, and that's okay. But I don't think that's the case.
Different series of events. I mean, you would if you were confident you were coming out 10/10/2020, right? That would be.
I don't think they were ever confident in that date. And I think that's where you and I would agree. Like, I don't think they were ever super confident in that date. They may kind of like led people to believe, but even myself, I was like, yeah, I don't know.
And I think that's been their downfall. I think if they'd have just been honest to us, would we all be here being critical about it?
They have a problem with letting people know things. They're afraid of getting embarrassed. This makes us look bad. We can't admit it until the very last, 12th hour before. It has to be delayed,
I don't think it was an embarrassment thing. I think there's a lot because they have pre-orders set up with a lot of different retailers. So you have to have meetings with retailers and investors before you announce an official launch. I think that's kind of why they didn't make official launch delays until a certain point, but I think they knew, and the majority of people kind of knew that we're close to the project, knew of course this was going to get delayed.
What do you think, Retro Bro, what do you think their odds were? They were thinking in August when they said, hey, we're going to try and do everything we can to fulfill the pre-orders by the end of the year. In their heart of hearts, what do you think their odds were? Like, did they think it was a 50-50 shot? Did they think it was a pretty sure thing, but something happened? Do they think it was a long shot, but they're just telling people to keep their hopes up?
No, I think they really thought they probably could have at least gotten Founders out by the end of the year. I think honestly, just from my conversations with people, I think it just is a lot of it is dependent on just these investment rounds that they're doing, and if they can't make these rounds, they can't ship, and if they don't raise a certain amount of money, it gets pushed back. Like, this is my theory. This isn't any insider information, but like just kind of based on like the conversations I've had with people, them not telling me this is kind of what I've come to conclude.
So to clarify, do you think they need more money in order to launch, and they're waiting for that?
Oh yeah, and I've said that. I've like 100%. I've said that to Tony. I've said that on my channel. I absolutely, and I think a lot of people feel that way at this point. And for the record, like, there's people asking me in the chat, like, when's the next date? Like, dude, I have no fucking clue. Like, at this point, I know as much about as everybody else does. Tommy doesn't tell me everything, you know.
I don't think Tommy has a fucking clue at this point right now.
December 31st, 2022.
And I've said it. Well, and I've said it on my channel. Like, you have to have this out by the middle of the year, because honestly, my personal opinion, I don't know if they can remain a company if they don't ship units at some point before the middle of the year.
Yeah, like June, July. That's what I said just about 20 minutes ago. Yep.
Like how long can you continue to stay pre-revenue? Look, I'm a fan. Like, I love the Amico. I've played it. I had a blast with it. But at the same time, I'm a realist. Like, I'm not going to be delusional about things either.
Does anybody really know the state of their finances, though? Because, you know, people say, like, different things about how much money they have and whatnot, but I don't. There's no way to tell, right? So, that's on the inside, right?
Yeah, nobody knows. They're not a publicly traded company. So.
We don't know how much money everybody's taking. We don't know how much money they've received. We don't know how much is left.
And then there's the asset stealing.
Well, then there was an article. There was an article that Tony, I think you shared earlier, where they said they spend $500,000 a month on just their employees, $500,000 a month, which is $6 million, which is $6 million a year just for their employees. That's not manufacturing. That's not necessarily the offices. If that's accurate and up to date, I don't know how long they can last.
See, and that's the real, you know, problem right there is even if it does come out, I'm just really worried about the future of the product, and having something like Earthworm Jim kind of not there to be like a launch, you know, title kind of worries me that something like that may never see the light of day.
I think when it comes out, FOMO is going to be a big thing, because we've seen it with the Atari. We've seen it with a few other systems that have come out.
Whoa. With the Atari, there's no FOMO with the Atari. The Micro Center in my neighborhood has been sitting on the same dozen Atari VCSs for like 6 months. They moved a few of them when they cut the price.
That's crazy. I have not seen a single one in my area yet. Like, when
they cut the prices to the Atari VCS.
It was $3.99. They cut it for like Black Friday for about a week to $2.49, and then they raised it up again.
That's still too much.
Of course it is. But surprise, it didn't move at all. Well, there's no FOMO for the Atari VCS. Everybody who wanted one got one.
Was there ever sales figures for the Atari VCS at all?
I talked to someone who's really into it, and they're guessing there's not sales figures. They're guessing like 10 to 20,000 units, which, you know, that might be what they're skilled to do. The problem with Intellivision is they need to sell hundreds of thousands to break even. Right. If they were scaled for a smaller scale, it wouldn't be a problem. But they have this huge overhead they have to account for, and all this money that they've borrowed for this too.
Yeah.
And what are they actually doing right now? What is Atari busy doing? Weren't they like trying to spearhead some kind of like casino type deal?
No, Atari's a IP custodian. They license everything out. The hotel thing is dead. They've moved away from crypto chain in a large part. That's a spun off thing. Fred Chenet is over there. He's out as the CEO. They're trying to get back into gaming. They have this Recharged series, which is on all the consoles. And the VCS is a sideline. I think they're going to keep it alive for a little while, but
they actually have VCSs for 300 over GameStop.
In stock, ready to ship.
See, and that's what I'm worried about with the Amico. Like, if the Amico takes the route of what the Atari VCS did, then I obviously wouldn't put $250 into the Amico. So, and that's what really worries me is just the longevity of this system, and the problems that they have now. If they can't get it out this year, then they're in real trouble. So,
whether they like it or not, the Nintendo Switch is their competitor among a few others, and that's the truth.
Okay, a real
that's not something which they can escape.
Speaking of the Switch, did you see those sales numbers that the Switch finally released as far as their target demographic? Have any of you guys seen that article?
I've heard of it.
It's interesting that like the demographic below 9 years old is almost non-existent on the Switch.
I'm not sure that's
yeah. Look it up. I'll send you the link. Let me send you the link, Tony. You can show it on here.
It passed the Wii in sales, right? That was the other big sales thing.
Right, but the target demographic has moved for Nintendo.
Well, it's clear that it's clear that the
old now.
Can I just cut in here for a sec, Carl?
All right.
Somebody made a video just about this demographics. It went into detail. His name is Leo DS, so you may want to check it out. He did.
I mean, it's clear that they, in my general opinion at least, with no other data provided, I think it's more for, teens to adults.
That's what they're. Yep, that's what it says.
They didn't go
real
with
quick,
her edge
before I forget, because you guys always fucking make me forget. I want to ask Retro Bro two very specific questions. Because
listen, don't get too specific. I'm about 3 beers deep, and they've both been about 9%. So talk slowly if you have to.
Right.
Drunky, bro.
So everybody, just try to chill for a minute. But on Amico After Dark, you addressed the LLC question. I just want some clarification on this, because the 3 LLCs that were closed by the Secretary of State, they would have to pay money to reopen them in order to formally close them. That would be cheaper, in your opinion, than actually closing them down first and not letting them lapse?
Well, I don't know the ins and outs of the prices or how that's structured, but I know why they're doing what they're doing. And I literally cannot say what they're doing.
I understand you can't say, but what I'm saying is whatever they're doing, right, them paying the $20 to put the statement of information in to keep them active would probably be cheaper than them paying to reactivate them and then close them afterward, because they can't close them while the Secretary of State has them suspended, and they're still liable for all the same things. It's not like you could just leave them suspended and worry.
Look, like this is way over my head as far as like this shit goes. I don't know why. I know why they're doing it. As far as their legal advice, I have no fucking idea. I'm sure their lawyers advise them do it XYZ way, and then it will allow us to do this. I know this part. That's what I know. The XYZ part, I don't know anything about.
That's fair enough. The second question was on your Amico After Dark. You guys were discussing the borrowed assets, stolen assets, placeholder assets, if you will. And Rab was saying how this is standard operating procedure in game development. and it is true that during game development you do use placeholder graphics. My question is, if these were placeholder graphics for Tank Battle, why did they take the time to Photoshop them to fit the game?
You're asking me why Intellivision, which I'm not a part of,
right?
Photoshop the picture.
In your opinion, why would they Photoshop placeholder graphics that weren't meant to be used in the final game?
I mean, the point is if these things are just to put in to save time and be easy, why would you take the extra time to go and doctor it up if it was just something that was just supposed to be put in there to save time in the first place?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. The best guess is that the developer was going to include them as the real graphics, and Intellivision had no idea that they were.
That was another thing. Yeah,
that they were there until the big hubbub came up, and they had to pull and put it back up a dozen times.
Mhm.
You know, that's to me what happened. But this whole placeholder thing, I don't think it's too polished to look like placeholder to me. You know,
it was, in my opinion, this whole thing was on the developer. Sure, Intellivision probably should have looked at that. So it was obviously, we said it in Amico After Dark, it was egg on their face. Like we admitted that. At the same time, you know, this is also one of those things where it goes back to the developer as well.
Right, and it's fair. It's fair to put the blame on the developers, but when Amico After Dark talked about this, Rab was very specific in saying that it was no big deal, that this happens all the time. Those were placeholder graphics. And the only reason it's a problem is because it's Amico and not like Nintendo or Sega or somebody doing it.
Now, Tony, I want to add.
You want me to
You want
me to give you an answer for somebody who isn't here? I can't do that for you, Tony. I'm sorry.
No. I want you to give an opinion on what someone who isn't here said.
I gave you my opinion on the show. You showed it on your stream.
I told you.
You heard me. Come on, man. Don't give me that. My opinion was, and this was my official opinion on the show, if it was placeholder, it's not an issue for me until the game is released and it's available to the public. Does it make them look bad when they show that on a deep dive? Absolutely. Yes, it makes them look bad. But unless the game comes out with that image in the game, to me, it's not a problem. Because, okay, yeah, it was a placeholder. Sure, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You and I are on two different spectrums, Tony, and I totally respect that. Like, you're already kind of looking at this as, okay, they're up to something. I'm more of the spectrum, like, I'm going to take them for their word to a certain point. And this is where we differ, right? Like, so I'm going to say, okay, it was placeholder. If it comes out, and I said the same thing with the lag. Until I played it, and I played it, there was no lag. But same thing with the lag. Like, if it came out and there was lag, yeah, there's a fucking problem. There's lag on the system. Like, this is available to the public. That's an issue. Same thing with the placeholder text. Same thing with the placeholder image. This is all, at the end of the day, still in beta.
Yeah,
so as long as it's not released with it,
I agree.
Okay.
I agree with pretty much all of that. I think it's just, you know, it's just odd, and it's not just one time. It's just, it kind of seems to be a recurring theme with them. It's that it just continues to happen. And I think that's our problem with it.
It comes off as making excuses, and the fact that they timed out Tony makes it look very suspicious.
Carl, I already talked to my mod and Tony about that. It's not even an issue anymore.
Yeah, it's not a.
I know. I'm just making a point. That's all I'm doing.
I think, in my opinion, I just don't believe that they were placeholder graphics. Like I said, if the developers did screw up, and Intellivision was like, "Hey, we trusted these developers, they screwed the pooch. We're gonna fix it," I would accept that as they figured out this was an issue and they corrected it. Them saying no, this was just placeholder seems like they're just not willing to admit that somebody screwed up somewhere.
Ordinarily, as far as a game developer buddy of mine told me, that even using any kind of asset, they're supposed to have permission.
It's one of those things where people use assets as placeholders when they're developing games, but usually no one ever finds out it's not like a thing that
you never
know.
make it public. That's the deal. You
Right.
never show it publicly, and that's the mistake that happened.
It's like making your own T-shirt,
Right.
Unless you sell the T-shirt, then it's a problem. You
Right.
know?
So what will be interesting to me is to see when they release the game, do they just like when they took the graphics out, they didn't replace them with anything. It'll be interesting to see if now tanks will be missing on certain screens or they'll actually replace them. That I think will be a key. Will let us know a little bit what's going on if it still makes its launch a timetable. But that's another confusion, and I wasn't here, so you guys can clue me in because the Ars Technica article talked about these games not being finished, and they came back and they said that Intellivision in their statement of truth said no, these are finished games. So are these deep dive videos supposed to be finished or not? Because they never clearly
never really said. Yeah, I don't think they've ever said if they're done or not.
So how is anyone supposed to know they're finished?
To be fair, No Swear Gamer, they used the deep dive videos as evidence that the 2 games that Sam talked about in his article were finished. So that would imply that the deep dives are supposed to be finished games.
Yeah, which goes against the whole tank battle thing. Like, oh, they're just placeholder. Well, then you're admitting the game's not finished, and you put an unfinished game to do a deep dive on. So that's where it's confusing.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Because they have, I have, and Retro Bro, you can clarify. You can, if you know something, please let me know. Until this statement of truth, I've never seen them say this game, any game, is 100% finished.
No, they said Astro Smash is 100% done.
They didn't say that?
Yeah.
Because usually they say we're going to polish it right up until launch, is what I hear in so many words. So Astro Smash.
Yeah, I wish they would stop saying that, by the way, because that sounds, it gives people ammunition. Like, of course, like they're going to do that, right? But like, is this point marker, is it done? Like, I agree with you, by the way, on that. But no, they have said Astro Smash is done. I believe he said Finnegan Fox is done as well.
Yeah, because you want them at this point to be working on the second wave of games, not continuously polishing up the other ones so that the games continue to flow. Because at this rate, you're not going to see a game every week once the system launches. You know, if that's what's going on, they need this because those games should have been developed a year ago. I can understand the system being held back, but why wasn't a lot more of the software done by now? Is my question.
The big problem
I know those guys had to be at home too, though, for a certain amount of time. Like they couldn't go anywhere. So, I mean, I know the packing games, as far as I know, I believe like those are done.
The big problem is accountability or lack thereof.
So we still don't know what the what is it? The 6th final game is going to be the pack-in. Is that? Does it sound like it probably could be Snafu? Right? You think probably Snafu?
It's supposed to be Backtalk Party.
Tommy already said that Snafu was going to be a post-launch game. It was going to be part of their quote-unquote launch window, but not a launch game. I did hear him say that. I mean, things could change. You know, it could turn out to be Retro Bros Workout Studio. That would be great. You know, you could do that.
As long as they're going to pay me royalties, I'm totally fine with that.
No, I want a Skyrim for the Amico. Okay.
Yeah, man, the Alexa version. We're going to get it done.
Carl, you already have Cornhole. That's enough.
I don't want Cornhole. I don't want that game.
Anyways, Gary, they confirmed it was a party game on the Slopes interview.
I wonder if it's that emoji charades.
I was saying it was emoji charades, but I know a lot of people were saying no, it's Backtalk Party. You know,
Tommy had hinted
about the game.
Tommy had hinted on Atari Age that it was Backtalk Party. He did say at one point Snafu was going to be a pack-in, and then said that he didn't say that. And then when I proved that he did say it, he said, "Well, whatever I say in Atari Age is for fun and not official."
It's got to be some kind of party game just because of the variety of games included.
I would think putting like spades or putting something like the.
Because he said in the Slopes interview that he helped design the game. He doesn't want to go into details, and he described a party game. So I would assume it's Backtalk Party then.
Whoa!
Retro Bro just fell off his chair.
I was rolling down like green screen.
I will say this, due to my confidential inside source, they did claim that they played the 6-packing game, and it does work.
Who's they? Intellivision?
His
Or you,
No,
oh, I'm
Inside
sorry, your
Source.
source. Your source. Okay.
So I will say that. But we do have this Nintendo graphic if we want to go over it real quick to look at the
demos, the key demos.
I will ask Retro Bro if he has any idea if Intellivision is going to have any. Have you heard anything about review copies for any fucking magazine website?
I don't know anything about that, man.
Because it would seem weird that it would just launch with no sort of reviews.
I think they're
going
to try and get Founders out before anything. They're going to try and put Founders in the hands before anyone else.
All right,
so when I see this graph, what I see is that there's a drop off around 10 in the teens, and then shoots up in the 20s. And I'm just wondering if that's just because kids these days and their mobile devices. I think that a lot of kids, a lot of us grew up with console gaming. I'm guessing a lot of kids grew up with phone gaming, mobile gaming, playing on their Kindles and their iPads.
Kids are too busy.
Right, and the Switch Kindles just feels like an iPad with like controllers, so it would make sense.
Kids are too busy stealing their parents' credit cards so they could get skins in free-to-play games.
So they can blow $20,000 of their parents' money.
Yeah.
I mean, Roblox is pretty popular.
I have kids. I have kids, and so I have a 5, a 10, and a 15-year-old. My 15-year-old literally spends almost all of her time on her phone or on her Xbox. My 10-year-old, it's like she doesn't have my 10-year-old does not have any phones or tablets. I'm
speaking generally.
She plays like Roblox, and then my 5-year-old has like no electronic devices. So this is an interesting chart for me. I know Amico's, their target audience is young families. So I think what they say like 4 to 10 or 4 to 11. I'm not sure. My 5-year-old though, like I did a quick little video last week or the other day of just some footage from when everyone was out here, and my 5-year-old was like enamored with the Amico. Like she just thought it was the coolest thing. Now keep in mind she doesn't have tablets or phones or anything. So maybe a kid her age where their parents give them those things, maybe that 5-year-old's not interested. So
well, and I don't think that really is the case, because like our 5-year-old has a Switch and he has a Sega Genesis, and I think he's just kind of happy to play whatever's kind of exciting. So I think every kid would probably be different, but for the most part, I think that age range will be excited for anything that's kind of new. I mean, everybody's always excited over a shiny new product.
That's a good point, man. Because my 5-year-old loves
stuff either. It's the parents buying things for them, and this is a distribution. Just because there are dips and mountains in it, there's still millions of people. Every time you see a lot of green here, that this is. I wouldn't read too much into this, thinking that there's a dip in teenagers here, just because they're doing other things.
That's fair.
Real quick, gentlemen, before we start going off again, Ninja Kitty, I know you did a video on this. Did you actually look beyond the graphic when you did the video?
I did not make a video. Our friend Leo Diaz did.
Oh, Leo made. Okay, well, you'll notice real quick it says age distribution of annual playing users. Does anybody know what an annual playing user is?
I don't know what formal production is, so I don't know.
Someone who plays all year long. That's interesting. Yeah. Well, they do track your stats as you play.
Here, because
maybe they don't track it for the kids on profiles like that.
Here at the Geek Getaway, we do our deep dives. An annual playing user, according to Nintendo, is anyone who plays their Nintendo Switch at least once per year.
Wow.
So this number could just be a bunch of people who picked it up, played it, and never played it again. Whereas the 10-year-olds might be playing it way more than the 21-year-olds.
But they would have had to have been signed online too, right, for them to get these stats.
Yes.
Or at least have it connected to the internet, perhaps.
Well,
But
it depends on how they gathered the information, really.
Well, they wouldn't gather the information if it weren't on the internet. I think they were like 30 million Nintendo Switch players we saw in that same article.
Secondly, there, according to the chart on the official PDF from Nintendo, which I will not show, there are cases where more than one Nintendo account are connected to the same Nintendo Switch system. So the maximum number does not match Nintendo Switch sell-through, which means
right, they could be playing on the same.
And some people own more than one Switch too, right? You know.
Yeah.
Well, what Tony's trying to say is that I think it's totally possible that multiple accounts, they could be counting multiple accounts over the over just one console.
Yeah.
So
they have a family, like, the Switch online family membership, right? Which is like 8 people, I think, can be in it. I'm in one.
Yeah.
Saves a lot of money. Recommend it. Yeah, so that might be an element too. Multiple people using one Switch, I
have another point to bring up here. For the longest time, everyone just used my profile because I bought all the digital games, and I just had one profile, so it didn't factor into my kids were using my profile.
And by the same token, I have 4 accounts that are just mine on my Switch that don't like anybody else. So there is kind of that too. Multiple accounts for one person.
You should edit some of them so they look like little kids, so we can even out the graph here.
Yeah, I'll get right on that, man.
So and you see a big chunk from 20 to 30. That's like the average age of a parent too. So it might be a lot of parents, even though their kids playing it more than them. That's a lot of parent ages right there.
Well, another thing is for the 0 to 5, where it says nobody, it could be like no swears saying, a parent set up the account and just hands over the thing. So the parent's not actually playing. It's a 5-year-old playing on their account, a 4-year-old playing with their Switch. In some cases, I know YouTube, you have to be 13 technically to use YouTube. So it's possible that some of the parents set the accounts to a wrong age just so their kid could watch YouTube.
Exactly. And see, we did that for the 12-year-old, which is we basically did the same thing. He's almost of age, so I could totally see that happening.
So I wouldn't put any strong feelings into this being 100% accurate.
You wouldn't read into this. Oh, look at this data and graphs prove that Nintendo has left behind children and old people. Therefore, there's a huge, wide blue ocean for somebody to jump in and grab 3 billion hungry people who want to play Missile Command.
We just need 1% of the market, right? Just 1%.
Just 1%. Just 1% of the market.
Yeah.
You're not getting that.
We got Amico Forever.
Oh.
Who's Amico Forever? Name sounds familiar.
Cry, little sister. Yeah.
Is it Cyrus?
Might be.
Cyrus is at work tonight. It's not him.
No, but this is the real Retro Bro. He was asking if this was the real Retro Bro.
Yeah.
We kidnapped him.
He's not the real Retro Bro. He's a clone. Everyone knows that. A product of the Illuminati.
It's not the first time I've been on here.
The Illuminati.
No,
we actually ordered.
Retro Bro is legit. Retro Bro goes into places and speaks the truth. He's a good guy.
Here's the truth. All right. If you want to know the truth, I ordered Power Up Nutrition. I put the powder into a cup, forgot about it, didn't drink it, and I grew my own Retro Bro in my house. That's exactly.
Just add water.
Sounds like a chia pet.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is 100% accurate. Again, this was released for like investors and stuff. This wasn't like something that they put out on their website for like the fans to know about.
I wouldn't say it's inaccurate. I would say that it's misunderstood, or it's easily misunderstood.
I think we can all agree, though, to an extent, though, that they have changed. I mean, especially when the Switch was launched, like they changed their target market to that, maybe younger millennial or millennial who grew up with a Nintendo or a Super Nintendo. I mean, that's still a core a core demographic for them.
I kind of like that there are old games on the Switch that I used to play that are not available on any other console.
Yeah, the fact that it's like console number 6 for them, you're going to get a lot of older people who remember the old things. They were 25 when Nintendo 64 came out. Now they're 50.
Like, for example, I've been playing Final Fantasy Legend.
There's some validity to the argument.
That's an old game.
There's some validity to the argument that they did go kind of more for like an older audience, or harder edge, as a company, because look at the games that are on there now, like Galgun 1 and 2, for example, and stuff like that. For example, so
yeah, sure. You could also say look at the diversity that this thing presents. There's green all the way down,
guys,
across the lifespan. There's like 3,000 games for the thing.
And don't forget about the porn games, because I know you guys can't forget about that. Since you
if you'll recall,
I'm still looking for those, by the way. If anybody knows what those games are.
Oh God,
man. I was when Mr.
Tommy,
I'm
waiting for that Rayplay Switch port, bro. When is that coming?
Oh, he bangs that drum hard.
Any
blowback on that is purely earned.
This is the biggest pedal I've ever been on.
So Amico forever is saggy. Where the hell is
not
she?
saggy. Shut up. Shut your face.
I mean, if you want to grow your own retro bro, you buy a powered up nutrition and you add beer, lots of beer.
I came to Clout Chase. I saw that Tony had a popping stream, so I came to Clout Chase.
Yeah, we had like 50 people here at one point.
Okay, I'm out. You guys have enough people here. Bye.
Bye.
Back to Hollywood Squares.
Why'd you Saggy? You scared away sensible.
Who
person.
left?
Good.
Oh, sensible. Oh, but that's okay. We got original Steve.
Original Steve.
Yeah.
Is this the real Potion Sword run? Because I don't bet whoever pops into my stream.
Who did you send the link to?
It's in the chat, Saggy.
Be careful with that shit, Tony, man. I learned the hard way of doing that shit, man.
Yeah, he came across Epine.
Yeah.
Carl,
that's why I put the link
happened.
in the chat. I was hoping someone would come off and show me their wiener.
Come on, Tommy. We saw you mostly naked
Mm.
before. Let's see the hog reveal, man. Come on.
Yeah,
we all wanted it.
You missed it. We showed the picture of Tommy Tallarico in the buff, and we were rating how sexy he is.
Why? That's like the weirdest thing.
Because that's what we do.
It
We do weird shit. We get
because
weird.
we're
sexy, man.
Because we are secure in our heterosexualities. That's
you
why.
had an entire stream checking out girls' butts.
We are?
Like, you wanted me on that panel. I'm like, why do I want to be there to do a butt thing?
We didn't check out girls' butts. That's
His butts are beautiful.
I saw it.
We identified celebrities based on their butts.
Oh my God.
And apparently, according to Tony, girls like to talk about girls' butts.
They do. It's a fact.
I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and look at. Okay, sure. Listen, whatever y'all like to do on your channel, have fun.
So, do you have any thoughts, Saggy, on the latest Amico release, the press release, whatever you want to call it, that they just did?
The statement of truth.
Yeah, the rebuttal. What's that?
Are you talking about the statement about the Ars Technica stuff?
Yeah.
No, I didn't read it. I didn't
Saggy
read
doesn't
the
keep up
article
to this shit. Listen, she's an unlearned shill. All right.
Listen, I've had enough. I've had more pressing concerns this week than dealing with the Amico drama. Ironically enough, so I have not been paying attention. Why? What happened?
Real quick, somebody wants to join. So, if somebody wants,
Tommy
to
sold the company. Tommy sold the company to Ars Technica. So there's gonna be some changes.
Ars
so you're gonna have to
Technica,
rework all of your songs.
You heard about the Ars
Yeah.
Technica, the meltdown article, didn't you, Saggy?
Yeah, I heard about it. I didn't. I think.
We only talked about it on my stream, Saggy, last week for Amico.
Yeah, but I tuned out. It was boring.
Well, Intellivision posted basically a rebuttal online.
I saw that. I posted a link on my thing, but I didn't actually read it.
Yeah, so that's basically what everyone's
No
been
swear is
talking about.
Alice.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I've had more pressing things to worry about this week than Amico articles and drama.
Okay. Well, then just say no and move on. Someone else can talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know this was the Tommy Oyumiko channel. I didn't know you were the host. So
No,
thank
this
you.
is
I'm
a
sorry.
channel for people. This is a channel for people who knows what's going on. So you can go ahead and just say no and let someone else talk now.
Saggy.
I'm glad you can
Calm
tell
down,
me
buddy.
what I need
Calm
to
down,
respond
everybody.
to.
Hold on, no,
people.
listen, Saggy, don't let him talk to you like that. Come on.
Bring it down.
What am I gonna do? I'm not. This is not my element. I have no control.
I need to hear this. I'm gonna instigate.
If
you
I
are.
Yes,
can,
beef jerky. My brain is saggy. Just like
if
my
I
breakfast
can't
cereal.
fight with anybody, you can't either.
I'm not here to fight with nobody.
I'm not talking about you, Saggy. I'm talking about Yamiko.
Oh, okay, I got you, Carl.
I'm not talking about you.
Clap
Yeah,
those
he's
cheeks.
gonna bounce.
That was sus.
I think it was Tommy. He wanted to come and play cornhole with us all.
Tony, I'm very concerned for you having the link in the chat.
Yeah. I'm
I'm
telling
very
you, Tony,
concerned.
man. Listen,
I feel like it's about to get real.
Yeah, they are. They do have a point about that.
I hope you have your trigger finger ready.
Tony, I'll send you a video. Carl was on that stream when it happened.
Oh
too.
yeah, I was on that one. I know exactly
Twice
what
it
you're
happened.
talking about.
Ooh.
Twice it happened.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
You want to look at someone's penis?
If it's nice.
Yeah.
It's 2022.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Okay, whatever.
By can I just say something to Tommy Oyumiko?
Yeah.
I appreciated your last video where you were basically saying that there was some people making fake accounts about everybody and on both sides. So I do appreciate you calling that out.
Yes,
Word
it
up.
happens on
Everybody's
both
been saying
sides.
it. Yeah.
This
Word up.
whole idea that
wild.
it's just this whole idea, this narrative that's just one side that I hear sometimes, or at least it's alluded to, is crazy because it happens on both sides. It really does.
Right.
I got ask Tony. Ask Tony. I have
So
both
here's
sides coming at me now.
Here, and it's not really a side thing. It's not really like an anti-Amico versus pro-Amico. So here's what's kind of happened with the whole Amico drama thing, right? You had a lot of people who were feuding before, like all this Amico shit ever happened, and like these were like fringe, like the dumpster of YouTube. Fringe sides of the community just going at each other for whatever fucking stupid reasons. And the Amico came along. The Amico was a hot topic. Each of those members decided they were going to hitch their wagon to either one side or the other side, and then just kind of drug Amico into it. And now all the normal people, like pretty much us here on this panel who can have a civil conversation with each other, kind of got dragged into it. And for the longest time, it became your side did this and your side did that. And then it was like, well, wait a minute. It's not quite what's going on here. So a lot of these feuds have started way before the Amico thing was even a thing.
Yeah, I can agree to that. Everything's just been kind of bleeding into each other. I think it's at this point. I think it's somebody just messing with both sides of the argument here, and it's people just assuming it's this person or that person. I just think everyone's just losing their friggin' minds on over this.
Why can't people
I
just?
think. Go ahead, Carl.
Why can't people just be more normal? Not tell anybody about your feelings and harbor your resentment and let it get and let it fester.
Carl, do you not know me?
Carl,
I was just
you like Elsa, Carl.
let it go. I was just gonna say, I think some of the drama is because people don't like Amico and Tommy Tallarico, and it has nothing to do with pre-existing stuff. But whatever, you can think the other opposite if you want.
Well, let me ask you this hypothetical, and I'm curious to see what Saggy and Retro Bro think about this. If this was not Tommy Tallarico, okay, if he was out of the equation, but the same It's the same company. Everything else is happening the same, but Tommy's not the mouthpiece. He's like in the shadows or not a part of it. How much of this drama would still be going on?
The same.
Tommy hasn't.
The same. Coleco
I don't think-
Chameleon.
no,
Coleco
I don't-
Chameleon.
I don't think it would be the same because I think it's because.
Bro, were you even
Tommy-
around for the Coleco Chameleon? They put a fucking
Yeah, I was
capture
there.
card in a
Well, no,
in a
I'm saying
fucking
I
shell.
think because Tommy.
But I'm
There's
saying there was a
more
lot
than
of.
this.
Well, it's still drama. It has nothing to do with the personality of Mike Kennedy.
There were people
But just
shilling
drama.
for the,
People were shocked.
the
Were there
chameleon
really
for the
people
character.
shilling for
Oh
the
yeah,
chameleon?
I followed that.
That's
a
what
lot
was
when I
upsetting about it. There were
I
5
did
years
too,
ago
but I
now,
don't
at this
remember anybody
point.
shilling for it though. Because I covered it on my channel.
It was
Off the
just
top of my
like
head,
another.
Killing and shilling all over again.
like Gamester 81 in his
I have an answer for that.
Sally.
Simple answer.
Yeah, Mike Kennedy was a podcaster, and he had a long-running podcast. It was another one of these 5-hour shows, and it was promoted through that also.
Yeah, and there was a YouTuber by the name of Gamester 81 who was involved in some other YouTubers too.
Yes.
I remember he did I remember Gamester 81 did an interview with Mike Kennedy.
Yeah.
Like, real early on when it was still called.
He wasn't the worst
VGS.
one by far, but like there were some other ones. I have to go back. God, I just rewatched a bunch of videos about that too.
Yeah.
But
people
there
were
some
memeing on it. People were hating on it. That's why Gamester had to make an apology because this shit was going on. It had nothing to do with Tallarico or Kennedy's, personality so much. But
a lot of people
it
didn't
draws
like
it out.
Tommy. A lot of people didn't like
this.
Tommy before the Amico either. So to answer your question,
Well, yeah,
I swear
that's true.
to God,
How are people talking over Saggy of all people?
I don't want to yell. For
Can
once.
we
I don't wanna
answer
yell.
no swear? Can I answer no swear gamers
Well, I
question?
wanted to answer first.
You already answered. Shut up.
No, I didn't answer, you bum.
Saggy.
I'm
Hold
just
on.
stuck
It's
in the
a
middle. I
short,
feel like
listen, it's a
it's
short
mom
answer.
and dad all over again.
It's a short answer. My answer is yes, there would be drama, but it would be a different type of drama. I think it would be more focused on the console than it would be the console and Tommy.
I can agree. I can agree with that because there would
If you
still
wanna-
be
yeah,
drama.
also-
There would 100% still be drama. Yeah.
there's also
wanna-
the pandemic, free time, and there's all kinds of factors. There's a million things different.
If you want to compare it to the VCS again, like some people do sometimes, Fred Cheney's, when he was the CEO, he did say quite a lot of dumb shit actually that got reported, and he went after journalists in a similar way. But it was never to the same level, but it was sort of like in the same vein of some of the things that go along with Tommy. But like, I don't know, man. I guess people don't hate Fred Cheney, and he was never like a celebrity. I never heard of the guy until the VCS at all. So, it's on a different level, but in a similar type of drama.
Yeah, with the VCS, a lot of the same arguments that we hear today, like this is not really Intellivision, it's a different company. This is a scam. This will never happen. A lot of that was said about the VCS.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of drama about the original designer because he tried to do the Atari watch or a game watch or something, and that didn't happen. And people missed out. Frank, is that what I'm supposed to say? So that didn't happen. That didn't happen. That guy was let go. So Atari quietly kept going to the work, and now the drama died. So if Intellivision followed the same pattern and just got the work done and didn't communicate as much, because Atari got a lot of flack for not communicating, but it didn't fuel the drama. It didn't fuel the fire. And it eventually came out, and people who like it, and so a lot of people don't. And now it's the past. And
Yeah.
I think Intellivision would be wise to take that pattern. Like, we're not going to talk until it comes out.
Well, and Tommy certainly has kind of chilled
He's
out a
cut
bit.
back.
Like he's been on a lot less podcasts. I'm not on Reddit, so I'm not a Redditor or Atari Age guy. I'm never on those things. So I don't know what's going on over there, but it's definitely a lot less than what it's been over the last year compared to this time.
Yeah.
I mean, they recognize that. I mean, that's fair. Tommy has definitely stuck his foot in his mouth a few times, and it's bit him in the ass. But, I mean, we can all.
Well, I mean, even
agree
the
on
thing
that.
we read today was kind of sloppy and weirdly written, and
That wasn't Tommy.
Tony
though.
pointed that out.
Tommy didn't write that.
I don't know.
It says it
that's
at the
like,
bottom
Tommy's
that
not
Tommy
doing-
didn't
no,
write it.
Tommy's
It
not
says Phil
saying these
Adam and John
things.
Alvarado.
Right, but Tommy's Tommy's not saying these things like he's trying to be malicious. Like, I think there are times when Retro Bro says that he sticks his foot in his mouth. Is like he wants to give people answers, so he'll jump the gun and say something because he wants to give answers. So he will put his foot in his mouth because he wants to do something good by like giving information out. But then when something changes, that happens, like, and then he has to come out and say, okay, now we have to change what we said earlier. And I understand why that comes off as disingenuous. I do. But I don't think I don't think he's doing it intentionally. I don't think he's trying to mislead people. I think it's just he gets overexcited because he's like, oh, I'm making something. I want to tell people about it,
like
but I can't tell people about it. And I shouldn't, but he does.
Well, what about when it's in? Go ahead, Tony.
I was gonna say what it sounds like is Saggy's describing a puppy who gets really, really excited and pisses on the floor.
I was gonna say, what about when it's in a more official capacity, such as the Neil Patel sort of address to people, where they said, you know, Jay Allard is still working here, and it was like formally written in there. They took time with it. It wasn't just quickly said out of excitement. Like,
I just can't believe he has anything to do with fucking Neil Patel at all. Fucking scam artist motherfucker that guy is.
Right.
And a proven track record. You know.
Allegedly.
Neil I don't know who that is. So.
Okay, allegedly. Well, he's
I don't know who that is either.
He was promoting the Amico as an investment opportunity to his he's like a newsletter kind of thing, e-newsletter, and he's been known to promote some unsavory investment opportunities.
And when you read the when you read the Republic reviews, there's a lot of people who said, I came here because of the Patel guy, or I came here because of some Palm Beach venture.
Yeah, that's
they recommended.
That's part of why. Yeah.
And that it
that's
actually
part of why we're
breaks
trying to expose it.
It breaks my heart that these people, because a lot of them are like seniors, retirees. They say, you know, for retirement income. And to see them go through this and not see any return on their investment, and I don't see how they're going to get a return on their investment at this rate.
Right, and that's one of, you know. Let me just say real quick. One of the things we put in the song was Tommy and Neil Patel sell misinformation, and that's because they put out official statements that said Jay Allard works here, and that was months after he left. Put out official videos trying to pull in investors, say, Jay Allard, the guy from Xbox, he's working on the system. Come on in, it's going to be great. And people jumped in, old people, like No Swear said. Go ahead, Tony.
I will ask everybody this on the panel. Now that we got a full house, who believes that it's actually going to ship out in this first quarter of 2022?
Not me.
Not a fucking chance.
I hate answering these questions because until I know that the Amico's in a box and ready to ship, I can't say I believe one way or the other until I hear otherwise. Yeah.
There'll be like 20 of them going to like Metal Jesus and a few other people like that, and it won't be much.
I might get one.
You might get one. You very well might get one, Saggy.
I mean, there's a
there
better
aren't that
chance.
many people give them to.
Listen,
he better send one to
you. Y'all better commit to it and give me Amico for free.
There is a better chance that Tommy Tallarico will have horse head on his pillow before the Amico actually launches this year.
Carl.
So it's the truth.
Carl.
Dude, Carl, you are so loud, man.
He is.
Yes, I am loud.
Carl, can you do me a favor, though?
Mm-hmm. What's
Can you
up?
just stop immediately blocking me on Twitter when you get mad at me? Can we just stop doing that? I don't want to have to keep blocking and unblocking you. He gets mad at me and he instantly blocks. He doesn't even talk to me. He just blocks me. I'm like, what did I even do? I had nothing to do with anything.
I didn't appreciate that Tony got timed out, and
I had nothing to do with that. I didn't do it.
It's the whole group. You know, this whole apologist crap.
Carl, did you reach out to anybody to even ask about that? You asked about it to me and Saggy on Twitter, and then immediately blocked us before we could even answer your question.
I'm sorry, okay? I've been in as far as my mind goes, I've been in a spotty place, okay? I've literally been in a spotty place.
Listen, I reached out immediately. I reached out to the mod who did it, and I found out why. I put a message on Twitter and in my community, and I made a community post because listen, unless you're talking like smack to someone on my panel, or you're saying nasty things to someone on the panel in comments, like you don't get timed out on my show. Like you're allowed to come in there and say your piece.
Right.
So I had a conversation with my mod, and it was a misunderstanding.
And even I made a comment in the chat that Retro Bro highlighted where I said, can we all stop personally attacking each other because everyone was going at Tony. I was trying to be civil.
I'll unblock
and I got
you.
blocked.
I didn't see that.
I'll do it. I do it now, but if I do it now, I'm leaving. I'd end up leaving StreamYard. So
but how did Tony even get timed out on my channel? Aren't you a? Oh no, you're not a channel member anymore. I thought you were.
You stopped making Amico videos, so I stopped being a channel member.
No, fair enough. That's fair.
I know. He highlighted the comment where I was like, can everyone stop making personal attacks? And like shortly after, Tony got timed out, and I was just like, what the heck happened? And then I got blocked from Carl. I was like, I I was the one trying to tell people to calm the hell down.
56K warning. What happened was the mod was trying to time out a troll, and the troll was like spamming the chat. So if you're not fast enough, he missed the troll and hit Tony. And Tony got timed out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which can happen. Hey,
I
Tony.
will say this.
Not gonna lie, that was still funny. I was like, what the heck?
Oh, yes.
It made for great content on the stream, but I'll say this. Retro Bro tricked me into being a member of his channel because he's like, I'm gonna make Amico content only for the members to watch. I'm gonna put it behind the thing. I was like, oh, I better sub to his channel so
I'll tell, well, at the time I was legitimately going to do that because people were like digging into my past. They made a video about, at the time, the business partner I had at the time, they made a video about him, and they were like digging into people who worked for my company. So at the time I was legitimately just going to stop making Amico content. Because that was just ridiculous at that point.
That's the dark side of this whole Amico chat. That we
listen, you guys,
a lot of us,
all the haters out there, don't dig into people's personal stuff. Don't harass. Don't dox. Just be chill. We can just tease and make fun.
Don't send me disgusting videos. We can start with that too.
Listen, if you don't like Retro Bro, go buy a bottle of Pump Up Nutrition and then pour it out on a video like in protest,
or stomp on the box. Big jar. You could stomp on the box.
Or you could make, there's a fun way to make an effigy of him and set it on fire.
Why are you always effigying people, Carl? How many effigies do we need a week?
I don't say it that often.
It's very spiritual.
We're sacrificing virgins and doing effigies of people. This is.
Hey, I said the only way they'd get a release this year is if they did a virgin sacrifice. That's all I said.
Whoa.
Yeah, we said they're going to sacrifice one of their own fans, right? That's what we said.
You're sacrificing Saggy?
I will say that I do think they will release. I did a video a while ago, back in like September, where they just hit fundable and they said we have, the games are 90% done, the back end system's 80% done, stuff like that. And I use that to use. I put math and I'm like, okay, they've been around this long. Let's see when this thing comes out. And the math told me it'll be out in July of this year. In July of 2022. I don't think it's going to be, for a while, I thought they were going to make their little March 31st deadline. I don't think it's going to happen because when Nick Richards said in 30 days, we're going to give you a ship date, that means they're going to give us a ship date possibly in February, mid-February, and you're going to need time to get things moving. I don't think it's going to, I could be wrong, but I don't think you're going to see the system till past, it's going to be the fifth time they made a goal and they don't meet it, I think.
Said 30 days or so.
Yeah, 30 days or so. So it could
or
be
so.
Because 30 days would put it right in the middle of, just in time for Valentine's Day. But I don't, that's not enough time to ship things out unless they have them all boxed and ready to go. And when they showed the pilot plastics and they're saying this is going to be used for mass manufacturing, shouldn't there be stuff done by now? Even if they're manufacturing in the US, you need time to get all that stuff together.
Phil's right.
Saggy said she had to leave. She bounced. She had personal stuff to take care of. Something about Panda sub and a bottle of oil. Something, I don't know.
Uh-oh. Well, thank you for coming, for sure.
That's what he was saying. but I mean,
but
they actually missed. They missed not only shipping dates. They also said they were going to release one deep dive video a week until they went through these 10. I think it was 10 or so.
Yeah, when?
And then suddenly they just stopped. They got to 4 and then just stopped.
Wish I could find that Facebook poll they had. I don't even know what was supposed to be next at this point. When was their
Finnegan
last
Fox.
one?
Finnegan Fox was supposed to be the next one. And of course, Missile Command was supposed to be not the last one, but ahead of that. So they switched the order a little bit. So I don't know what's going on. I mean, I guess you could make an argument they stopped during the holidays, but when it comes to goals and Intellivision, they seem to always be behind, like constantly, like whatever it is. Whenever they say we're going to give you an announcement or we're going to show you, it seems like they're constantly behind.
No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, the list is a mile long, but anyway,
pattern.
Don't focus too much on that, I suppose. But
I think what Intellivision really needs is someone who is like quality control, right? That gets the typos and the font things straightened out. That makes sure
that's what we do.
They need a good secretary.
That's us, Phil.
Yeah. They need a good secretary
job,
who
Phil.
keeps Tommy in line and says, "Okay, you need to get this done today, Tommy. You can't go talking to other people online. You got to get this done today." They need someone.
Yeah, that's Darius Truxton.
So they need Tommy's mom.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, let me ask you something, Retro Bro. What did you honestly think about the user interface?
I had already seen it, so I mean, I thought it was fine. I don't know what people expected. I thought it was fine for what it needs to do. It works fine.
I personally expected something different because they were so adamant that the previous versions were outdated and they weren't doing
Well, I mean, like there's no little. It looks like there's little in the way of accessibility. For example,
Potion
get a
Sword
deep
Run
dive on the
says,
balls?
"The wizard is never late." Tommy Token Tellerico.
Holy crap, Tony. We got 4.5 hours on a Friday.
Yeah.
Well, you normally do this on Saturday, don't you?
Oh, we're gonna do it again tomorrow.
yeah,
Part 2 tomorrow.
This is a hardcore podcast, man.
Here's the thing.
You know, Darius did 7. Darius did 7, so you got to do 8 now.
Oh yeah, but see, the thing is, on Saturdays from now on, it's not just talk. It's gonna be more of a variety show. We're gonna have skits. And,
yeah, but
games.
Tommy, the difference is we don't smoke pot. He does.
Yeah, he's also
Speak
watching
for
NFL.
yourself,
So it's
Carl.
cheating.
Yeah, Carl.
Yeah, Carl.
I don't smoke pot. That's why I look
That's what you
so
think,
young.
Carl. We sneak it into your mouth when you're sleeping.
No way.
Carl's more of an ecstasy guy. That's why he has shirts off, because everything's itching.
He's sweating. Why is it so hot in here, guys? It's 64. What are you talking about?
I actually do have a high body temperature. I admit that.
Drink lots of
One of
water.
his bicep says this panel is like the plane ride from hell. Indeed, it is.
Carl the Ric Flair.
Wow, man.
Can I be Jim Cornette?
Can I be Brock Lesnar and try to have a fight with Kurt Hennig and almost kills us all?
Who's the one that shit in the bag? Because I'm gonna be the one that shit in the bag.
X-Pac?
Yeah, the X-Pac.
He caught off Michael Hayes' ponytail.
So yeah, I don't know if anybody else has anything Amico related. I think we're winding down. We're getting to the being crazy and
I'm making T-shirts. There's going to be Tommy and Amico's T-shirts on Spring Tea.
Nice.
And they're going to be as cheap as I can get them. Most of the money's going to Spring Tea. I might get like $1 or 50 cents for the women's, I think. But yeah.
You know, I'll ask Retro Bro another question because I've already talked to you anyways, man. So I want to know what your thoughts are if they do miss this first quarter launch date or goal, whatever you want to call it. If they miss it, what do you think will happen as far as the pro Amico community? Are they going to stay strong? Are you going to see more people kind of go by the wayside?
You've kind of already started to see a little bit of that, but I mean, there's been people that we didn't agree or disagree on Amico After Dark. It was agree or disagree. The Amico founders will come out before April 1st. The majority of us actually disagreed. Like, hey, this probably isn't going to come out before then.
I mean, I agree. It has to, right? I mean, there is no way around it. The founders have to get out.
That's kind of the stance I took too, Gary. I did the agree only because that was the stipulation. Like 20, how do you not put 2,600 units out before April 1st when back in October you said you were trying to get them out before the end of the year? That's a 6-month span. Like, how do you miss that? To me, it just says there's a funding issue. What's that?
There's no way, and I'm sticking to what I've said before. There's no way Intellivision puts 2,600 consoles into the wild without a retail launch right behind it. You're gonna have 2,600 units all over the internet. People talking about them, tearing them apart.
Yeah,
it's not gonna happen.
Well, Tony, I think the only way
I can put up to 2,600 units without retail launch. Like they don't have a choice, bro. Like that's kind of.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you start getting bad reviews, that's going to kill your launch.
Here's the thing, Tony. I think the only way they can possibly do it is if their marketing has to be like spot on, right? I think they have to be releasing information and content left and right to silence those negative reviews. I think that's the only way they can get away with it.
Oh, there's no way he sends out a review.
I don't think there's. I'll be honest with you. I don't think there's going to be bad reviews. The fucking thing is fun. For what it's supposed to do, it's a lot of fun. Especially if the founders, like the likelihood of founders giving it bad reviews is just highly unlikely. But I understand what you're saying.
Here's the thing, bro. It's not just the founders that are going to get their hands on the units, because I know a few founders,
or somebody.
Yeah, there's going to be a few founders that are going to
give them to
big-time reviewers, right?
Someone's going to be like, "Here, Pat, I got a founders edition. Review it."
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think Pat and Ian are going to like the system at this point, regardless. Like, even if they did actually like it, they're going to be like, "Oh, this thing sucks." You know?
Yeah,
like,
but that's what I'm saying. So
they're not going to backtail after 4 years of shitting on something and suddenly be like, "Oh yeah, this is kind of fun."
Well, that's what I mean, though. You would have Pat and Ian doing a review with the units, shitting on it, and then
they could pass it to fucking somebody else with a bigger channel, you know.
Yeah, but their audience isn't buying it anyways.
I think to be fair, I think they actually will be fair but critical on it. I think they've maintained a stance where it was. I think from the very beginning they've said that it's going to be. It's not that it's not going to be fun to play, right? It's that just all the decisions behind everything that's been going on are kind of like, you know, a head scratcher. And at this stage in the game, who is it for? Not that the few games like Astro Smash and those things won't be fun for, you know, 10, 15, maybe 30 minutes, you know, at a time in play sessions, but how will the longevity? I think that's what they've really tried to hit on, you know, this whole time is just the decision making in Intellivision, and then, you know, what's the future hold for the console.
That's fair. I mean, but if they felt like that, like I kind of wish they just would have went and played it for themselves at this point. I mean, that is water under the bridge. But to answer your question,
you're right, bro.
But to answer,
they should have played it. Pat should have gone down there and played it.
And Rich should have played it too.
Played it 100%. Yep, 100%.
Invited to Crayola,
should have played it.
And Boston.
Anyone who was invited to play it, you're right, man. Anyone who was invited to play it should have played it by now. Especially if they're going to talk about it fucking week after week, month after month. You're damn right.
But to answer No Swear Gamer's question, I don't think founders are going to really kind of back out at this point. I think there's pretty much like, well, fuck it. Like, I've waited a year. What's another 6 months? I think founders are in it pretty much until it just completely folds.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree with that. And I don't think anything that they can do is going to be wrong because they just see the possibilities. I think they're banking on it to be big, but they don't want to come to terms that there is a good possibility that it might not have a future.
And it's not even that it's going to be big. It's like, you know, like myself, for example, I'm not going to cancel my founders because one, it's only $100 that I've paid for it. Two, if I don't get the console, I give them $100 back. So why not? And if I do cancel it, well, if I'm at $100, I'm at $100. Whatever. I've lost a lot more than money doing much stupider things than pre-order a console. Let's be real. But at the end of the day, like, if it comes out and I get it and I have fun with it, you know, what's the worst case scenario? If I cancel it, then it never Like if I cancel it,
So
I'm
you're
definitely probably
saying-
not going to get one. Like here's
So
my
you're
mentality. If I
saying,
cancel it could be like years and years until I get one. So to me, it's not worth it.
So it's like, so what you're saying is it's a gamble.
I'm
Well,
gonna go,
everything's a
folks.
gamble.
Talk to you later.
Everything's a gamble. Take it easy, Carl.
So, yeah.
I don't know, if I go to
Everything's
the
a
store
gamble
and
if it's
buy
not
something,
Sony
I
or
can take it
Microsoft.
back. Like, I've bought Nintendo Joy-Cons and I just sent them back and they sent me free ones for twice. They just sent me new free ones. So I don't know, but
they sent me a new 3DS one time because they couldn't fix my old one.
yeah, there are some companies with video games that guarantee you stuff. It's not a gamble. But okay.
There's, I mean, with pre-orders, there's always a possibility a company goes bankrupt, and you're just out. There's always that possibility.
And
that
we can look at that in this situation.
Don't pre-order stuff.
I would have to say that Tommy Tallarico has enough pride not to let that happen, because if that happened, there goes all his Guinness World Records will no longer matter to anybody. You know,
I just want to know.
Do they matter right now?
Well, they matter.
No swear gamers.
Retro Bro, real quick, since you're the only one of us who talks to Tommy, did he happen to vacation anywhere where there's no extradition to the U.S. this winter?
I have no idea.
He's just like from Switzerland calling you like, "Hey guys, I'm in the Swiss Alps."
No, I don't think so.
Bahrain.
I actually, for a while, from November, the beginning of November till about recently, I've been very quiet on a lot of social media. That include talking to a lot of different people. I was kind of in a shell for a bit.
Well, you know, it's interesting because around that time, there was a lot of people, myself included, who took a break from talking to Amico and stuff. And personally, it was refreshing. Personally, it's like, because the drama, it's just so heavy. Like, I really dig having civilized conversations like this. It's the extra stuff. It's all the harassment outside of that gets tiring. You know, it's just people bashing each other over the head. The question I have too, not necessarily it's just for anybody, and I don't know that anyone knows it, but do they still have all the pre-orders they claim to have, the 100,000 pre-orders? You know, have they lost some of those? And do they still have the money to do a full-on advertising campaign when they do launch? Because they talked in the past like a $10 million advertising campaign.
I cannot imagine.
Pre-orders, right? They were purchase orders from Walmart or who were
purchase orders.
Okay.
Well, Phil Adams, so Phil Adams was on Amico After Dark, and he kind of talked about that, and he said, like, given the pandemic situation, the retailers have been very understanding, much more than they usually would, given the circumstances. So they've kind of been okay with the, the delays and such. There was another part of that question.
Do they still have their money to advertise?
Yeah. So I do. There's, in my opinion, I don't think they do. I think that money's been spent. That's kind of telling, obviously, with the whole. What was that first funding they did, Tony?
Fig.
Yeah, Fig investment. So that was what, $10 million. I think if they were going to, in my opinion, I've said it before, they should have allocated a certain amount of that, regardless of the cost, to at least get founders and VIP out. I thought there was no excuse for that. And I've said that on my channel. I've said that on Amico After Dark, and it caused some risks with some people. But that's my honest opinion. Was like, hey, you have an influx of almost $12 million here. How in God's name do you not allocate? You know, even if you have to overpay for parts at that point, to get founders and VIP out. So I think they're not going to be able to run the big advertising that they had planned originally. I don't even know if they'd be able to do that for years to come anyways, because, you know, if you look at just the timeline of things with founders, say you get founders in May, then maybe you get VIP start filling by the end of the year. Maybe 2023, middle to the end, you start getting retail out. I mean, it's years and years off at this point. I do agree with I'm not sure who said it here, but about Tommy's ego. Pat and Ian even said, there's the one thing I agreed with Pat and Ian about is like, Tommy's ego will not allow this thing to die. Like, something is going to come out. Like, at some point, founders are going to come out. Like, it has to happen.
And that's what I think as well. But if they don't have the money to advertise, I don't see how they reach these soccer moms and these kids. I don't. You know,
I think it is very and highly unlikely that it ever gets that far. Just with the writing on the wall. I mean, obviously, I know they're going to make plans to get there, but I don't see how it's going to happen. And I've said this before, statistically, and you look at just the market, this thing is supposed to fail. Like, there's a reason why other companies don't make hardware consoles, and there's a reason why it's only been Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo for the last 20 years now.
Yeah, actually, it's actually 20 because the Dreamcast died in 2001. So
yeah, 99.99.
Yeah. So statistically, this thing's going to fail, and it's going to be a serious feat if it doesn't.
Well, I mean, some things come out, like Amazon tablets. There's things that come out. Okay.
What I will say is, I think Intellivision screwed up with the fig. I think they saw the 13 million number that they got and thought that they had 13 million and started planning on spending 13 million, when the reality was they only ended up with like 7 million. Because people were pledging.
Only 7?
Yeah. If you look at the filings, they only got 7, because what happened was people would pledge and it would just go through. And then when it's time to collect, they're like, all right, give us your money. And people were like, oh, I don't have it. Oh, I don't qualify to invest.
Yeah, it's like Kickstarter or whatever, right? And the pledges are charged, they don't always go through, right?
Yeah.
They're jokes sometimes, but
because that's why it didn't say finalized. It said how was that term they used?
I think Nick Richards.
Formal production. Yeah. Formal production.
No, not formal production.
The formal phase of production.
No, I'm talking about as far as the money. It was because there's finalized, and then there's like pledged, almost like we're saying committed, like we committed this money, but it's not it's not yours yet.
Yikes.
And then
so I think maybe they were planning things that ended up like, oh, we don't have the money because we didn't get the money we thought we were getting.
Yeah, listen, I said it from the beginning. I said it from the beginning. On that delay in October, I feel like they dropped the ball on that whole fig thing. I feel like they had the money there to at least release Founders and VIP, and they waited. I think they bet on parts getting cheaper, and it bit them in the ass. And I'm gonna go with that.
They had them years ago, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We've heard that.
I think it's like, hey, we don't need to order these yet. Let's wait. They got expensive. Okay, let's wait some more. Maybe they'll go down, and they got to the point where like it's getting worse.
But they had 600 years of experience. I thought they knew all this already.
Okay. Hold on. This fucking drives me crazy. I have to clear this up because every time I hear you guys complain about this 600 years of experience, it makes my head want to explode.
The Avengers of video games.
Yeah. No. Okay. Every company does this. Who has a CEO has 30, CFO has 20. That's 50 years. Customer service reps all combined have another 50 years.
Every company does
like every company does. Yes,
that's
I've
not
heard
true. No, every company doesn't do that.
Yes, they
that's
do.
Weird.
You've just never heard it before.
Because they don't tell anybody.
Nintendo doesn't need to do
that.
But it is very common. It is very common for companies to do this, especially new companies.
But
when you are trying to establish, when you're trying
30,
when you're a new company and you're trying to establish credibility, yes, companies do this all the time. It drives me crazy that this bothers you guys.
Okay, well, they don't do it on a consumer level. We never see it. It's not in our face.
Okay, that's your problem, not theirs.
No, they're looking at me as an investor all the time. That's their problem.
No, they're not. They're looking at you as a consumer. You're not invested.
All right, hold on. Retro Bro is correct. Companies do say this. However, they don't count all the employees.
Yeah, it's not like one collective thing.
That's
right?
fair.
Like,
Tony, I will give you that. Okay.
That's what people laugh at, Retro Bro, is the whole 600 years thing. Not like this person has 30 years.
They may say the company has a certain amount.
Right. Okay. And number two, to be fair, the 600 years of experience, it's not like we have 600 years manufacturing console experience. Like that guy's a sound guy, and that guy's an engineer, and that guy he did marketing, and that guy mopped the floors, and I think that guy was delivering papers to Nintendo. Like none of
what
that
did Nick Richards do?
translates to what they're doing.
So why did they promote that in their investors video?
It's like 600 years.
Because it sounded cool.
It's still funny to me that bothers you guys. Like I don't know. That's something that's so like minuscule.
It's so why would you put that in front of the E3 presentation?
It's just funny that it bothers you though. Like that's one of those
I think
things
it's funny too.
I
totally think it's funny too. I agree with you. It's funny that it bothers people,
3
but
years
it's weird.
ago. Why haven't they updated it? Aren't they up to like 700 years of experience now?
They're up to 978. God damn it!
Right.
Come on, get your numbers.
Right. It
They're
goes up
the Yoda of the game world.
And every time they hire people, they got to add more.
Well, not just that. Every year they should gain a year of experience, right?
Not a year.
For each person.
For each person. So 50,
each person.
50 employees. There you go. See,
and I'll say this.
See how little sense this makes? Why would you put that in the front of your E3 presentation? That's weird, man. That's why we make fun of it. That's why we say they don't know what they're doing.
Tommy?
That's why it's an example of them not knowing what they're doing.
Hang on. Let me say something for a second. They did not do that in front of that. He presented his Guinness Book of Records in advance of that, which is much more important than selling your console.
Right. I think I said this on one of your videos a while ago. Tommy sold himself more in that 10 minutes than he sold to Amico.
No, we timed it. No. We timed it, and I corrected Tony on that. Yeah, right, Tony. I think it was on my. Were you on my stream, or we might have been on here?
You were here.
It was like 30. It was less. It was less than 50 seconds. Listen, I put up a poll whenever you're in the chat, and I always get shot down. So I'm sorry, bro. Like I always vote yes
for let Tony on, and like 100 votes for like kick him out.
I always vote yes.
It was less than 50 seconds, but it was the majority of the first minute of a 10-minute.
Yeah, I mean, like the content, like that, he was going on about.
And it
just
was
seemed long.
And how much time did he give to the Intellivision brand?
And they blew through the games too. Like they just like 2 seconds gone, 2 seconds. Like,
right.
He
played. He could have played old G4 clips of him talking about Intellivision, and it would have been better.
Oh, I don't know about that. There's a lot of people who don't like him from his G4 days because they gave he gave their favorite game a bad review.
That's not true.
He was just an incompetent reviewer.
Fans and whatever.
He was an incompetent reviewer, and he did it with politics in mind.
So
he didn't play the games very much.
I'll say this:
he called fighting games button mashers.
I'll say this: Retro.
He didn't take the time to learn it.
The 600 years experience, it doesn't bother me at all. I just laugh when I see silly mistakes and be like, but you have all this experience. Why are you doing these things that most people should not be able to point out so easily? That's what
it's like when people say they're psychic. It's like when someone says they're psychic and then they make mistakes. Like, I thought you were psychic. I thought you knew so much. Why
most CEOs I never heard of don't act like him, and they don't like act as their own spokesman and the chief of the hands-on like Twitter social media manager guy, right? That's another thing too.
Well, we've said it before. He needs they need a PR team.
Oh yeah, okay. I know, man. I'm just like.
To this point, I still don't know why they don't have one.
I know it's
they don't have money.
The biggest thing that helped Intellivision was when Nick Richards went on Tony's channel. He came on my channel, and then we had Phil Adam and God damn it, what's his name?
John
Alvarado. He's gonna get mad at me if he hears this. What happened to Chuck? I have to get confirmation on that. Is he even still with Intellivision?
It's hard to say at this point. We don't know what we're starting with this.
What's that, Tony?
I think he just put out like a post or something where it had like all the logos of companies he's associated with, and I think Intellivision's logo was there.
Okay.
When Nick Richards went on, it might have been good for PR, but the reality is that it was kind of bad for a lot. I bet a lot of people dropped their investments and dropped their pre-orders because he said it was a cash-hungry business, that they weren't quite as ready as they thought they were, and things like that. I mean, it may have helped a little bit of how they look.
Most companies pre-revenue are cash hungry. I mean, they're especially with employees.
I know, but Tommy didn't present it that way, so people who were brought on with Neil Patel and angel investors weren't explained that.
Yeah, he was on a Republic or Figure kind of fucked anyways because
that wasn't explained. Yeah, it's not large investors.
just for me, I actually enjoyed listening to Nick Richards more. You know, I didn't.
Yeah, he was better PR.
I didn't feel like he was just blowing smoke, you know, when he talked. I felt like he was giving you straight answers. There was one point where he talked about them rebuilding the motion controls, which no one ever talked about. And I'm like, oh, that makes so
John
much more
Alvarado
sense.
actually corrected some of the things he had said. No Swear Gamer, if you're not familiar with my channel, I would advise definitely go and watch the Phil Adams and watch the John Alvarado one.
Man, comes on my channel one time out of the year, and he's already pimping his channel.
Shameless plug. But no, we interviewed John Alvarado. He answered a lot of that
video
stuff.
games, and you like retro toys, come to my channel. I'm just kidding. But
I only brought it up because he was on my channel, and he actually talked about he talked about that motion control, and like we spent like 30 minutes on that motion control stuff with John Alvarado.
So did they rebuild it or not?
No, they didn't rebuild it. They changed the way the functionality of it worked.
Well, when I said rebuilding, I mean like reprogramming. You know, I didn't mean like
they had to change it. Correct. Yes, they did have to change it from its original state.
All right, because that made sense why they were working on Cornhole again if they redid the motion controls and they're seeing how stuff's working with the motion. But that's never talked about from Tommy's side.
But my point is the information's out there. A lot of people don't do their research. Like a lot of people don't go watch the 3-hour interview we have with John Alvarado when a lot of these things that are brought up, like somebody had mentioned it in the chat earlier, and it's like, well, that's not quite the case. Like John Alvarado explained this in detail. So I'm not going to, and this is sometimes I feel like I'm talking in circles because I bring up the same thing over and over and over again because some of these things have been addressed already.
Yeah, some of them have.
Well,
but
let me
ask
you this, Retro Bro, real quick. Hold on. I hate to cut you off, no swear, but you said that John Alvarado came on your channel and answered a whole bunch of questions, right? Why hasn't anybody from Intellivision taken those answers and turned them into a fact that they could put on their website so people could read?
Well, they updated the facts, so I don't know if any of those were pulled directly from his answers.
But wouldn't you think that right after your interview, that should be like the first thing they did? Oh, John was on Retro Bro. He answered a bunch of questions. Let's get the answers. Let's write them down. So everybody who doesn't want to sit through a 3-hour stream can get the answers.
Well, if they had a function like social media,
but that's not reality, Tony. Like, I mean, that is not always reality.
That's how other people operate.
Well,
that's
what
PR
would be
does, dude.
Move, no? That would be a
Potion Sword Run just nailed it. Americans don't read, Tony.
Well, exactly.
You could put what's that called? One of those tracks, like Tommy just reading off the thing. You just sit there, listen to his soothing voice, reading off John Alvarado's answers.
Well, the thing is, it's like everybody knows that about the Guinness Book of World Records and the oof sound, right? And about John's curly mustache, because Tommy says it all the time. But it's this stuff that I think is important. That's not said all the time. Yeah, Retro Bro. Did John say? Now I think I heard it on your interview. He was talking about the phone app and how the phone app might not work with all the games.
Correct. Yeah, that's correct. It's not going to work. Yeah, it's not going to work with every single game.
That's one of my. I guess pet peeve is the best word for it, is they're not showing the phone app being used anymore. They're not showing in the deep dives or letting you know which game can do it because they're talking all about the multiplayer games. But if the game doesn't work with the phone app, then you're going to have to spend another $70 a controller or something like that to play with more than 2 people. I don't understand why they're not showing the phone app.
Yeah, we've used the phone app for emoji charades. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to. Honestly, I should go back and watch it again. It's been so long. I think we did that interview in September, maybe. Oh shit! It might have been August. It was a while ago.
Here's what I want to say. You're always talking about the value of the Amico, right? It's $250. You get the Amico, 2 controllers, 6 packing games. Versus the Switch. Switch Lite is $200. And you could play it right out of the box. A game, $60. So that's $260. But in order to play the Amico, you need a TV, which costs like $1,000. And you need a couch to sit on, which is like another $500. Then you need a house, and those are like $200,000. And if you want a friend, you're
I thought you were
probably
going to
gonna
ask
have
me a
to,
serious
give them
question.
money.
A $200,000 house in this day and age.
And then you're gonna order pizza
Francois
for
knows
your
where to get a
friends. So
friend.
it's like another $35 for pizza and beer. It's gonna be like 15.
Well, you don't
So you're
drink,
talking
so
like
I'm going to save a
upwards
couple
of like
bucks.
$300,000 for the Amico. I don't think it's worth it.
You're right. You got to get
Versus a
couches,
$260 Switch Lite.
that you can play on the sidewalk. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Right? I concede. I thought you.
No, because I'm just playing, but you hear that a lot because they'll be like, you got to buy a Switch, and then you need to buy a $60 game, then you need to buy.
Well, if you buy a
this.
Switch for
All
what
the
are they,
$70
$299? Yeah, but I mean, in my opinion, like you don't have to have one or the other. I don't
Here's
know.
what
I
you
don't.
do.
From my experience with the Amico, to me the Switch isn't really. I mean, Tommy, I guess, would say otherwise because of what his past remarks. But to me, they don't feel like competitors. Like I own a Switch, I own an Xbox, I own a PS4. I'll buy an Amico too.
Here's what you got to do if you want the consoleized Switch. You got to go on eBay and you buy the Switch with the cracked screen and no Joy-Cons. And then you buy the budget controllers for the thing.
It's funny you bring that up, Tommy Amico, because my fucking Switch, like my screen just stopped working in handheld mode. Like one day it just like wouldn't
They're
turn
getting
on.
old, yeah.
I can hear it. Like
mine's
all the
getting
clicks
old.
work, but I can't see it. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And
Mine's
I barely
getting
played
out,
my shit.
Yeah. Oh, I played mine a ton.
How old is it? This one.
It's an OG, but I mean, my daughter has maybe played
Whoa.
like.
You don't say OG, you say original. Ben Silverpalm is very adamant. Don't say OG.
Because I got a launch model from like 4 years ago, and it's still kicking along like nobody's business.
I don't know, man. I was pissed about that because I started playing Kirby on that thing. I had the NES emulators on there.
Buy your backup now before they get discontinued, because if like my 3DS broke, it's hard to get a new one. You gotta buy someone's garbage one and cross your fingers.
Yeah. I'll probably just get a Switch Lite, honestly, at this point, because I never played that thing docked. The only time I played it docked was when I was playing Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Retro Bro, do you like the Kirby games?
Dude, the only Kirby game, you guys are going to laugh at this, the only Kirby game I have ever played is the original on Nintendo, and I love that game.
Ooh, that's it. You're out of the family. Tommy hates Kirby, right? That's like his worst enemy.
Oh, really? How do you not like Kirby, man? The original Kirby.
I love Kirby. I'm a fanatic. I played every Kirby game.
That was one of the most
know the
best
story
of
Kirby's creation.
Yeah, it was the it was
Tinkle
a warrior,
Popo.
wasn't it?
Yeah,
it
Warrior.
Popo?
He saved them from a lawsuit from like.
Yep.
Actually, it might have been the Donkey Kong one. Is what I remember. I hear different things, but like, the guy's name was Kirby, like last name, and saved them from that.
He's
Donkey Kong
bald
lawsuit.
too. He's like a bald fat guy.
Yeah, something like that. That's the scuttlebutt anyway, but yeah.
No, that's true.
His name was gonna. You guys know his real name was gonna be Tinkle Popo, and they changed it. That was the Japanese name. I'm not joking. That's
no,
what,
I believe that.
The dude
I believe that it was on.
It
it was on one of the documentaries that was talking about.
They were going against like Sonic the Hedgehog, and they're like, "Yeah, Tinkle Popo." Like, no, dude, it's not gonna work.
I think Kirby.
But I love those games. I think they're great.
Damn, Atari VCS for $150. See, I'd buy an Atari VCS for $200. Man, those things are just overpriced.
It was a decent PC at one point. I don't not so much anymore, but
that thing needs exclusives, man. If it had like a handful of exclusives, I would buy one. I'm just a sucker because like I'm an old school gamer, man. I still play my Nintendo, my Sega. Like when we bought consoles back in the day, it was because of the exclusives. Like that was how you made your decision in buying your games. That's kind of why I like the Amico. It's like, well, there's exclusives on this thing, and I can't get them anywhere else. So fuck it, I can't. I can't get Astro Smash anywhere.
Should we do the exclusive
Breath of the Wild
now?
Mario Kart 8, Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, dude, that's why. That's literally why. That's the only reason why I bought a Switch was so I could play Breath of the Wild. Then if like buying a
Wii, and if they make an awesome Amico game, people will want to buy it.
I still haven't played my Breath of the Wild.
It's cool. It's not the best game ever. It's all right.
I never finished it. I mean, I played it, but never.
A lot of people complain that the worlds were too big. The only thing I didn't like about it was there was no reason to pretty much Like I explored and got all the like towers. I forget what they called them, like the viewpoints.
Yeah.
But there's really no reason to explore in that game.
I will say when the Switch launched, though, yeah, there was not much fucking there. At least the big games, anyway.
I beat that game. It's a big deal for a handheld. What it is, it's really like a big game for a handheld, and it's just I thought that the inside of the shrines were too plain and too similar.
I will say that when
they're repetitive.
When they first talked about the Amico, you know, back in 2018, there was games I was excited to see come back. You know, they had a whole bunch of games listed, and I was excited to see Cloudy Mountain come back, hoping for a new Burger Time. You know, there was games I was like, yeah, this might be up my alley, but those games, none of the games I'm super interested in have materialized.
Right. I would have been into Bump and Jump, Burger Time, a lot of stuff.
I think they got the copyright on Bump and Jump, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm down. I love that. I love those games.
The trademark.
For me, I'll tell you what the thing for me was like. So I have a PS4, and me and my 10-year-old, a lot of times we would just kind of come downstairs and play Crash Team Racing together. And the one night for me, we were just kind of looking on the PlayStation store, kind of like just for games to play, like cheap games. This is like 2 years ago. This is before I could even find the Amico or knew about the Amico. And I couldn't find anything. Like I had to go on Google and like look for shit that was on the PlayStation store, and I still didn't really find anything. So we're just like, screw it, we'll just keep playing Crash Team Racing. And then
I would say on the Nintendo store, if you go into the shop and you put age range, there's literal age range that's like, 1 to 5, 7 to 8, like it says age ranges. You can put a price range, stick it under $10. You can go on sale. And there'll be hundreds of things to look at. There'll be like $2.99 that are on sale from $10. I mean, that's what it is now.
That's a nice feature, but and same thing. Like when I heard like Intellivision, like all the games are going to be like a certain price, and they're all going to have multiplayer. I'm like, oh, okay, that appeals to me. Even like if I can get like, I spend time with my kids, but if we can have like one or two more things to do that is just fun to do, like I'm fine with that.
I agree. I say don't. You were saying you only play the Switch handheld. Start playing it, in 2-player, and do like I said. Look at those other games on Switch. There's a ton of shit you can play with your kid on Switch.
Yeah, I gotta find my like $2. You should be making the kid lift weights. You should be little Hercules.
No, I got good, dude. I've got 3 girls, man. I'm not making them lift weights. My wife.
Next Wonder Woman, 3 Amazons.
Yeah.
I feel like the Amico had a lot of reasons more 3 or 4 years ago for people to buy it, and it's like an onion. It's slowly been peeling away as time goes on, and it's like, what are we left with now? There's like no actual television games.
People's kids have grown up. It's like the grandma, you were going to play it with your grandma, but she passed away, and your kids grew up, and now it's like it's going away.
Sure, you say that. When I said that all the old folks' home people were going to be gone, everybody gave me shit. But you say grandma's dead. Okay.
Well, I'm a villain. I'm allowed to make statements like that. Okay, I'm Loki. It's different.
Okay, I got a question for Retro Bro here.
You got a lot of questions for me, man.
I know. Well, you're the only pro Amico person here. So.
Okay.
But
fair enough. Those are gamers. Well, he's kind of in the middle, I guess.
You're like the Rosetta Stone for Amico pro people,
What was the reaction to finding out that Dolphin Quest is not exclusive to the Amico?
Wait a minute, what? I haven't even heard this yet.
Yeah,
when did
Pat played it?
Ed said that it's.
How did we find out? How did we find out from Pat?
Pat played it. He met Ed at a expo. He played.
Who's Ed? Who's Ed?
But he won't play the Amico. But Pat won't play the Amico, but he will play Amico.
Ed's the guy that owns the company that's developing it, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the Echo, the Dolphin guy.
Yeah.
He has a partnership.
He did Acid. Didn't he say he did a bunch of Acid before he made Echo?
So is it that makes sense actually? So is it going to be on what other consoles is it going to be on?
Switch, PlayStation.
There's supposed to be a Kickstarter allegedly. Somewhere.
That's where I was going with it. He said allegedly there's going to be a Kickstarter for it, so it's not even done. It's not even like.
Do you think he's going to drop Acid for this game? Do you think he's going to do LSD when he develops this game?
I'll tell you this much. If that's going to be one of those games that comes out, I'm going to buy it on every platform I own.
I'm going to drop Acid when it comes out and play it.
I don't disbelieve you at all.
It sounded interesting. It sounded like an underwater Lost Vikings type of thing from the description that I heard. I could be totally off base, and it could be like totally different. But
there's a mama. Remember, there's like a mama dolphin. There's a baby dolphin. Remember time we described it? You like
right.
acted
So
like
each one has a
part
different
of
role,
invented
like in
it.
Lost Vikings, where each Viking had a different role.
Yes.
And had
Lost Vikings. Yes.
Solve puzzles by using everybody's skill.
Like the Mary Kate and Ashley games.
I'm not familiar with those, but I'll take your word for it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the DS games, right? Yeah, they were on DS.
Something like that.
Why do I know this?
I've seen somebody cuss about them on YouTube at some
this
point
guy
in my
right
life.
here in the middle, FBI. That's the one. Playing Mary Kate and Ashley on the DS.
Irate gamer, probably.
The irate gamer.
The irate gamer. Mary Kate and Ashley, what are they doing? Running around? What are they doing? Going up the ladder? Oh my god.
I think we're at 5 hours. I think it's a good time to end it. We're obviously running out of stuff to talk about. I'm getting tired. It's like 12 o'clock here.
Shit,
not bad for an impromptu stream.
It's 2 a.m. where I am.
It's only 10 where I am.
Well, hey, what's going on, guys?
Let me just say that it's been a pleasure talking to some of y'all for the first time. So and
only
like,
some of y'all. He's not had a pleasure talking to all of you.
No, I've talked to you before. I've talked to some other people before. I know I talked to Segi before, but I mean for the first time. So that was cool. And someone said Retro Bro's a champ for being here and talking, and I say yeah.
Yes.
And this is what I
thank
like to
you,
see
Retro Bro.
Yeah,
no problem. Listen, I'm not afraid to stick my feet in the fire. It's okay.
Yeah.
Well, you got center square, and you deserve it. So I think it's cool that people can actually have a conversation about this without cursing each other out left and right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how we do it here. We don't curse each other out. We have a civil conversation. I've offered other people to come on to have civil conversations. They've refused. No, that's okay. We'll settle for Retro Bro and Saggy when we get them.
I'm glad you can just settle. That's fine. But no, it was nice. I know No Swear Gamer was doing something a bit ago with some of the Amico talk, and I know he had reached out to me on Twitter to try and get me on there. And I think at the time I was just sort of in the middle of some changes and wasn't able to quite do it. But you were
transitioning.
Yeah, I was mid transition. About the retro.
We're all in Amico purgatory. We're all in Amico purgatory together.
But listen, at the end of the day, it's a fucking game console. It's fun to talk about. We can make fun of it. We can love it. Everyone going to have their opinions. But you know what? At the end of the day, we all love gaming, and there are some things we can enjoy together. So
somebody
here racing guy.
What's that?
I just want to end the story soon.
Saying that we can make fun of it, and he said we can make fun of it, giving us permission.
Yeah, and I said I'm a Crash Team Racing guy. Like when you said that me and my wife, we played a lot of that in the PS1 back in the day.
Oh, dude, that's my favorite kart racer game. Is the original.
I've never played it. Should I get?
I had dude. I had the demo. My sister worked at Subway, and I remember she brought home a demo. It was a PS1 demo disc. It had like Crash Team Racing, Brave Fencer Musashi, a few other games on it. And I played the shit out of the same level over and over again on Crash Team Racing until I finally got the game like a year later. But now, listen, better than Mario Kart. I'll die on that hill.
I'll have to disagree with that one.
Gary just pops in to disagree. All right.
There's no battle tanks.
Which Mario Kart? Which version of Mario Kart?
No more questions. I'm trying to end it.
He's trying to end it.
We got to stream tomorrow, boys.
Yeah, we got another 5 hours.
Hey guys,
another 5 hours.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you for letting me come on, Tony. Very nice of you to let people.
Well, thank you for not yelling at. You yelled at Cyrus last time you were on, so we were a little worried.
Hey guys in the stream, guys in the chat. See y'all tomorrow on the Darius Truxton chat during the football game.
Just plugging everybody but my stream, right? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go. We're gonna get out of here. I will invite anybody on this panel who wants to come by tomorrow to play Guess the Celebrity Ass.
Oh
we'll be
yeah,
playing
that sounds nice. If I'm
No,
invited,
thank you.
I'll come.
Yeah, I'll have to pass on that one.
You could come under an assumed name, no swear. We won't tell it's you.
Yeah, just call me Carl.
All right. Love, peace, booty grease. We out here.